You know what film theory is. Last year, I ranked every game theory, and now I will rank every film theory. Of course, only including the 424 episodes during Matpat's run, real film theory. Of course, the way I'm ranking this is the same as that video. How entertaining it is a big deal, and there will be inherent bias in my opinion, based around what I'm more interested in and what franchises, movies, or shows I have personally experienced. Remember that every multi-parter is listed as a single entry, so there will be less than the full 424 entries in this, as that's the number of individual episodes there are. I think splitting a multi-parter is a bad idea, so there's technically going to be under 400 entries. Let's waste no time and get to it. And because I'm never a good enough friend to remember, thank you to Kitty-Kalamari art for drawing the me as Matpat that you're seeing on screen right now. Let's just get to it then. Alright, first we're going to start with the unrankable episodes. This time I thought it would be better to put them at the front, get them out the way. They're not going to be ranked, because that's the whole point. These are just going to be in whatever order that I happen to put them in. Episode 297, I solve the Jeopardy host controversy. I'm not even really going to dwell on what's in this video as much as the weird-ass controversy that came of it. People accuse Matthew of taking advantage of Alex Trebek's death, which I can kind of understand, but Alex had passed months prior, and Matthew's self-promotion is only at the end of the video. He also spends a decent chunk just explaining how a new face that represents education could be good, and suggests a bunch of content creators for the spot. My choice would probably be Tom Scott before Matthew personally, maybe Michael Stevens as well. All he does is suggest people sign a petition for him at the end as a bonus. The reason I can't rank this is that it's barely a film theory. Matthew talks about some stuff and doesn't have much thesis. He never considers though that a content creator, which he himself notes isn't beholden to networks, might not gel well with the added restrictions of coming to a show like Jeopardy. Nor is it noted that in his resume of content is a set of episodes where he accuses Jeopardy of being rigged. Whoops. I get where he is coming from, but I just don't jive. Also, he mentions how his videos are education first and only disguised as film or gaming videos. And I do want to say, man, just don't. There are so many entries in either series I've covered so far on this channel, especially in their later years, where this video came out, that are more about solving lore and predicting upcoming releases, with frankly no real educational purposes. The melding of these things as well sometimes just doesn't work, and requires him to lie about the media he talks about to make those connections. The upcoming terrible and bad tier episodes do not get defended by his claim of their education first. That's all I want to say because... Ooh, we'll get there. Episode 321, AI deepfakes are fooling you. Go Matpat being one of the earlier big voices to speak up about this shit. Though legal, Matthew was shockingly against it, which is surprising. It might not sound crazy to you, the idea of he's against something that is technically legal, but you have no idea how much film theory opens one's third eye to Matpat's view of all laws are just and good. Ergo, if you break the law for any reason, no matter the context, you are automatically pure evil and worse than the actual villains. This one I still can't rank. It's not a film theory, it's an educational PSA on the dangers of how companies are devaluing actors. Episode 327, Disney's Secret Archive of Dead Actors. It's kind of harrowing, man. It's about the legal issues and complications around the subject matter. I do appreciate any of the rare times where Matthew acknowledges that legality and morality are not the same thing, and that something can still be legal and yet bad to do, by calling out how shitty and ethically fucked this all is. It's not a standard film theory I can rank with the others. Episode 392, this is her final act. Matthew talks about his work behind the scenes of a theatre performance. It was nice, I'm glad to see he's having fun. I also kind of despise the depths to which theatres refuse to make themselves accessible based on how Matthew described it though, which kind of made my whole views on the art of theatre really go downhill with the idea that they'll film it once and then you're only ever allowed to watch it once in your whole life for educational purposes if you have a reason. Like, what a way to, pigeonhole the entire genre, the entire medium of theatre in that way, to make it so that, oh, you don't get to watch it because you literally are missing 2 legs and couldn't make it there? Well, fuck you. Disgusting act. I hate it. Episode 411, How YouTube Broke Your Brain. This is actually a really serious topic, and while I feel Matthew consciously avoids, oddly enough, putting blame on large corporations and governments for enforcing major issues in society right now, he does a good job explaining what he's on about. It is also an extremely Americanized perspective, down to him talking about patriotism being less prominent as a bad thing, which, as an Australian, Patriotism going downhill in the current generation has made it easier for me to actually talk to Americans where it doesn't feel like they're looking down on me with their America First outlook, you know? Episode 356, they missed the point. I mean, he just talks the good shit here. Stuff like this is why if Matthew stays in his lane when it comes to politics and continues just lobbying for more rights in treating content creators as legitimate businessmen, I will have no issues. Just don't run for president. Because you can tell that there is a passion and a drive and an understanding of the topic. He explains the drama, he slowly unpacks the way that media addressed it, he shoots some fucking shots here. You can tell this is a man who cares for his fellow content creators, and sees them as unjustly mocked by the media, and that he's a married man himself with how mad he is about the cheating scandal. Even if he does a good job of holding that anger in. He ends his video essentially calling out news outlets and SNL in particular as full of sexist behavior in their past that they have refused to fairly address, mocking the Try Guys' transparency because while that should be ethically the norm for legitimate companies to do so, that would also involve confronting their past and risk making them look bad by admitting fault. A group of losers behind desks running a company that has to mock and belittle a fellow legitimate business because they see themselves as superior and can't handle that 3 men on a couch have more integrity as people than they have ever had in their entire history. Cooking with gas. But it's not a theory, it's more of a serious discussion, so I can't rank it. And finally, episode 405, My Secret's Out. I'm in the FNAF movie. It's just some fun behind the scenes stuff. Matthew goes over his time on the movie, how fun it was to work on, yeah, so on. Anyways, I said finally, but that's because I can't read. Finally, episode 418, don't be fooled by AI propaganda. Yep, talk the good shit, Matthew. It's not a theory, but Matthew takes an attitude of fuck AI, don't let corporations normalize you to it without outright saying it in those words, so the morons won't talk shit. And just be aware of the propaganda when it's out there and don't fall for it. GOAT. Anyway, we can move on to the terrible tier. The low points of game theory would not even come close to matching a lot of the low points in film theory. Now, the absolute lows of game theory, the bottom few, yeah, they're still pretty bad. But the lowest of lows of film theory are a whole other level. So we start the real ranking with number 397, episode 223, How a Tiger King Disposes of a Body. This episode made me uncomfortable, partially due to Matthew's approach, tone, and even the comments all making haha jokey light of an actual person's potential murder. I haven't watched Tiger King, it doesn't really interest me, but I am willing to accept that maybe Matthew's approach and jovial attitude towards someone's death is a product of how the documentary chose to cover it. I don't like it. I don't have to like it just because there's an explanation, but okay, fine. I have watched true crime stuff before. While they always have an unfortunate, irksome feeling of trying to bank off actual tragedy, that kind of content can also be the most accessible way to learn of some of these things. As news coverage is constant and fresh stories keep dropping over and over, sometimes people only find out about these tragedies because of true crime videos and documentaries. So the people who do make money off it but are primarily there to educate others about what happened, yeah, I feel like there is a ground there for them to stand on where it's kind of okay. When you see one of these though, you'll find the language is often full of I believe, or X individual believes. Matthew, however, decides to come out the gate with absolutes and say there is no way she could have done this without a Jaguar, and she definitely did not have a large meat grinder, and this video is going to be a potential lead for the case. It's oh my god. That stuff really bothered me, because it was speaking in absolutes, where imagine if, like, especially because Matthew has a very, and has for a long time, even at this point, a very large audience of children. Imagine they watch this episode and they come out being influenced by that. They're not influenced to believe that, oh, this person that I'm watching believes X. No, Matthew is saying this is just definitive. And it's like his cheerful and playful way of discussing this potentially horrific act a real human being did to another human being that rubs me the wrong way. Maybe I'm just weak-skinned for not liking it when tragic events are made light of. Maybe I just need to become like the average internet goer and become too cynical to register human tragedy, but I don't want to be that person. This isn't my least favorite episode, and I don't think it's Matthew's worst work, but it is the episode that made me the most uncomfortable to watch. When making a video about a disappearance and the gruesome theory of how it happened, you gotta take it more seriously than throwing in this amount of jokes and sight gags. I can accept to a degree throwing in some gags to lighten the mood so it doesn't get too dark, but Matthew is just constantly belting out the bad one-liners here. Number 396, episode 354, You Are Being Erased. This one is personal for me. Matthew talks about the future of analog horror and how it can be done from people a decade or two later trying to go back to the 2020s. Fine concept, but then he gasses up the Google Pixel Magic Eraser, which is his sponsor, and oh no. His idea is to base a series on generative AI. Now, it didn't exist yet, but it was already a major concern. He shows the Corridor Crew video that really started this conversation in at least any of the spheres I was in. This is a horrific one. Not only has generative AI become a plague in general, but especially in the analog horror sphere, it spits in the face of the genre itself, an insult to analog horror and creatives worldwide. I could see Matthew actually inspiring morally bankrupt misanthropes into making an analog horror series using generative AI. Anyone who knowingly uses Gen AI for content while aware of its problems, I think is a gross individual who deserves no happiness, and the implication that it belongs anywhere near the back rooms? Fuck off. I know Matthew didn't mean wrong with this, even if he just kind of gasses up the whole Gen AI thing while also calling it a little scary. But this is an episode that, revisiting it within the context of the years after it dropped, has aged awfully. Gen AI has become a scourge on media and creative people. I abhor this video. I wish Matthew actually went in on why this could be a horrific in reality too, but he can't talk about the problems with generative AI and how it could be an issue in the future. He's shilling for a phone that uses generative AI for its awful magic eraser. Which personally, I just despise magic erasers, as a concept. Pictures are pictures, they capture reality. When you try to use a computer to change it and present a fake version of reality as if it was real, I hate it. It's one thing to Photoshop an image, but you're not trying to argue or replace the original as this is reality, right? But the magic eraser is often used to remove people from the background of pictures, and something about that just feels dystopian to me. Number 395, episode 398, The Bomb in Oppenheimer Isn't What You Think. Oh my god. Ugh! In this episode, Matthew says that Oppenheimer the movie is intended as an allegory for Christopher Nolan's life. I think that's absurd. I don't care if Nolan broke open my door as I was recording this, looked me in the face, and told me in person Matthew was correct, because the theory posits that Oppenheimer creating the atom bomb and Nolan creating the Dark Knight trilogy are at all comparable or similar. It posits a notion that they felt similarly about these things, and that their impact was in any way comparable. It's insane that he just come up with that. Saying that a biopic about the life of Oppenheimer was written to mirror the life of Nolan and not trying to match reality is Jesus Christ. The thought that Nolan would be like, he's just like me for real, about a man who created weapons that killed hundreds of thousands of people and had to live with that is insane. That Nolan's movies being put out to be watched in ways he wasn't made aware of would affect the world or him the same way as Oppenheimer's bomb being used without his permission to fucking obliterate lives. It's ridiculous. It's a fucking absurd connection that does nothing but make me wonder if Matthew is even aware that Oppenheimer was a real person, or that his insanely broad strokes that don't cover specific elements of the movie, but rather the gist of Roberto's life are fucking crazy. I'm not going to dwell any further, this is fucking stupid. He even says Oppenheimer came from humble beginnings, as if his family wasn't incredibly wealthy. Fucking wild. Number 394, episode 424, Don't Trust Your Heroes. Yup, the final theory of film theory is ranking just slightly worse than game theory's one. I really dislike this theory. There is some good stuff in this video. The studies in how boys and girls on average play with their toys is interesting. The differences in the person that they use to go about it. His comment about how it's odd that there aren't more modern cartoons to affirm boys, I think is accurate, at least to a degree. Why aren't there cartoons to let boys know that it's okay to be a boy, the same way girls get cartoons pushing for a more modern lens on it's okay to be a girl? Not a hill I'm gonna die on. I understand why those cartoons for girls exist, because girls are finally getting treated as if they exist. But, I get his point there, but I don't think any of that counteracts the core messages that Matthew is pushing in this video. This video, I think, gave me the worst insight about what Matthew is like. For instance, he says that his son is too distressed to watch Phineas and Ferb because he gets distressed about them disobeying their parents' instructions. A child should never be made to feel distressed by watching fictional children be disobedient. I don't know in what world is it okay to instill such a sense of obedience at the age of 4 that they cannot watch a fictionalized version of disobeying parents. Without getting too into it, I had obedience drilled into me at a young age, and it has never done me any good as a person. It has always hurt my ability to make actions on my own. It has always been like a permanent barrier on my life that I've been trying to break through. A healing journey that I've never completed. Matthew goes on to talk about how male heroes represent violence and the solution to any issue is to punch it, making him sound like the exact kind of helicopter soccer parent I thought we'd long since left behind. He says genuinely that characters like Superman are not good people and thus bad role models because they live in worlds of war and violence and sometimes have to fight. Newsflash, Matpat. We live in a world of violence and war. I think a hero who chooses, despite living in that world, to be a beacon for what's better and to try and inspire others to be better is a better role model than someone who is not violent simply because they live in an idealized fantasy world of non-violence. I don't know what to say, but these fictional... And you know, I hate to tell you, but these fictional cartoons will never be as big a role model to your son as you, Matthew. Don't say that Superman, who stands for ideals of equality, fair treatment of others, the opposition of segregation and prejudice due to different origins, homelands or cultures, basic human decency, and the idea that you should always do your best to help those in need, is part of this group of bad people characters you've lined up, because when he gets attacked by someone, he doesn't just do nothing. Don't lump Aang in as someone whose show is about solving solutions with violence, when his entire fucking arc is about trying to find a non-violent solution. A pacifist, in fact, who tries at every turn to find the least violent solution possible. How is a pacifist who doesn't want to do any harm and wants to avoid every fight in a world that accurately depicts that violence exists bad? How is that bad? How is it not a good message? Violence is for extremes when you have no other choice. The right thing to do is to seek a non-violent solution first. Is that a bad thought process? Do you think when they grow up, they should think violence doesn't exist and when they get attacked, just do nothing about it? No? Fucking don't act as if women characters who don't fight is inherently better than male characters who do. Don't fucking include characters like for Steven Universe and Ladybug as examples of good icons if Superman isn't. I've never seen Steven Universe, but to my understanding, he is a bit similar to Superman in that he always seeks an amicable, non-violent solution any chance he can, and only fights when given no other option. Fuck, he's okay, but Superman isn't. All the women in Steven Universe are okay and good role models when Superman isn't. All the women. You mean like White Diamond, who is a genocidal monster who has a face turn and becomes a good guy? I don't know why Matthew thinks some characters will send certain messages. You know, I've never been a father, but you know what I have been? A child? Growing up, Superman never taught me that it's okay to solve solutions with violence. It was truth, justice, and peace for all mankind that stuck with me. And today he's got an even better one, truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. The ideal that it's always important to try and do the right thing and avoid violence if possible. Batman wasn't the gritty guy who abuses the mentally ill. He stood for the value of life, the necessity of a light in the dark times, that no matter what the circumstance is, it's never okay to take a life, and if you do, it will permanently change you for the worst. Optimus Prime never stood for shoot first, ask questions later. It was freedom is the right of all sentient beings. The real heroes were before all things kind and valued life. That's what made him a hero. Even if he couldn't fight, even if he could do nothing but watch and talk, he would still be a hero because he stood for good things. Optimus being included in this really bothered me too, not just because I have a strong connection to that character, I also have a strong connection to Superman and even Batman, but because I know the performance and the basis and cornerstone for every Optimus out there was motivated by the words of Peter Cullen's military brother, who told him to be a real hero for the kids. And how did he describe this real hero? Someone strong enough to be gentle. That is the basis of every Optimus Prime. I never grew up wanting to cause harm to others, or thinking it's cool to break the law because of these characters. I never grew up thinking, oh, I can solve all my problems with violence because I watched Superman. They taught me that being a good person is what matters, that doing a single good deed can go a long way. I had loved ones who helped me understand these ideals and raised me to be, I'd like to hope, a good person. Matthew himself should know better. Some of the messages he gives out on his channel I find pretty shitty, or you're gonna see some just awful film theories, but I don't think that makes him an inherently bad person who kids shouldn't be allowed to watch at all. I don't agree with his outlook of all laws are good and just and should never be broken no matter the situation or else you are evil. Or the many times that Matthew has pointed to a mental disorder, especially schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder, and made the instant connection of if you have that it makes you evil, or it makes you mental, or other buzzwords often used to demean people with mental illness. I think that people with schizophrenia aren't inherently defined morally by that condition. And I think if I see someone being physically assaulted on the street, I shouldn't just let it happen because I might end up in legal trouble if I take action. I think morality is a little more flexible than Matthew seems to, at least. I mean, maybe Matthew thinks the same too, and he only gives out those ideologies because he knows children are watching and wants to influence them. I think that reading would make it worse. I understand that this could just be an inherent difference in cultural view. He is American, I am Australian. But I spoke with people from Europe and also America about this, and I have cultural ties to Europe and Asia, so it's not just Australia who's like this. They didn't disagree with me on the idea that the core ideals a character stands for are what matters. I mean, Matthew gasses up Harry Potter as a good person because he does good things while ignoring all the bad shit he supports and stands for. You know, like when Hermione tried to stop slavery and Harry was like, cool, you're bloody weird, women that one. Matthew, I genuinely hope you misunderstood your son's issues with Phineas and Ferb. In my opinion, what matters more than the cartoons you show your kid is how you as a parent go about teaching your kid. If you show your child some Superman and he does some violence, you should be there with your son to inform him that that is only because it was the last option and that you should never go with that. The final theory genuinely pissed me off. Just show your kids I'm fucking Bob the Builder, man. Don't try to make this our problem. Down at 393, episode 48, why the Star Trek Federation is fascist. This video is so frustrating. It feels like it should be a parody, and then it isn't. It ends with Matthew saying, don't trust what you hear in film or in general, but if that was supposed to tip us off to this being all ironic, it doesn't work. This theory demonstrates not only that Matthew doesn't understand and also oversimplifies fascism, but he doesn't understand Star Trek. He boils it down to fascism means you tell the story from your perspective, have villains, and explore. The Federation must be fascist because they include covert operations, have a utilitarianist worldview, have their own vehicles and information networks. Most of which isn't true if you actually watch Star Trek. The reason most vehicles we know in Star Trek are from the Federation is that we're following the Federation! Not because the others don't exist. When you go to the fucking street and see the cars there, do you think, oh wow, no other cars in the world exist? And it's just constant lying about Star Trek and simplifying fascism. With millions of views, I think if Matt was being ironic and making a parody video, he would need to make it more clear, because this is just going to get across to a lot of young audiences a view of fascism that is wrong. All I want from Matt is to just not fucking lie, but you'd struggle to find a single thing he says in this that is correct. Those are cashews, not pecans. Not everything is seen from the Federation's perspective, especially in Deep Space Nine. Exploration in real life being for selfish means doesn't automatically mean that everyone ever exploring, including in fiction, is also doing it to conquer other people. Some people just do want to explore. Competing with the Klingons for mining does not mean they're looking to conquer anything. We see vehicles not built by enemy aliens all the time, including non-Federation allies, and random aliens floating around that the Federation help. You don't need the permission of the Federation to track stuff in their space, let alone all the space they don't own. We see many communicators used by aliens that aren't Federation, and the reason the communicators we see are all standard issue Federation models is because they're literally the military standard issue in Starfleet. We only ever see military trials and court-martials, because conflicts within the Federation result in Federation trials. That doesn't mean every random person has the same trials. Examples are shown The examples he shows are military trials. They have nothing to do with what a normal person would go through. Black ops do not automatically result in the thing having black ops being fascist. That quote wasn't said by Adolf. This Federation not having money doesn't mean they're fascist whatsoever. Rogue members of the Federation being evil doesn't mean the Federation is evil. That's why they are rogue members and not a part of it. This entire ideology is utilitarianism, not fascism. The bundle of sticks isn't fascist. It's derived from Aesop's fables that predates fascism by thousands of years. Many characters speak out against the Federation multiple times without being punished. You can see that all the time on Star Trek Voyager on episodes where Janeway's not being a bitch. It's all wrong, and whatever parody was maybe intended fails to land, as the lies about Star Trek and fascism are in every single second. One sentence at the end doesn't fix it. If he was trying to make this a parody, it should have been like the Communism Mario episode that destroys the argument at the end. An episode that oddly people seem to really hate, because I assume they kind of just never watched the part where he debunks his own theory. Number 392, episode 254, Star Wars, How the Mandalorian Proves the Empire Was Right. This episode is abhorrently made. It is a worthless analysis of Star Wars that throws in a ton of dog whistles for the worst of people, without even realizing it. Matpat goes on to make the claim that the Empire really weren't that bad, and that the Republic were just as bad, and the Rebels were also bad, which makes the Empire not bad. He starts with an argument about how Anakin has the traits of bipolar personality disorder, and this was caused by the Republic, making no comments about how the Emperor manipulated most of his life as well, and had a huge role to play in his fall. He pins all the blame on the Republic. He compares Jedi being trained from birth to stormtroopers, a comparison that is understandable, but ignores that religious indoctrination and child soldiers are not the same thing. They have their own problems, individual of one another. He tries to say that Palpatine isn't so bad to the average person by comparing him to Donald Trump. Bad move. He uses a fucking quote from Grand Moff Tarkin, one of the highest ranking members of the Empire, one of Palpatine's few trusted subordinates, as evidence that the Empire isn't so bad. Now, the quote he uses is a really good one. Why? Because it accurately captures the disinformation and propaganda that corrupt world leaders and governments would put out in real life to try and make you think the good guys. Tarkin's speech here is chilling, because you can believe this sort of speech coming from a world leader, and it can even make you wonder, how much can you trust your own? Matthew falls for it completely. He takes Tarkin completely at his word and goes, "See? The slave owners said they have good intentions, so they must." All politicians are going to argue with what you want to hear if it means they can get your vote. You should know this, Matthew. He then argues that Alderaan may have been blown up, but hey, a few people on that planet might have been rebels, and the Republic do a lot of murder too. He uses a line of dialogue from Clerks, which, great movie, but Randall's wrong in this point that he's trying to make. Matthew is arguing like, oh, the Death Star 2 was unfinished, but it wasn't. It was, you know the famous line, "It's a trap"? Yeah, the Death Star 2 is fully operational. It's there to trick the rebels. I think, frankly, that destroying a weapon that is threatening to blow up planets is a lot less morally abhorrent than destroying a random planet that's hundreds of times larger with a much larger population of innocents, because a handful of them might have been planning to blow up like a building. Like, do you get that, Matthew? Do you understand that when you go, yes, only a few of the people in Alderaan are rebels, it's not a good thing they did that, but the Death Star 2 would have also had some innocent people. Do you think the whole population of the Death Star 2 would match just the population of innocents on Alderaan? Hell, combine the Death Star 2 and the Death Star 1. He makes the absurd claim that the Ewoks were treated worse by Luke because he manipulated them. Luke, who does this to avoid being eaten because they're threatening him. Now, manipulating an indigenous population doesn't look great. Absolutely valid point. Matthew says the Empire weren't doing them any harm, as if the extended media that he claims to have researched doesn't show the Empire wiping out Ewoks en masse or for sport. Matthew this whole time makes those arguments of, well, X was bad, so Y isn't so bad, buying into in-universe propaganda and ignoring the facts. Facts like how the Empire canonically commit mass galactic slavery, genocide, ethnic cleansing, mass fear tactics, intentional rule through disinformation and fear control, resource exploitation, so on. We see them happily kill random people for the sake of getting things they want. We see them running slavery all the time. We see them talk about how they were ruled by fear and subjugation. The Empire was maybe more competent than some other ruling groups, yes, Matthew, but you seem to think this makes them better. Matthew literally talks about how a direct allegory for that one certain political group in Germany during World War II are technically competent and running a government, and says that it makes them not so bad, ignoring all the crimes they commit, believing their propaganda, and lying to his viewers' faces about the lore of Star Wars. He plays into the bullshit beliefs of people who don't look deeper into Star Wars, but worst of all, he pretends he did any actual research and actual digging, when anyone with a shred of knowledge about Star Wars will pull back in this video and go, hold up, something ain't right. And the Republic and Jedi having major flaws, that's the intention, man. That doesn't make the Empire better. The Empire are just shit in a different and worse way. Number 391, episode 255, the Lorax movie lied to you. This theory almost could have had a point if it was about how the Lorax is a really bad representative of the original story's messages, and how, like, you know, the commercials that the movie run were a little iffy. Instead, Matthew says that O'Hare is the hero. Even though he has a secret police, he disseminates disinformation, he wants to pollute the air so he can sell bottled air and maintain a monopoly on oxygen. Because the people down below aren't aware of what he's doing and how it's wrong, they're not victims, according to Matthew. That's not how that works. He argues the Onceler isn't that bad a guy because he's just a man with a dream, facing adversity after adversity. Ergo, he's not doing anything wrong when he chops down entire forests to become a millionaire. He's just a little boy with a dream like Mr. Beast and Logan Paul. All he needed to do was replant them. Sure, yeah, they would have just grown back real fast. Trees famously grow really quickly. It's a crock of rubbish, and morally bankrupt in my opinion when he goes on to talk about how logging companies aren't that bad, they plant a lot of trees. Even though countless ecosystems have been devastated, the world has actively been made worse. They plant some trees that will never become a real ecosystem, as they're just there to be chopped down. It's okay to wipe out life for the needs of the company, am I right? It's absurd also to say, I can't blame a man who has a dream and overcomes adversity to do it, when the man wipes out ecosystems to do it, but then also say that various heroes are villains because they commit far less heinous crimes like theft to accomplish their dreams. What a fucking hypocrite. Or maybe it's because chopping down a forest isn't illegal, but stealing an apple from the market is illegal. So the person who stole an apple is the villain and evil for trying to feed his homeless family, but the billionaire who wiped out a forest is the good guy. He did nothing wrong. Because one of those is legal, so that means it's better. He then goes on to argue the consumers are the real villains, which is ridiculous. Not only is that objectively victim blaming, Matthew on one hand also says that, like, O'Hare is a hero who saves the day, and also his consumers are somehow in the wrong. He argues the consumers are really the evil ones for making the demand, as if O'Hare isn't the one directly responsible for the demand that he is supplying for. He argues that people should vote with their dollar without realizing that in what he identifies as a corporatocracy, it's not possible. It's run by the fucking corporations. This is like saying if you don't like the rising cost of living, you should vote with your dollar and just not pay rent or electricity or water. Just don't pay for anything. Just go homeless. That'll do it. Vote with your dollar. Become homeless. Then the cost of living crisis will not be a problem anymore. Can you tell I live in Australia? It's absurd. The demand is not the fault of the consumer, but in this case, the supplier. Matthew defends the guy in charge of and protects the existence of a corporation town run by greedy companies and places blame on the victims, which happens to be the same outlook of a lot of people who blame people who in other countries who live under dictators for living under dictators, as why don't you just oppose them, and doesn't blame the dictators themselves. If you don't know, those kind of people are wrong and dumb. Also, he can argue that the message of Lorax was that you should vote with your wallet, and not that things can only change when people care enough about the world to make the change. An insult of a video that somehow manages to make Illumination's weird disjointed Lorax adaptation seem more morally complex than it is, simply because of how badly he read it. Number 390, episode 1, Harry Potter isn't the chosen one. Oh boy. So yeah, film theories start on a low note. This theory is just something that is directly stated in the books. Matthew doesn't even do a particularly fun job explaining it, especially when he calls an installment of the series a filler story where a bunch of main characters die, which I think is itself a contradictory statement. I don't really see any purpose in this video, let alone as an intro. All it does is let people know that Matthew will copy other people's theories and pass them off as his own, which I'm hoping does not start a trend, and thankfully it did not. There's not too many of those. Number 389, episode 205, The Uncomfortable Truth About the Jedi Order. This one really frustrates me, because Matthew isn't even wrong in concept. He just goes about this in a fucking awful way. For one thing, his entire conception of a Star Wars seems to be flawed. He believes that Star Wars was black and white, good versus evil, until the sequel stories came. Force Awakens added a touch of grey to Star Wars. I can't think of a single person I know who has ever thought that. I know a lot of Star Wars nerds. Matt's thesis is that the Jedi Order are an evil force and not the heroes. Now, ignoring that hero is relative here, and compared to the active galactic fascists that Matthew is supportive of, they definitely are heroes, there's a lot he could be saying. A massive point of the prequels, and arguably the whole thing that part of Star Wars canon is about, is that while the Jedi mean well and believe they were honorable, the system they ran with was heavily flawed. Their beliefs were flawed, their understanding of the Force was flawed, and importantly, their rigid, unmoving way of doing things meant they were destined to crumble from the inside out. A rigid, unmoving way of treating laws and rules, Matthew. Nowhere in Star Wars are you supposed to think that the Jedi Order were a perfect group. Hell, Matthew, you yourself have in other episodes of Film Theory given villains a pass for good intentions, regardless of their actions. Don't fucking be a hypocrite now. You once said killing a few people in a plan meant to save the world was just cracking some eggs to make an omelette. The Jedi Order is outdated, their philosophies are stuck in the past, and also broken compared to that past. The villains aren't the villains because they lack a point, they're villains because they kill children en masse. Anakin says his line about the Jedi being evil right after he slaughters a bunch of children. You should not be seeing that line and going, yep, I agree with him, he's got a good point, Jedi are evil, but child murder is pretty good. Regardless, what is Matthew's theory? His theory is that the ways in which the Jedi recruit their new members is morally wrong. And that's it. What a fucking baby bitch approach that goes, did you know this recruitment system, inspired by basically every class of ancient warrior in human history, and also Tibetan monks of today, is super evil? Why did the Star Wars series accidentally make them evil? Nowhere does Matthew show a desire to engage with the narrative of Star Wars, approach the reasons for the flaws in the Jedi Order. He latches onto one thing that's based on what humans did in real life and goes, that's morally wrong, while ignoring all the stuff the Sith did, and also ignoring all the real issues of the Jedi. He doesn't face Star Wars on its own terms, even though this would be a really easy theory to do it. This could be a great theory if he actually tackled the themes of Star Wars, but even then, the theory would still just be Matthew reciting what the Jedi Order is supposed to be. The Jedi Order isn't supposed to be perfect. The only time you really meant to think that Jedi may have been perfect was maybe in the original trilogy, where all you have is that fictionalized, mythicized account of them. The story isn't meant to be good versus evil equals light side versus dark side. The complexity of the Force and a need to find balance instead of two extremes has always been the point. You are the one who has decided that it was always a simplistic binary and pretended like you have broken new ground. I've known dozens of people personally who were aware always of the nuances in Star Wars years before the sequels and years before we had grown up. We were sprogs, we were kids, there were no prequels even, and we understood this and we were little shits. This is maybe the worst video on the flaws of the Jedi I have ever seen. It fixates exclusively on the least interesting flaw of them all, ignores all the actually good and complex bits of writing that paint a picture and commentary on organized religion and indoctrination, and just goes, oh, they're evil, and this was a terrible lead-in to what then when he would later go on to say the genocidal maniacs aren't that bad. Number 388, episode 322, Dolores broke the magic. Wow, so boring. A good guy was the villain theory I'm sure would rank way lower if I knew anything about Encanto. Matthew says a lot of shit and comes up with zero solid evidence. That's what I wrote before I watched Encanto, and now, this has dropped from boring tier down way here. So first of all, Matthew really goes into the idea of Dolores being in constant sensory overload, despite the movie never suggesting this. He forces reality into the power set in a way that the movie doesn't support. It's not like he goes on to be like, oh, it's so unrealistic that Lisa could lift this bridge without sinking into the ground. He never goes, it's unrealistic that Isabella makes matter from seemingly nothing. No, he only does it for Dolores so that he can make his argument. One of his examples even literally shows Dolores completely fine with the sound of what's going on until the character with super strength starts clapping directly into her ears, and he goes, "See? Look how awful her life is." Matthew goes into all the kind of shitty stuff Dolores does without ever considering that a big part of the movie is literally just the degree to which the family are crabby with each other. Oh, hiccup. He targets just Dolores because that lets him make his argument. He argues that she's clearly malicious at the dinner, ignoring the obvious pressure and distress the movie conveys with how she's animated, the intensity of the secret she struggles to keep. He points at her and goes, "Look, she's evil and bad," and then goes, "She didn't reveal these other secrets when she's been hearing the cracks for years and so would have no reason to assume they're any different on that day." Like, no, he says that she's been hearing these for years. Why didn't she think they were weird? If you hear something going on continuously for years, you're going to start to get used to it. And the much more logical assumption to plug up this little hole in the story as he brings it up is that Alma just pressured her into not mentioning it. My evidence? When Mirabel mentioned it, that's what Alma did. And he says that she's evil because she doesn't reveal what she heard about Bruno. Yes, Matthew argues that her not talking about Bruno is proof that she's the villain, the character most iconic for the fact that we don't talk about him. And the secret in question is one that she immediately shares the moment they start talking about him. The moment that she is allowed to talk about it, she does, which tells me that her character involves the fact that she's been holding on to this for a while and immediately wanted to share it. What a fucking travesty of a theory. Number 387, episode 97, is Thor stronger than the Hulk? I swear, this isn't because of some power scaling thing I disagree with, it's just the episode's wrong and stupid. He says this is about who is stronger and not who would win in a fight. His first evidence? Looking at their fights and who won. He only looks at the draws and ignores the many times Thor has won and the handful of times Hulk has won, so that he can make his argument of something. He takes one scene where Thor says he can't beat Hulk and ignores the very next page is Thor putting Hulk on his ass. I know this comic, I'm an expert, and also may have watched Imaginary Axis. He then compares their comic feats, and while Hulk gets epic music and edits, Thor gets treated as goofy because we Germanics had such weird religious beliefs back in the day. Unlike the people of today who have completely normal religious beliefs that aren't at all similarly otherworldly, because that's the fucking point. He then says, well yeah, Thor is stronger, but it doesn't count because comics are weird. An argument that screams a bias. He then gives Hulk a point for doing better against Iron Man, while ignoring that Hulk lost that fight and Thor didn't lose his fight against Tony. But the real thing that bothered me is that he compared Hulk's full body deadlift to Thor's one-hand grip strength. He notes that Hulk's full body, all the muscles in Hulk's body, are 1.08 times greater than a single one of Thor's hands, and says this means that Hulk is stronger in every way, including if you include comics. This is like if I lost a bunch of fights to The Rock, and then I got shown up in feats of strength, and then I did equally good as he did fighting someone else, and then, after all those examples of how The Rock is clearly my physical superior, and then I showed off, guess what? I can deadlift slightly more weight than The Rock can exert onto a dynamometer. That means I'm stronger. And to top it all off, he takes the comic where Hitler tricks Thor into believing he's the good guy to crack some jokes about Thor being a Nazi. Yeah, that's what Thor is, because when he showed up in one of his main countries with no context as to what's going on, he believed the leader that he has no reason to know is bad because he didn't know anything about what was happening. So Thor supports the Nazis. Good job, Matthew. Number 386, episode 128, How to Save Jurassic Park. Matthew proudly declares that he watched all the Jurassic Park movies for research, and I say with as much derision as possible that it fucking shows. Matthew's hysterical inability to function as a thinker in this episode is insane. While in theory, the idea of a video about the necessary habitats of dinosaurs we need in real life could be cool, he goes about it terribly. He compares a T-Rex's necessary habitat size to proportionally equivalent to a lion, despite the fact that these creatures are completely unrelated to each other without even addressing how unrelated they are. He makes jokes about feathered dinosaurs still being in contention, as if we haven't known about them for decades prior to this video. Fucking talks about the habitat of velociraptors while never addressing the widely known fact that velociraptors in Jurassic Park are misnamed Deinonychus, which does matter here as Deinonychus lived in different habitats to the raptors. Would you believe it? The whole point of his tangent is the habitat the raptors live in. I wonder why they might be living in a habitat closer to Deinonychus's than their own. He does do some fun calculations for how big the Indominus's habitat is, which I do think is neat, all undermined by one thing. And like, I don't mean him kinning Chris, I love RFK Jr., please continue your work as the viral necromaster who revived measles causing lots of child death Pratt. It's not like we knew that Chris Pratt was a dickhead at this point. I mean that in this video about how to fix Jurassic Park and ensure it doesn't go tits up again, he doesn't address that both times the park went down, it was an inside job. Something that would not bother me as much if he didn't already make a video about how Jurassic Park was an inside job and accurately predict the future for once in a movie. The key to saving Jurassic Park? Just don't allow it to fall to corporate greed, one of the major points of the franchise. The parks would have been fine without the inside job element. Number 385, episode 114, the bee movie lied to you. This one makes me sad. It has some points, I'll admit. Honeybees have been problematic to the ecosystem in North America. That is a notable issue that contradicts one of the movie's main ideas to it. But Matthew has a very American outlook of America's the whole world that hampers his due diligence, in that he calls for the potential eradication of the entire honeybee species. That it was in some way facetious, but he doesn't deliver it entirely that way. But in doing so, he shows himself as failing to consider their role in their native ecosystem. They have a place in their ecosystem, but their numbers have dropped so low for many reasons, including human intervention and domestication, to the point where a decade ago, they were considered as data-deficient creatures to whom we don't know whether for sure their numbers are where they should be. Matthew was calling for the eradication of a bee that may already have been extinct in the wild because of our actions in moving that bee somewhere it didn't want to be, because he looked at the impact they had in his country where they don't belong and says they should all be ethnically cleansed. If anything, Matt's video should have been how Bartholomew B. Benson should have attacked humanity for how it domesticated his species to the point of being a potential trouble in their natural habitat. That would have actually made for a great ending to the video. He talked about how honeybees don't belong there, and so it would make more sense for Benson to do that instead. Instead, even though Matthew didn't mean anything by it, he makes this awful theory, which shows his United Statism a bit. Number 384, episode 364, Blue is not a dog. This is the most embarrassing video of all time. He tries to talk about how this is basically an undeniable fact and barely even a theory. I'm going to ignore the fact that in scientific terms, a theory is a fact, essentially. He's clearly using the colloquial term theory, but his evidence in every step is wrong and gets worse with time. His first chunk is about how Blue is too old for a real dog, sometimes has extra thumbs, and also can eat chocolate and ice cream. Ergo, she can't be a dog. This is a very the curtains are blue situation, but okay, I'll let this all slide. Fair, this could be the basis for a fun theory by pointing out these issues. He even makes a joke about how it's like, is it because she's a cartoon? Nah, you're an idiot. Fine. Could be funny. Then he says that Blue is an alien, because of a legend an alien talks about where Blue is born on the night of the first blue moon, and is blue. Even if the blue moon created her, she was still born on Earth. Saying she's an alien and singling her out because of a different color that she is weird, man. Anyway, he then goes on to say that she has access to Magic World, and he notices time moves differently in Magic World. So he compares it to the hyperbolic time chamber in Dragon Ball, and says that that is proof that Blue is growing her power in it. He doesn't make this out as a joke or emphasize how absurd it is. He's sincere about that comparison, because Dragon Ball is a good basis of evidence for Blue's Clues. Then he brings up Rainbow Puppy and says the character is way more powerful because she skidoos 7 times. Blue never does so more than once an episode. But he never actually cites a situation where Blue needed to skidoo multiple times, but couldn't. If there was a situation where Blue was like, I can't skidoo more than once, and it was narratively relevant, I would buy his point. Instead, he doesn't do that, which makes me think that Blue just doesn't need to do it in other episodes. Thus, it's not proof that she couldn't. Then he says that Blue is growing in power to be the next Rainbow Puppy, which is absurd because there's no logical through line there. If I was training to become a good boxer, that doesn't mean I'm going to grow into the next John Jones. That's not how that works. And then he says this shows that Blue intends world domination, because within Skidoo World, there's a bunch of references to previous places that have been skidooed to, and the place is Rainbow. And it's Rainbow, obviously, because Rainbow Puppy has total domination and control over it. And it is a hub for other places you can skidoo to, because Rainbow Puppy intends to control and dominate the world, at all worlds. Because as we all know, if a hallway is painted in the same skin tone as you, that means you are the master of that hallway, and any rooms that are built connected to it are there so you can have total domination over them. Dog shit stupid. Number 383, episode 166, How Not to Train Your Dragon. Wow, it's worthless! This episode is your classic game theory ass bullshit in film theory form. Matthew makes up bullshit, oversimplifies events, lies about what happens to make Hiccup seem more like a villain, and posits Toothless as a slave without recognizing that, did you know, in How to Train Your Dragon, Hiccup shooting him is considered a bad thing he did, and he's not happy he did that? Did you know that the movie doesn't want you to think that him nearly killing a dragon was a good thing? Did you know that? The movie doesn't want you to think that's great? And he doesn't seem to realize that Toothless chose not to take the automatic tail in the short film he brings up. He brings up a thing that completely counters his point and then just glosses over it. Maybe worse than that is that Matthew treats the dragons as if they are as emotionally intelligent as normal reptiles, without addressing that this is provably false. He never addresses that the dragons throughout this franchise show intelligence on par with humans, or at the worst like cetaceans. He doesn't look at how to train the dragons shown in the film, he looks at how to train a nebulous flying reptile he made up. Also, he seems to suggest that you can't do much with training reptiles, which I'm pretty sure is just not true. Matthew doesn't even do a theory on how to train a dragon. He lies about what happens in the movie, makes up a dragon you can't train so that he can criticize it. Basically, this theory is a straw dragon. Number 382, episode 183, Why Scar is the Rightful King. Simply atrocious. Matthew has some interesting factoids about real lions, but he implies them in that one particular way where he ignores anything the film where he ignores anything the film sets out the show to say what would have happened if these were IRL creatures. And that's so frustrating, because theories like this aren't actually theories on the movie they're about. He's bringing up what real animals would do, and pretending like that applies to a movie about anthropomorphized animals with thoughts and feelings the way humans have them. He also says that Scar is the rightful king due to superior genetics making his color more appealing. Pretty sure that functions as a particular kind of dog whistle, however unintended. In his attempts to make Lion King super dark, all Matthew shows is a refusal to engage in the source material and instead to apply real-life animal behavior. Then, paradoxically, correlate that back to human morality? That's right, it's not just what if the events of Lion King in real life, what would actually happen? No. He applies what animals would do to the movie and then backtracks to morality. You cannot say they would do immoral things based on what animals do while ignoring their morals as shown in the movie, and then say that that makes them immoral characters when you're the one presupposing immorality onto them. It's stupid. Number 381, episode 351, the Mario movie will be a musical? This may be the stupidest prediction theory of all time. Yeah, Matthew's made a lot of stinkies in this genre, but at the very least, I can sometimes see where the bullshit comes from. The Bovine's chocolate starfish is usually on full display. Here, not even. Matthew's entire thesis is based on the fucking cast list. Let's write down everything he predicts that is wrong. The Mario Bros won't be plumbers at the start, they won't get their iconic outfits until the end of the movie, Bowser and Peach will not appear until the second act, Cranky will show up as Donkey Kong and capture Pauline at the start, a 10-year time skip will happen, DK will be part of the New York world and set a trap for the brothers, then fight them at the end of the first act, Peach and Bowser will spend a lot of scenes together where she tries to escape on her own but fails, the movie will be a musical, Bowser will be defeated by falling off a bridge into lava, the end credit scene will show Bowser recovering and then pan over to reveal the Koopalings, Jack Black and Anna Taylor-Joy will have a whole song together, and Chris Pratt will be in the iconic musical The Lego Movie. And here's what he said that was correct. Mario and Luigi will be isekai to the Mushroom Kingdom. And that's it. He made this string of random fanfiction to ride on the analytics and get the views because the Mario movie cast reveal was a huge meme. And would you believe, in a later video, he says that he was bang on the money because Jack Black had a solo song, ergo, the bit where he said he will share a song with Anna Taylor-Joy and the movie will be a musical is correct now. Number 380, episode 167, What is Detective Pikachu's secret identity? My god, it's awful. I am already so done with trailer prediction theories by this point. I just don't think Matthew's good at them. But this one has sort of brushes off the most obvious twist that ends up being correct. He says he won't be the guy's dad, obviously. No, he pushes the theory that Pikachu will be Ash's Pikachu from the anime. The evidence being, there are references to existing Pokemon stuff. Ergo, this is not a completely separate continuity. Except, no, you might not know this, Matthew, but a thing in Pokemon can be a separate continuity and still have Sinnoh and Johto in it. A reference to the anime, which he acknowledges could be an Easter egg, and then he tries to say that it isn't. And then there's some bullshit about how, oh, he likes coffee, and Pikachu likes tea in the anime, and those are the same thing, because they're beverages human make. What? Yeah, beverages human. I don't know if I know someone, a big fan of one of those things, and really not a fan of the other. That is possible. They're not that similar. And he's trying to sell us this movie as being akin to the games in the anime, where all Pokemon ever enjoy you do know that in the games you can feed your Pokemon lemonade, right? As well as some bullshit about, oh, he said dealt with Charizard, but not battled. Clearly, that's not because it's in character for this clearly more colloquial versed and lackadaisical individual to brush it off as someone he's dealt with. It must be because that is a specific reference to how Pikachu has put up with Charizard's bullshit but not fought him in the anime. And then bring up another separate canon for Pokemon and some shit about Pikachu talking. God, it's so stupid. And it's so funny as well, because he has this extremely unconvincing theory to anyone with basic thinking skills right after he brushed off the correct one. Number 379, episode 289, predicting Loki's final twist! Where do I even begin? First of all, Matthew pats himself on the back for many almost correct theories, which he had in the past, which there's a vague outline that kind of resembles what actually happened, so he pats himself on the back for that. Yeah, the kind of thing where if you predicted someone will die in Avengers Endgame, and then you're like, I predicted that exactly. Secondly, Matthew basically makes this whole video about how Loki's final villain will be a female version of Kang, because the normal one is too boring and ergo won't be used. Now, ignoring for a moment that we had confirmation on Kang's actor already and he was decidedly not Ravana, ergo Kang the Conqueror being too boring and that being Matt's main argument doesn't work, he also seems to think that, 1, the original MCU villains being lame wasn't a big deal and people didn't mind it. Massively wrong. The MCU villain problem, quote unquote, was the thing. And that the villains with real depth, like Loki, Thanos, and Killmonger, weren't radically changed. It's weird, because Thanos and Killmonger are very decidedly different from their comic versions. And Loki, the comic changed itself to match him. Kang being allegedly boring in the comics, which I ain't even really buy given how exciting and unique he sounds by the description Matthew gives, plays no role in his inclusion in the MCU. They have already changed characters to give them radically different creative visions. Just look at one of their most popular, Star-Lord. Matthew also seems to accidentally stumble into some very minor sexism. He frames the situation as Kang boring, make him a woman, now he's not boring, implying that women are inherently more interesting than men. Stupid, I don't think intended, not a big deal. It's just weird that he makes this thing of making Ravonna into Kang is the only way to make him interesting, by making a version of Kang that in no way resembles the original, not even at least visually matching, not even visually looks the same or has the same artifact at the heart of the quest like with Thanos, just a completely different character. And it's a fundamentally wrong on arrival theory. We knew the mainline Kang was a dude already. It's stupid. Number 378, episode 194, Joker is the hero of Gotham. No, he's not. The episode does a great job at making it seem as if it's sensible, but when you really look at it, there's no way in which Joker's an active hero. This shouldn't need explaining. What Matt pushes here, at first, seems like Joker is an anti-hero, which would make sense by his logic. But he comes around to argue that, while crazy, the Joker is somewhat altruistic in his intentions of what he wants to do. The fault here is that he has to actively ignore and not bring up any lines of dialogue that actively explore his motivations. He doesn't consider that Joker might be bankrupting other criminals or trying to get rid of Batman to suit his own gain. Did you ever consider that every other criminal going bankrupt and Batman being gone might benefit a criminal too? Do you think that getting rid of more well-off criminals and the vigilante is exclusively good for, like, the people and not himself? To ignore the given intentions of the character is just, it's insane. He's spinning the world on its head to argue the Joker's the good guy. This doesn't convince me. The ends don't always justify the means, Matthew. Even if everything he says is correct, Joker would not be a good guy hero. Number 377, episode 339, did Thor's post-credit scene just set up spoiler? This theory has two halves. One is about how Hercules in the MCU will be the same as the one in the live-action Hercules remake. Now, this might come true in the future, but it would be fucking dumb and stupid. Matt's only explanation is that audiences will be confused about two different versions of a character being in two unrelated movies. The dumbest shit to say, in a video that mentions No Way Home, during an era of cinema where some of the most critically acclaimed movies of the decade are the Spider-Verse ones. Second is that Love will be adapted into the Star brand or some shit like that, or they'll adapt nobody's favorite, Celestial Madonna, but Love will be Mantis and the tree she fucks will be Stormbreaker because it's made with Groot's still alive arm. I'll remind you, Love is a child. Fucking gross, that's rancid shit. This episode is stupidly unfunny, it's made up of 3 ridiculously bad theories, and if any turn out to be true, it would be among the dumbest shit the MCU's ever done. Number 376, episode 224, The Dark Avengers are coming! I wouldn't necessarily put this down here if this wasn't literally the second prediction theory about fucking Black Widow the movie. But also it's bad. You see Matthew make the pretty obvious predictions everyone had. Red Hulk will show up. I guess he predicted Thunderbolts, but he also predicted Thunderbolts while saying Taskmaster won't be there, Green Goblin and Barra Zemo will be on the team, and he makes the hysterical claim that Black Widow will be as important for Phase 4 as Iron Man was for Phase 1. Yeah, Iron Man set up the whole cinematic universe, set up S.H.I.E.L.D., which leads the Avengers are the main character of the next decade of cinema. Black Widow is about a protagonist who's already dead and nobody cared about it anymore. He says Black Widow in Infinity War and Endgame wasn't really her because her hair was different, and she wears the same tactical vest that another member of her unit wears in this movie. Matthew, you literally say she changed her hair to avoid detection due to the Civil War thing. That's the reason, don't just brush it off. If she wasn't really Black Widow, all the scenes change, as that's no longer a close friendship they're talking with. They're talking to there's not a close friend, there's a nobody. They're talking to a nobody who somehow has the exact same rapport and relationship to everyone as Natasha did. And also Yelena's gonna go evil because why? So I guess he thinks Black Widow in the middle of Endgame took Yelena's place and died, but never does he address this. Nowhere does he address Widow's death and how that worked. If Widow in Endgame isn't Natasha, then either Yelena, who he says she was trained to be her, died and your theory doesn't work, or you have to make up in your defense that you think Widow randomly takes back over her role during the time skip, and this makes Yelena turn evil. Dog shit theory. Absolute guff like most predictions, but even worse than usual. People actually go into the comments and be like, oh, these predictions are always spot on, but the studio changes things. Which is stupid, even as a joke. Number 375, episode 320, Batman is stealing from you. Fuck off. In this episode, Matthew calls Batman the real villain of the Dark Knight trilogy. Why? Because he embezzles money and doesn't think about the well-being of his shareholders. Now, ignoring that Matthew is just lying, like saying he burned his house down for nefarious means, or the guy that he calls the real hero attempting to blackmail the protagonist, or just any of the major things he gets wrong. He also seems to think that a billionaire misusing money and mistreating shareholders for the sake of saving lives is not only at the level of other billionaires in real life, like Elon Musk, whom he seems to put on a really high pedestal, but actively more destructive and evil than Elon Musk. Batman mistreating his shareholders to save millions is more evil than Elon. And the villains of the Dark Knight trilogy who do some heinous shit. You know, like Bane with the fucking nuclear bomb. I guess little Timmy doesn't need his mother. Batman should have let her die because he wouldn't want to use his money to help stop Ra's al Ghul from blowing up a skyscraper. If he did that, the shareholders might feel bad. Won't somebody please think about the shareholders? Number 374, episode 242, Kung Fu Panda, the real reason Poe is the chosen one. I genuinely do not believe Matthew watched the movies he's talking about. He goes on to say that he did not like the first Kung Fu Panda. Okay, you're wrong, but you're allowed to have that opinion. Because the characters judge Po for his weight, and that perpetuates untrue negative stereotypes. This is why I don't think he watched the movie, because he never picked on the fact that the characters are objectively in the wrong for this. The movie wants you to look at those characters and go, they're wrong for believing that. Po goes on to use his body type to his advantage to save the day. The perpetuation that Matthew is so against, the thing this movie is perpetuating, is that judging people on negative stereotypes is bad and incorrect, and you can be however you want regardless of how you look. That is what the movie is perpetuating. Is that the untrue negative stereotype you think the movie is about, Matthew? He then says that physical appearance and body type is a useless metric for how good an athlete you are, as it doesn't tell you about the attributes of the individual that matter for being a warrior. Then he explains how Po's body type is a good thing, and you can tell by looking at his body shape that it gives him an advantage naturally. Oh my god. He completely goes against his point by judging him off of his physical traits, even though they remain the same all film. He still jobs regularly at the start of the first movie. The movie that says your body type plays no role in fulfilling your dreams. You don't know why he fails at the start of that movie? It's not because he's fat, overweight, and a loser. It's because he genuinely just does not know how to fight. Through his tenacity, his willingness to put in the effort, and never giving up, he becomes better. Not because he's physically, naturally superior. Matthew seems to think that it's his genetics that make him the Dragon Warrior. Matthew then says Po is a good Dragon Warrior candidate because the Furious Five only use their specific styles of Kung Fu, which don't work for the Dragon Warrior. Whatever, I guess that is something. In his own video, that might have been an interesting point to make. But he also then says that Po's body type and bouncier body is his secret weapon. Secret. The thing he uses and exploits for his entire main fighting style, taking advantage of his weight, is a secret weapon. Him being immune to Tai Lung's pressure points is supposed to be a hidden detail. Crane's secret weapon is that he can fly. Tai Lung's secret weapon is that he has claws. Matpat's secret weapon is that he watches movies on the third monitor at best. Then he plays a clip of Oogway explaining in explicit detail why Po was chosen, making the whole video pointless as it tells me the Kung Fu Panda 3 already existed. So yeah, Matthew fails to read the subtext of the first film, fails to realize its positive message about stereotypes being bad, while somehow thinking it was pushing for those stereotypes as true, and did all this while wasting our time because the answer already existed. If you're gonna be a Kung Fu Panda hater, just say it's because you didn't vibe with the movie. Number 373, episode 180, is Thanos worthy of Thor's hammer? No. After a certain point, everything in this video sucks. After he's done explaining the details and building up to Cap wielding Mjolnir, he calls Cap a normal human being. He's not. But he then starts saying who is worthy, starting with Iron Man. No, he's not. Tony is not worthy. One selfless act in Infinity War does not a worthy make. Thor's selfless act made him worthy because he was already worthy, it's from the start. The basis of worthy is built on Thor. So him learning his lesson that Odin wanted him to learn made him worthy. It's not anyone does a selfless act, now they're worthy. He then goes on to say that because Black Widow is an assassin who kills in the dark, she's not worthy. But Thanos is? No. Odin having a similarly spotty past doesn't mean he'd approve, because him turning into a kinder hand implies he has developed and no longer agrees with the violence he used to. Someone who has changed their ways isn't going to approve of someone doing what they used to. If they change their ways, that means they did not like what they used to be. Matthew gives the most basic criteria to worthiness without looking at the biggest thing, the mindset of a king, being a leader. Black Panther probably warranted more than half the guys he brought up, because none of them are leaders, except Thanos, I guess, and maybe Tony, but he's not a great one. I don't see how he missed that. Number 372, episode 143, Venom is the victim. How do you even write something this stupid without realizing it? The topic of the video begins with Venom isn't evil. Eddie is making him evil. Why? Because some parasites in real life give people schizophrenia. Once more, Matthew's lovely quest to demonize anyone with schizophrenia as inherently evil, and Eddie kinda sees stuff in his head. Even though this is all Venom actively altering his senses to make himself visible, Matthew acts as if this is evidence for Venom giving Eddie psychosis. That is, he says Venom is the victim of this interaction because he can't properly bond with humans. and implies that he didn't intend to give Eddie schizophrenia, even though the evidence for Eddie having schizophrenia is Venom intentionally communicating with them. Because Venom wanted to communicate with him, he accidentally gave him schizophrenia to communicate with him, and ergo, Venom is the victim. He says that parasites have a drive to survive, so it makes no sense for Venom to do things that put him in danger. Does he think that Venom is not, like, human-level intelligence at least? He ignores that Venom has agency, self-awareness, sentience, existential thought. He's implying that Venom is not capable of making choices that go against his basic survival instinct. And what? This all leads to him bringing up that in the comics, the Clintar, which are the fucking symbiote's real name, were made to be evil and took good traits from aliens that made them become good. So why would it be abnormal for them to make choices that go against their survival instinct if you admit they can develop good and honor? So it's something that's not conducive to survival of the fittest in a wild animal sense. Every step of the theory is awful. It doesn't make any internal sense, it's full of stretches, it assumes Venom cannot make choices against his survival instinct, is not evil or malicious at all, and that he has similarities in any way to Earth parasites, and he gave Eddie psychosis based on nothing evidence and says it was by accident, and then says this makes Venom the victim. How do you write something this stupid? Number 371, episode 11, what is the Dragon Ball Z Kamehameha Wave? The science of this one's actually fairly good, but this is a rare case for me where Matpat is so unfunny that it ruins the episode. He likes to make bad jokes a lot, and that's fine. But here he goes on several tangents that feel like a father trying to connect with their kid by complaining about the things they see people complain about online. Goku can sell a senzu bean? Is he dumb? They take forever to power up, isn't that so funny? Goku dies all the time? Krillin is a loser, isn't it lame that he's one of the strongest humans? It's all been there, done that, even at the time when the videos upload. If he just didn't do it so ridiculously frequently, I wouldn't even have issues, but he does it all the time. Number 370, episode 244, Don't Trust a Rat! In this episode, Matthew tries to argue that Remy is the villain of Ratatouille. So he starts by arguing that Remy is a thief. Not only is he arguing the point the movie is making about how that's a negative trait more, but he's also implying that somehow Remy should have made the morally just choice of going to the store to purchase himself some food. He's a rat. And you know, with the movie's commentary on social classes, it makes you wonder if he thinks homeless people who are victims of the unfair systems we put in place are evil for stealing food they can't afford, and should instead just do the morally upstanding thing and die. He then goes on to argue that Remy doesn't teach Linguini anything, as if Linguini couldn't possibly learn from being, conscious. He argues that Remy forcing a kiss between these two was bad, which, you know what, you do actually have a point there, that was. He argues that rats are dirty in real life, ergo letting them in is bad, which, yeah, that's the point of the scene, it's a bad thing, Remy learns his lesson about that, and that he's evil and malicious and blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up. It's like Matthew's goal in life is literary contrarianism, not trying to understand and interpret the themes of the movie, but instead trying to subvert them and force the evidence and events to fit an intended goal. He argues that Skinner playing into the strict, harsh rules is more altruistic than Remy trying to go against them. Oh my god, the pieces are coming together in my head as I read what I wrote. Anyway, yeah, he's more altruistic than Remy trying to go against them to lift the downtrodden instead of enforcing the rules that keep them down. The irony to film theory is that the more you watch it, the more you hope it does not reflect Matthew's actual ideologies. But to think about that requires more capacity for understanding themes and literary analysis than Matthew himself ever demonstrates. And yet, one can't even tell if it would be indicative of Matthew's ideologies. Does he actually think that enforcing rules that keep the downtrodden down because it's more legal and it is the rules is better than subverting the rules to help the less fortunate survive? Or is his literary analysis skills just so bad that he can't tell that's the point? He also has the gall to say that you missed the point of the film if you think it's about achieving your goals and dreams through hard work and overcoming an unfair system. If that's what you think, you missed the point. The real point of the movie, what the movie was about, is that Remy is evil. Fuck off. Number 369, episode 338, The Empire's Biggest Mistake! Matthew cannot make up his mind as to if his Star Wars episodes will be stating the blatantly fucking obvious or just getting everything wrong. Matthew seems to be under the strange belief that he's adding anything to any conversation by bringing up that the TIE Fighter sucks. Yes, it does. Everyone knows this. It's part of the canon. There's an undeniable truth about the franchise. Part of why not only better TIE models exist, but also why the Empire fell. Spending as little money as possible to go for quantity over quality, thus ending up with larger fleets of worse ships, failed the Empire. That's not a theory for you to make. It's not like Matthew's explaining why they suck in a way that plays along with canon. No. He seems to think that he's done anything himself. That he's gone, did you know that the creators of Star Wars accidentally made the TIE Fighters bad? He's done a video that's the equivalent of making a whole theory on lightsabers can cut through stuff really well. Did you know that blasters with more explosive rounds can kill more people? Did you know the Death Star was a really powerful machine? Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Number 368, episode 366, End the Avatar Cycle. This episode was like midway to being like really bad, but then he kind of like brought it around, and then the more I thought about it, the more it dropped. The overall idea behind this theory is that the Avatar cycle has never resulted in perfect solutions. Each Avatar did what they thought was right, and future Avatars had to deal with the unforeseen consequences. The greatest Avatars were the ones that actually got to know all 4 nations and bridge the gaps between cultures. That is solid. That is good. An accurate view of the cycle. That is really good work, Matthew. Thank you for saying that. The issue is that I see that evidence that he presents, and I say that is a realistic approach to the concept of an avatar, with each great hero not being able to solve everything, as new problems, unforeseen consequences, and issues that didn't have the time to be addressed by the previous continue to pop up. This shows the necessity of the avatar in this world. Everyone else is content to let shit happen without the avatar there to stand as a figurehead. The avatar is a stand-in for leaders who motivate the people and try to improve their lives. And yes, it is those that get to know the people, that understand their problems the best, who will be the greatest leaders. Matthew's interpretation is that the avatar cycle is wrong and bad and shouldn't exist. He blames all the consequences on the avatars directly. He says that Roku is responsible for what Sozin did. Yes, he should have acted to stop Sozin. He admits he was a fool for letting his personal feelings get in the way. Matthew seems to take this as somehow meaning the Avatar shouldn't exist, because if Roku wasn't there to not stop Sozin, Sozin wouldn't have done anything. What? As if that would somehow have made the situation better. Kyoshi does not try to stop Chin's conquest. Ergo, the solution is not that the Avatar needs to be a more proactive person. The solution is that the Avatar shouldn't exist. Because if Kyoshi wasn't there to be passive when Chin was doing stuff, and wasn't there to accidentally kill him, that would have helped the Chin situation. Matthew somehow comes to the conclusion that the whole world would be better if there was no Avatar, because some Avatars failed to fix everything. Some Avatars came up with solutions that weren't perfect. All Avatars were flawed people. It's just wrong. I think he's reading it wrong and badly. The final note about Aang is good and the actual examples he presents aren't wrong in terms of what he says they are. It isn't necessarily the worst episode, like that part's fine. But Matthew falls into the trappings of a lot of people and the characters in Avatar of believing the avatars, and ergo, like, thematically, leaders, should be perfect and flawless, and if they are flawed humans, they shouldn't exist. Yeah, this moved down to bad and then terrible the more I thought about it. Number 367, episode 374, Why Iron Man is the Worst Avenger. In this one, Matthew argues that Iron Man is actually a villain and he deserves to rot behind bars for life. Why? Because Iron Man threatens terrorists, hacks the government, and flying the Iron Man armors in cities and space and other countries is illegal. So Matthew thinks that morally, the correct, law-abiding thing to have done would have been to lock Tony up for all of this, thus allowing all sorts of villains to kill millions. Because all laws are just and right and should be enforced to the letter, especially at the expense of innocent lives, right Matthew? He argues Tony was wrong for making Peter a vigilante, except Peter already was one, so he didn't do that. Now I would say, yes, you could argue that Tony getting Peter into civil war was morally wrong, but because Peter was on the side of Tony, it was most likely signed off by the government, thus making it legally okay. And this episode already established that what was morally right is not the right thing to do. Obviously, being morally wrong is not the point, right? That's not actually important. It's about being legally wrong. Because if being morally correct was heroic, then that would obviously mean that Iron Man breaking some international laws to save the very nations those laws apply to, that's a good thing? Or are you saying it's a bad thing? Because he should have just let them blow up, and then, hey, those countries wouldn't exist anymore, so now it would be legal to fly over. And, like, Tony's not responsible for Peter going into space. Peter did that on his own. Tony tried to send Peter back to Earth. Matthew thinks that giving Peter a suit so that he does not die in the vacuum of space and trying to send him back to Earth is a bad look for him. He's trying to say that if Tony saw Peter going into space, not being able to breathe, and did nothing, that would make him more heroic. The only time Matthew has a point is saying Tony drinking in an Iron Man armor is bad. And you know what? That is the point of the scene. The entire theory about how Iron Man is a bad guy and deserves to rot in prison has Matpat essentially saying that it is more morally correct to prioritize the laws of the country over the lives of the people in the country. A horrible message and a horrible theory. He's not even sharing any interesting laws that are being broken, it's all blatantly obvious. It's one step removed from, punching people is bad, so Batman is the real villain, and he should be put in jail for stopping Joker from turning Gotham into Auschwitz 2.0. Number 366, episode 315, you're wrong about Multiverse of Madness. Y'all stop glazing Matthew in the comments, this theory sucks. This is the most boring of prediction theories. Matpat points at Strange defending Chavez in the trailer and says, it's my theory that Strange is defending her. He looks at a line of dialogue spelling out that someone is mad at Strange for messing with the multiverse, and he says, it's my theory that a group is mad at Strange for messing with the multiverse. He looks at leaks and goes, I'm sure this means what the leaks say is true, and then it was true, and people freak out as if Matthew didn't have a 50-50 chance on the true or false coin flip. Following this, he's just wrong. He says a bunch of cameos will show up, including returning cast members and new variants with different actors, which is true. Everybody was predicting this. No, the real theory of this episode, that is his own unique one, is that Wanda will not be the villain of the film, because the Me Too movement happened, and Disney wouldn't want to make a storyline where the strong independent woman is a villain motivated by her emotions. It was not only the most wrong thing you could predict about this movie, only made worse with the fact that Matt goes over all the evidence in favor of her as a villain, but it's just fucking stupid. To respect women, we will no longer allow women to be villains in movies, let alone ones motivated by understandable mental breakdowns that a normal person might have if someone they love was ripped from them twice. Women don't deserve to be understandable villains. They should not be allowed to do that. That would be sexist if we gave them permission. Comes off to me like women don't deserve to be villains because women can't be evil. Stupid. Wanda being a villain has never been a problem in the comics because she was a woman. It's been a problem because the stories suck. Number 365, episode 343, Ant-Man will die. Every single step of this episode just makes you go, that's not true. No offense to Stan Lee, right? But Matthew says the MCU rides on formulas because he wrote them. No, he didn't fucking do that. He says Thanos' first pinch point was hiring Ronan. Then he says the MCU movies introduced the stones in movies that had nothing to do with Thanos, such as Guardians of the Galaxy, where he hired Ronan. When talking about long stories with villain victory ending points, he shows Desolation of Smaug. Except in that movie, Smaug's only goal in the story is to stay with his treasure and sleep. The movie ends with a chunk of his treasure melted, him being woken up and in a blind fury. He does not win at the end of that movie, he's pissed off. He does all this building up to the theory that Ant-Man will die in Quantumania, which, no he won't, and he goes on a whole tangent about the Young Avengers. What the fuck's up with that? Like, what is up with people in the Young Avengers in the MCU? I never once got the impression that anything was building up to that, but he takes it and rides it. Ant-Man will be killed off by Kang based on a t-shirt and a comic where someone else killed Ant-Man, but Kang was affected by the events of it. Which is weak as shit, but I do like his third piece of evidence being, how the fuck would Ant-Man even beat Kang? That would be a bad look for the next main villain. Which, you know what? That's his best evidence, because fucking good point, actually. But then he takes us to say that Cassie will form the Young Avengers with a bunch of characters that have not been introduced yet, and that Kang will get a redemption arc? Based on what? One version of him ever was a Young Avenger? You could take any fucking version of Kang and say, what if this happened? It's just so wrong. Number 364, episode 18, The Breaking Bad Ending's Hidden Truth. I don't even know how to talk about this one, but I don't know if it was like... Okay, look, the entire comment section is filled with people pointing out how Matthew's critiques of the ending, narratively, are missing the point. I'll take people's word for it. Is it unfair to put it down here because of that and because I don't want to say the main character's name? Yes, but shut up. Number 363, episode 379, Mario is immortal! This is fucking abysmal dog shit. 4 mini theories of which all are bad. Theory 1 is that nobody in the Mushroom Kingdom can die. This is based on one Koopa that becomes a dry bones when burnt. Matthew takes this to mean every single creature in the world of the Mushroom Kingdom, including foreign entities that don't come from it, cannot die. Down to saying that Luigi could survive the lava at the end and was never in danger. His only other evidence is the cartoony damage Mario takes in the movie, as if he doesn't do cartoony shit in the final New York fight, and as if that isn't just how Mario is. A mini theory that actively tries to make scenes in the movie worse by directly stating there was never any danger with no good evidence. You know, the immortal jellyfish in real life can live forever, so clearly nothing in real life can die of old age. Theory 2 is that the Mario movie used every power-up and covered so much Mario stuff that there's nothing for future movies to cover, which is dumb and wrong. My favourite power-up is the cape feather, and I don't remember that being in the first Mario movie. He moves on to say this means movie 2 will be about Wario and Luigi stealing Yoshi's eggs and the Koopalings will be there, and that movie 3 will be about Mario Galaxy. Womp womp. Theory 3 is that Peach is a sentient star because she has a star pattern dress in her baby design. Okay, but also that she's very powerful. The only other power on her level is the superstar that powers up Mario and Luigi. That is untrue. Bowser would have killed her when she was helped by DK, who himself seems to be physically stronger than her. The superstar is just blatantly stronger than Peach and Bowser and anyone. He also says that Peach came to Earth from a glowing pipe and that stays glowing, so it must be more powerful than the other things, and the most powerful thing is stars. Okay, a nuclear bomb is bright, so it's powerful, so it must be a gamma ray burst, as that's the most bright thing out there. He also says there's evidence in the games, that being his Rosalina is Peach's daughter theory. Fucking dog shit. And no, Mario Galaxy did not go on to prove what this is. The Mario movie doesn't say that Peach is a star. It says that she and Rosalina are made of stardust, which is not actual stars. It is just dust in space, which makes sense to me. Theory 4 is that Kid Icarus was the iconic game that took the place of Mario in this world. That is, his evidence is obviously there's no Mario game, and Mario is seen playing Kid Icarus, so Kid Icarus must be the most iconic game in this world. Okay, or the alternate version of Donkey Kong that he identified went on to spawn its own iconic franchise and universe. Maybe Kid Icarus just happened to be the game that Mario was playing. Number 362, episode 404, 3 Deadly Truths about Star Trek Transporters. This genuinely feels like all Matthew did was go through a wiki page of transporter malfunctions and rattle them off. It's awful. This episode essentially amounts to Matthew bringing up a bunch of times transporters fucked up, and saying this is proof you should never use them, which is the same as bringing up a list of car accidents across the entire history of cars, and saying that that's proof you should never use a car because a few decades ago you might have exploded from taking too hard a shit in the sea. First, he talks about the explosive yield of the transporter as weapons, saying they'd be among the biggest weapons in Star Trek, ignoring that every ship uses photon torpedoes which use antimatter explosions, which scientifically come to huge results higher than what Matthew suggests, or the fact that the most powerful weapons in Star Trek obliterate whole worlds, some just eat them. There's a minor issue where he says later shows would have food replicators explained, and then uses a clip from the same show that introduced them, because I guess he didn't know that food replicators weren't in the original series. Justice for TOS Chef. Same with him saying "beam me up, Scotty" was a catchphrase and it was never used once in the whole show, almost like he didn't actually watch Star Trek. He talks about all these many times transporter malfunctions occurred, but they're extremely rare in Star Trek if you actually know anything. If you counted every time a transporter was ever used, the amount that go wrong would be minuscule. In fact, basically all of Matthew's actual examples come from external causes, not the transporters. Don't believe me? Enemy Within's double Kirk happens due to an external ore that alters the transporter function. Thomas Riker was created because the planet had a distortion field that made them essentially double beam them. So because they beamed him twice, by choice it caused this issue. William Boylan was made the same way. It wasn't just a simple transporter malfunction. Tuvix came to exist because Neelix and Tuvok were holding onto plants that altered the transport process. These plants had never been identified before and exist on the opposite end of the galaxy to where Voyager even should be. Transporter psychosis is real, but it can no longer occur due to the perfected matrix. It has not happened in 50 years prior to the episode that mentioned it. And the degradation in relics occurs over a nearly 100-year period, and only one of the 2 people that were in the buffer there in that time died. This tells you that there is a 50-50 chance of surviving in the transporter pattern buffer for 100 years. The rest is going, in theory, a malicious force could use them for evil means. The same goes for almost anything. A frying pan could be used for malicious means. That doesn't mean you should be terrified of and never use a frying pan. Same with any other means of transport or whatnot. Any means of transport could be used to kill someone. Matthew says essentially nothing, but pointing at a bunch of extremely situational occurrences across hundreds upon hundreds of episodes over this long-running franchise. Somehow he does not even bring up that they can send you to an alternate universe, and then says, look, there's an astronomically tiny chance that a 1 in a trillion or more event could occur that could destroy you during transit. Which is kind of like saying you should stop traveling by vehicle because a meteorite could hit you. Yeah, it's possible, and it probably has happened or will happen in the span of history, but come on. Hell, he says that Scotty should be tortured by his experience, except the episode that he talks about makes it clear that Scotty was not trapped mid-transport the way we see Barkley was. His examples of how you can be aware during transport is Barkley being in transport for an extended period of time. Scotty was not in transport, he was in the pattern buffer, essentially unaware of anything because he was just a mass of data and consciousness. Look at this final screen. The top one would only happen through means that you know about in advance, the left one only if you're holding one plant from the other end of the galaxy, the bottom one is saying ew, poop is gross, as if the atoms and molecules making up poo are in any way different to the ones making up you, and the right one cannot happen anymore by the time of the 3rd ever show past the original animated series. A vapid waste of time that exists for the sponsor. I genuinely believe this episode was researched by scrolling through the wiki. If he had watched the show, surely he would have brought up all the ways in which the transporter has been used to fix people up, undoing near death and disease, undoing natural aging as early as like the 2nd season of Next Generation. It has been used for a lot of incredible medical leaps that are likely the explanation for how characters rarely suffer injuries that last more than a single episode. Come on. Number 361, episode 270, Why Godzilla Wins! First of all, the title is total clickbait, and second of all, the episode is not very good. It's annoying because he actually gets a prediction fairly close to correct, not only closer to any Godzilla fan. I think by trailer 1, we were all expecting Mechagodzilla, and the Godzilla is actually Mechagodzilla theory was easily the most well-known around, so Matthew is saying nothing new. Frankly, he doesn't make for a fun video here. His opening bit is talking about square cube law, and thus he cannot measure who wins with science because they shouldn't exist, which is a moronic statement when the guy never takes into account things for other, things that can't exist when he does science. How super fast characters shouldn't have the strength to propel themselves at those speed and would die upon doing so, or how super strength characters should sink into the ground most of the time because the weight they lift up would either not be able to support itself on the surface area of their hands and thus fall through them, or if it did, the ground wouldn't be able to support that weight on the surface area of 2 feet. It's a classic case of Matthew refuses to take a series at its level, and instead goes, actually, in a way that he only sometimes applies with no consistency. Because for the point of his video, he can get away with it, he's going to try. And then the rest of the video is bro yapping about nothing. He goes into the supernatural nature of the kaiju. In fact, he says the Monsterverse is an especially strong example of the supernatural in Toho's kaiju series. No, the supernatural elements in the Monsterverse aren't nearly as strong as the multitude of actual deities in every other era. Not just big monsters worshipped as deities the way they are in the Monsterverse, actual divine beings. That's one of the few small things that show how little Matthew actually knows or cares about Godzilla as a franchise. He throws Gamera in among Godzilla kaiju, he comments on how Versus King Ghidorah is surprisingly deep as a way that derides the franchise as if it's expected not to be deep. He says the Heisei era retconned the Showa era when no it did not, the Showa era lore is equally canon, it just happened first, in real life. He says Mechagodzilla is often portrayed as a cyborg, which is not true, and just never goes back to the title of the video about why Godzilla wins. Instead, he says the movie will be a draw, or that Kong will win, but he's not fighting Godzilla, he's actually fighting Mechagodzilla. It's frustrating, because not only is the name clickbait, but it also has nothing new or interesting to say. What he's saying ends up just being the common theories that Godzilla fans had at the time, and then making shit up and trying to waste your time with non-content. He also lies about the history of King Kong vs. Godzilla. He says that some guy took an unfinished King Kong vs. Frankenstein script to Japan to make an unapproved King Kong vs. Godzilla movie. That's not true! George Yates had changed the title into King Kong vs. Prometheus by this point, and when John Beck couldn't find any producers in the US because stop motion was expensive, he went to Toho, who then bought the rights to use King Kong and made a different movie from the original script, King Kong vs. Godzilla, where they got Shinichi Sekizawa to rewrite the script for Kong vs. Prometheus. As far as I'm aware, at least, I just know that Kong vs. Frankenstein wasn't stolen and used without RKO's permission. Number 360, episode 407, the FNAF movie just changed the law. What the hell? This episode begins with a fun detail about how we see Garrett's toy in the photo of Vanessa, meaning that Afton killed a kid and gave that kid's toy to his daughter. Hilarious detail that adds some extra character to him. He goes on to say that this detail means Garrett was killed before the main 5, and thus he was the first ever thing that Afton murdered, so Garrett will go on to possess the puppet. He then goes on to say that Garrett will be revealed as a robot all along because of an off-screen detail shown in a behind-the-scenes video of a humanoid robot that isn't in the movie. But what the fuck? Not only is that evidence weak, but those two things can't both be true. What, did Garrett's little robot soul go into the puppet then back into his robot body so he can walk out and tell Mike that he was a robot the whole time? Matthew then says that Henry will be Mike's dad, wrong, and instead of going, he's Henry Schmidt and not Henry Emily because it's a different continuity, he says, what if Emily was the middle name all along? Who the hell goes by their middle name as their surname? I know people who will use their middle name in place of their given name, but in place of their familial name? Guys, so bad, so dumb, hate it, doesn't make sense. Number 359, episode 350, One Punch Man must be stopped. This entire episode somehow hinges on Matthew going, I never noticed before, but did you realize Saitama is a bit destructive? Good job. This episode has Matthew posits Saitama as the real villain of One Punch Man. Because thousands of people died when this guy fell over. Assuming this place wasn't already evacuated, like any other time we see a dragon level monster show up, which, no, that's it. That is the whole problem. He has to ignore One Punch Man's established story elements. Everyone in the first 2 cities that Matt mentioned were evacuated because in this world, these threats are not uncommon. It's standard practice. There are 0 casualties in the events he brings up because the world of One Punch Man is used to them and has evacuation procedures far more effective than in real life. Nobody died in his first 2 examples, and even then, Beefcake would have caused way more than just a couple thousand deaths if he was left alive, especially at the scale Matthew put him at. I mean, he has like a big scene where he swings his arm and it causes a massive obliteration of the city that is a much bigger swath of destruction than what was caused when he fell over. But Saitama is the real villain because a fraction of what Beefcake killed in that moment would have potentially been killed in a hypothetical world where no one evacuated, that is not the one we actually see. The meteor thing, he needs to go, well, let's ignore the show's depiction that has most of the meteor be destroyed. If we pretend that half of it was not destroyed and falling to Earth in fragments, it would be worse. Which, like, again, it's a case of Matthew ignoring the established parts of the show to argue why the show is wrong and X character is the real threat. Genuinely. He can't just accept, oh, maybe that the destruction we see is portrayed that way because Saitama destroyed the meteor way more thoroughly than you'd imagine. No. He has to go, well, if you pretend like it wasn't as thoroughly destroyed, it would be bad. The moon thing, I think, is fine, but, you know, maybe I'm a weird guy, but I think Earth with an out-of-sync moon orbit thanks to Saitama is a better place to live than Earth but turned into a pile of dust thanks to Boros. Like, yes, this is bad, but not doing it and letting Boros destroy planet Earth is worse. You see how Boros is the threat here? Saitama will make Earth harder to live on. Boros will wipe all life on Earth out. Saitama is not the real threat. I hate this kind of theory. It's forcing shit to only work in a way that makes Matthew's idea look right. He has to ignore what's in the canon and lie about it to make his point. And now we move on to the bad tier. These are episodes that I think are bad. They're not good. They're not the terrible ones, but some of these are bad enough they would have gone in terrible tier for the game theory video. Let's begin with number 358, episode 400, I Solved the FNAF Movie. In this episode, Matthew predicts the movie he was in and gets it singularly wrong, but he didn't write it, he admitted it in a later episode, so, okay. What does Matt get right? Well, he gets right that Matthew Lillard would play the purple guy and Mike would work at the pizzeria. And then he says stuff like the twist will be that the fifth kid is the fucking cupcake, and Garrett will be, for some reason, the sixth member, and Golden Freddy, despite his death being completely and utterly unrelated to theirs. He says Abby will come back as Baby at the end, and then will be the main villain of FNAF 2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got quite mad at the fact that the list of 4 FNAF film theories are in the last 24 episodes of the show. The last 1/6 of the last batch of episodes of this show are FNAF. And among them was a prediction theory. Number 357, episode 115, is Pennywise in A Wrinkle in Time? It feels weird to be so against this episode because these are the kind of theories I tend to like, but Matthew kind of goes about this in a really fucky way. He starts off strong with some parallels between 2 villains named It. This is fine, and I'd have no issue with this video if Matthew was more clear on how this is just a silly, funny video and he's not actually trying to convince you they're genuinely connected. Or if, like, Wrinkle in Time was officially connected with Stephen King's work at all, then I'd be okay with this, but... So he goes on to say that the characters having trauma-based psychic powers is very similar, which is true, but it's not unique to either series. He compares their cosmologies, and while a very similar cosmological structure or mechanic could be convincing, instead, he makes 2 points. There's time travel, and folding space to move faster than light, which sometimes feature in some Stephen King stories. Time travel and folding space are not unique to Stephen King, man, or A Wrinkle in Time, or anything. Those are common, especially when Stephen King is a science fiction author with so many books to his name that tend to be very long. His smoking gun, ignoring his attempt to use Tesseract as one, is that they share the super rare concept of stars being divine beings beyond human understanding who take a humanoid form to interact with us. Wow! Stars personified as divine beings? That actually features in a pretty famous book predating A Wrinkle in Time, don't you know? Yeah, have you ever heard of this little obscure book called The Bible? It's not very well founded, and at one point he even adds an extra letter to a character's name to try and make himself seem more accurate, or he just fucked up. Either way, it's one of those super unconvincing theories, but also one that's not trying to be too serious, so I won't put it in terrible. Number 356, episode 122, Avengers Infinity War. Where is the Soul Stone? I can't quite put this into the worst tier, because, Matthew does have some good deconstruction of the weird Thanos name theory, and he has some fun ideas, but this is a prediction where Matthew is so sure of what he's saying, while also admitting sometimes the execs and trailers lie directly, whereupon his conclusions lie in him directly falling for lies in the trailer, without taking time to consider they might be lies. It's weird, he's a sucker like a lot of people were. Number 355, episode 82, Spider-Man is dead! Web Swinging's Tragic Truth. The thing I don't like about this episode isn't just the usual spin on heroes in real life, or X would die because of Y in reality, or him skipping the calculations. Those are bad enough. What bothers me is how little it feels like this has to do with Spider-Man. The swinging, making him pass out thing is neat. The rest is just crashing into walls and falling down pits. Something almost every hero has done at least a few times, which makes Matt's conclusion really generic feeling. Spider-Man doesn't have the body structure to survive falling down a hole, something he does less than a lot of heroes who lack flying power. It would be like if he took any random flying character and said a human isn't built to withstand flight. It's fun if it's a Kyle Hill video on the science of superpowers in reality, not as fun when it's a video that's trying to disprove what's specific to one hero. But also, yes, Matt does say that, a normal person web swinging would die. So Spider-Man should too, for he's a normal person. Number 354, episode 241, Rick is a Morty confirmed. Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate this show since I began to watch film theory. There are 62 million miles of neural connections that fill my brain. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those tens of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for Rick and Morty at this micro instant. For this fucking show. Hate! This episode of Film Theory is boring and dumb and confusing and makes no sense, and I fucking hate Rick and Morty so much after 240 episodes of Film Theory, let alone 424 episodes. This whole video is 8 minutes of Matthew just explaining what happens in the anime short in a not very interesting way. There's 6 minutes of explaining 2 interpretations while not really working in the cultural Tyro reference smoothly, and saying shit like 2 characters' reflections overlapping is obviously the animators telling you they're same person. You know, me as an animator, I would never do that because I think it looks cool. What the fuck, I guess, sure. Number 353, episode 332, 5 post-Multiverse of Madness theories. I hate these awful predictions. Matthew points at a thing, points at a comic, and says what if while making the stupidest claim possible. Like, I don't fucking like these videos, and this one sucks. He makes 3 theories. That little patch on Doctor Strange's cape will be the catalyst for the MCU having a boom in technology or creating the Fantastic Four. 2, the mid-credits scene of Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness will matter. And 3, Miss Marvel will be revealed as an Inhuman in the TV show or movie. There's some suitable jokes about Sam Raimi's work in Multiverse of Madness, some random claims related to Spider-Verse, the historical suggestion that he deserves a pat on the back for predicting Wanda as the movie's villain, when not only did everybody predict Wanda would be the movie's villain, but he specifically said that she wouldn't be the villain because it would be misogynistic to depict a woman as a villain. Terrible theory. Number 352, episode 22, is Luke evil in Star Wars The Force Awakens? I swear I'm not just being a hero is the villain hater. Okay, no, I am. I hate those theories. But this theory also just misses the mark on every possible level, pun intended. Matpat says things like Yoda is never wrong, or Luke's story is about going down the dark side, not ending with him overcoming the dark side, but succumbing to it. It's like he almost pays attention to Star Wars, and then at a certain point, that point being about minute 5, he gives up. It is admittedly very frustrating. Number 351, episode 58, Rogue One's turn to the dark side. This one's hilarious because Matthew kind of goes, what are the chances they'd kill these characters? What kid wants to buy a figure of the guy that dies? And then they just kill them all. And their toys didn't really sell. It's even funnier seeing Matt going on about how Rey's parentage is super important, knowing the franchise would flip-flop on that, and how the Knights of Ren will matter. And then he waffles on for a bit before being like, really boring, vaguely comparing the visuals of the Knights and the Rogue One crew, and that's the whole video. Number 350, episode 245, this is not a Batman movie. Yeah, so fuck off, I guess. The first thing to notice is the opening Elon Musk joke knocked it about a foot into the park and has aged like a fine glass of racial slurs. This video features a very basic recap of Seven and Zodiac with minimal justification as to why, seeing as gritty movie about guy figuring out riddles to solve crime is the unavoidable result of any serious Batman project involving Riddler. Was a movie involving Riddler that serious ever going to not be that? The inspiration for the Batman could be Jaws, and these traits would still be there. The video then goes to connect Seven with the Batman, because, well, including Batman, there's 7 characters in a group of... No. And then in the end, Matthew argues that Batman will lose and break his moral code in the end for vengeance. The exact opposite of the film, and a reading of Batman that doesn't understand at all that the character is much like his best mate, a symbol of hope. Bad theory. Number 349, episode 134, Wally's secret villain. Wow, good job, Matthew. You've gone so far down the rabbit hole of making the heroes into the villains that when a movie actually does make the supposed good guys actually the instigators of the problem, you don't even notice that the movie was intending to do that. Matt seems to be delusionally under the belief that by and large being the villains of WALL-E and responsible for the excessive consumerism who gave the population of hundreds of billions too much to buy without a proper garbage disposal plan, who literally just destroyed the world due to corporate greed, is a secret villain in the movie, not the entire point. He doesn't treat this like one of those times he tries to explain the themes of a movie, because he does try to do that sometimes. No, this episode is him treating it like this is his own idea. Nobody else thought of this before. But no, he's just told you that the villains of WALL-E are the villains of WALL-E because of a conspiracy that he decided needed to be there to make them evil. The bit about garbage not being too big a problem because of blah 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 is like, fine, sure. Though him acting as if there's literally no dangers to how we handle garbage in real life is upsetting to someone who knows better. It's a bad episode. Please try watching the movie ever, Matthew. Number 348, episode 145, The True Story of the Conjuring Horror Movies. What really happened? So this episode isn't on its own that bad. Matt has an interesting point at the end about the ways in which lying about true story depiction or inaccurate advertising isn't punished really, but most of it fails because of the conceit of the video. A video about the true story of these films should focus more on the actual truth, not Matthew reading the made up bullshit the Warrens spread at the time. I was just disappointed, I think, that Matt didn't use his critical thinking skills and instead just dicked around a bit, but I guess lying about events in a book is technically legally correct, so he couldn't say they were morally wrong for doing it. I mean, all they did was exploit some traumatized and hysterical people for monetary gain. Like, that's not technically illegal, right? Number 347, episode 142, DHMIS Unmasked, decrypting the Wakey Wakey trailer. It's hard to know exactly how right or wrong Matthew was with this prediction theory when even now I don't think the full pilot this trailer was for has ever been uploaded online. But even so, the entire theory is hysterically just, what? He manages to deduce that the duck will be taking over as mayor after the mayor is either killed or goes missing. And then he goes on a big spiel about how the duck represents Trump because, well, people don't like Trump, and he's someone the show might have been commenting on. It's ridiculous how much he doesn't back up the claim and he just says shit. What am I supposed to get from this? Number 346, episode 26, Luke shouldn't destroy the Death Star. The first chunk of this theory is actually really neat. Matthew goes into the cost of the Death Star, references the others who've done this research too, and gives good references for what it all means. And in a vacuum, his discussion of the economic crisis that could occur from the destruction of this Death Star and the death of political figures is definitely an interesting topic. But he also goes about it with this idea of the Empire not being that bad for the galaxy. Oh, it started early. He ignores their penchant for genocide and slavery, as well as their unfair bias, like their very racial bias towards humans, their pro-human bias over aliens. He acts as if Palpatine has a super smooth transition to power, and he's really not all that bad, without ever questioning why he'd build the Death Star to begin with, or questioning his destruction of a whole planet outside of some jokes. It's a fucked up way of looking at Star Wars. It doesn't say the situation is more complicated, instead he's saying the Empire should have won. Because a xenophobic regime that supports your people but not others, it's not too bad, right? I mean, they're supporting your people, so that makes them okay. Number 345, episode 249, The Tragic World of Arthur Exposed. Matthew gunning for Arthur was already going to get my foot up his ass, but then he suggested that the world was actually way darker than you think, because in real life, rabbits have shorter lifespans than other animals. Now, I don't think it needs to be said that real-world biology such as life expectancy doesn't apply to these mutant freaks. The breeding habits of rabbits doesn't matter, standing upright is part of why humans have such long childhoods and can't breed as frequently after all, and his reasonings are all applying real-world science without accounting really all that much for how real-world science doesn't apply when the creators of this unreal world. Pretty standard bad episode. Number 344, episode 160, What is the Bird Box Monster? There's so much I don't like about Matt's approach here. His immediate assumption is that this clear attempt at an original monster, of which even he shows via interview is inspired by the vague concept of infinity, has to be an existing concept somewhere else. So he goes out of his way to try and argue that it's a fusion of Cthulhu and the Rapture. And let's all give Matthew a congratulations for managing to be wrong about the Bible in a way that doesn't involve angels or Satan for once, because the Rapture isn't in the fucking Bible. And the strange interpretation that fuses Revelation with Thessalonians originated in the 1830s and is only really followed in America and not the vast majority of actual Christian denomination. Good work, Matthew. But he also assumes there is only one creature, he makes some stuff up, and at the end goes, maybe it's even original. And it feels like the actual interesting question of what the creature is has been left to the dust. I would have more appreciated if he said it was a non-corporeal embodiment of infinity, instead of just saying it's some random beliefs mixed together with Cthulhu. Number 348, episode 141, The Corruption of Superman. This episode is one of those ones that's mostly fine until the ending. Matthew analysing the ways in which Perry White and Lois Lane break journalistic ethics is quite interesting. There is a lot of stuff there. I do think it's interesting how very simple lines a normal person might not think about actually break ethical laws. Then he applies it to Superman himself, and instead of leaving it at he doesn't tell people he's Superman so he's breaking ethical laws, he goes further and implies active malice and malintention behind it. He tries to convey that Superman lying is directly tied to some manner of evil or dark intentions for some reason. Now maybe I understand why he seems to completely misunderstand Superman and think he's a bad person. He also doesn't question whether real-life journalists actively follow the ethics, especially in America. He seems to be under the assumption that every journalist ever follows those ethics completely. Furthermore, he doesn't question if Superman is in the right to break these ethics for the sake of saving lives. That's why he does it. He uses a clip of him saying he took the job to help him save lives and tries to make it come across as if that's a bad thing. The question should be, is it ethically right for Superman to break these laws for the sake of saving 1 billion people's lives? Not he's wrong to save those lives because he broke these laws to do that. Number 342, episode 170, Who Won't Survive Avengers Endgame? This absolutely feels like it only exists to ride the Endgame hype. Matthew has nothing interesting to say, bringing up mostly just contract deals as his evidence. Which isn't his fault, but it makes me question why this episode exists. He decides to say that Black Widow will die, which hey, that's correct for once, and then says it's because her only unique trait is her relationship with Banner, so her dying would awaken Hulk for the final battle. Good job, Matthew. In your version, the only OG female Avenger can have her death and importance be defined by her relationship with one of the men, and nothing else. He says Cap's arc should end with him going back to the role of an idealist throwing his life away, and that's why he'll die. Then he says Tony won't die because it doesn't make narrative sense. Yeah, okay, let's move on. Number 341, episode 191, Shrek's donkey was secretly a human. So most of this can be somewhat okay. Him going into the fairy tale donkeys and how Donkey and Shrek doesn't match any of them is fine. Him arguing that Donkey is a Pleasure Island kid is like, whatever. It's not even Matthew's own theory. It's been around for years prior to Matthew's theory. But then he goes on to say, we never see Donkey talk about his past, so never in his life did he ever talk about his past, clearly. Ergo, what he considers to be a traumatized child forced into the form of a donkey has blood on his hands and is a malicious, selfish individual because he doesn't want to talk about his trauma. Matthew, have you ever had or known someone who's gone through a traumatic childhood event? I really hope not, but I'm pretty sure you haven't because of how you talk about this. You're saying that Donkey is evil because he doesn't want to talk about a traumatic event in his life. And also, given Pinocchio is clearly around years after his story was over, while he is still being a toy, it's easy to just say Donkey already told some people, and Pleasure Island got taken down before Pinocchio ever got there. Using your version of events where Donkey was on Pleasure Island, it makes more sense that he did talk about it, and thus Pinocchio never got sent there, and the real tragedy is that Pinocchio never went on his journey that results in him becoming a real boy. Donkey isn't a criminal because of his trauma, man. Number 340, episode 243, Hank is not the father. Yeah, this episode is Matthew arguing that a man fucked his son's wife and is the real father of his son's son. He has some kind of interesting stuff to say at the start when he looks into the theory of Bobby's parentage and manages to determine for sure that Bobby is part of the Hill family, only to suddenly take a turn to this ridiculous theory. Ignoring that he explained recessive traits which could explain why Bobby's physical attributes match a generation before his father's, and that he says shit like how Bobby's activities and hobbies not being similar to his dad is a sign of parentage because your hobbies are genetic, it's just a bad episode. Number 339, episode 256, Aquaman is no hero. Aquaman in this episode is accused of not being a good hero. Why? Because Karathan causes mass global damage when showing up. Matthew does know that Karathan isn't Aquaman, right? How else was Karathan supposed to get there? Open a door? It's not like Aquaman knew any of this would happen. And then he summons a bunch of animals to fight for him. Except nothing says he forced them to fight for him. Yes, they're unarmed, but what was Arthur supposed to bring? A bunch of extra equipment? Was he supposed to be lugging around a Santa Claus Christmas sack full of fish armor just in case he needed it all movie? It's basically saying the movie is a bit naff, but all the bad shit that Aquaman's troops do is directly his fault. It can't just be that Carathan is really big and underground, and the only way she was ever going to join the battle was this way. Also, he tries to call the movie's writing bad by saying Arthur no-sold one blade, but then he got injured by the other. One of those blades is Atlantean steel, and the other one isn't, Matthew. I'll let you guess which is which. Number 338, episodes 176 and 179, the Toy Story Civil Rights War two-parter. This is fucking stupid. I think the name says everything. Matthew says that Toy Story is a series about systemic slavery, as the toys are forced into falling under the control of children with no self-identity or rights under our thumb. Then he goes on to say that they will slowly learn to stand up for themselves and wage a war on mankind in which they will take over humanity. This is the kind of shit-ass, overly melodramatic theory that don't even attempt to adhere to law that led the theorizer to become an intentional pastiche of the animated kid movie theorist genre of creator. It has a lot of nonsense, it's so stupid, and nothing he says in these two episodes is remotely convincing. Number 337, episode 204, Aladdin's Mistake, How to Marry Jasmine in One Wish. It's just so frustrating. Matthew does the thing again where he uses a movie as a vehicle to educate you about barely related stuff. In most ways, I think that's fine here. He's still engaging with the events of the film, and him actually finding the location that he thinks they're in is actually quite neat. However, he also ignores what the movie sets up and explains about his world, to talk about real life for no reason. And most annoyingly of all, he doesn't seem to understand what the movie's doing. Aladdin wishing to be a prince wasn't pointless because in real life it wouldn't work out politically. It was pointless because the movie's message is partially against the ideas of people of different social standings are not allowed to marry one another. Aladdin doesn't make that wish because Jasmine will only marry a prince. He makes that wish because he thinks that she would only marry a prince. He is under the belief that people of different social standings can't marry one another, but the movie is against that belief. Ergo, when Aladdin tries to adhere to that belief, it doesn't work. Newsflash, I'm pretty sure he isn't aware that she fancies him. Matthew makes his whole theory and speech about female empowerment being the answer, ignoring that Aladdin just doesn't have the facts that we do, and has no idea that she'd be interested in him. As far as Aladdin knows, if he made the wish Matthew suggested of making Jasmine into the Sultan, she'd still just go marry a handsome prince because he doesn't know that she likes him or that she would ever be interested in him. Number 336, episode 251, Winnie the Pooh's Deadly Diet. This video had a lot of good in it through the lens of the actual science being done. I appreciated that, that was good. He also tries to justify the video by going, yes, Pooh Bear is a stuffed toy, but he acts like a bear, so he must be biologically a bear. What a load of shit. For any of this science to be real and applicable, would require the child imagining Pooh as alive to know the science. Importantly, he also ignores that Winnie eats other things beyond honey too, and in doing both these ignorant things, he calls the series darker than it is, because of course he does. Yeah, this book series about a real child who existed's imaginary friends is darker than you think. Obviously, the real child who this is all drawn from knew about this science and chose to make it dark. Number 335, episode 236, It's Your Fault. Well, okay, Matthew, don't throw the accusations at me, buddy. You're the one saying the shit. The biggest flaw bringing this boring theory down is that it assumes all Joss Whedon did was add colors and jokes to Justice League. As someone who likes but doesn't love the Snyder Cut, it's just not true, and we knew it wasn't true. Everything suggested that Snyder's original unfinished version was very different, and Matthew didn't even consider that. If anything, he suggests something conniving about how Snyder would go back and remake the whole thing to listen to fan backlash. It feels wrong to suggest that Snyder is somehow conniving and sneaky when he is coming back to finish a movie that he didn't get to finish his vision for because of a genuine tragedy he suffered. It's a stupid theory. The only way to buy it would be to say that everything anyone said was a big lie, but Matthew was the red-pilled correct guy who exposed it. Not the case. Number 334, episode 258, Diagnosing the Grinch. At first, this episode isn't so awful. The Grinch's history, how sound works, and how the sound would carry to the Grinch's home is all quite good. Then Matthew says, it makes no sense for the Grinch to fly off the handle. The sound reaching him would be so quiet at that point because of how far away he is. And instead of going, maybe the Grinch is just an asshole, Matthew diagnoses him with a rare condition that even his wife has. Now, I'm not going to address the fact that he compares his wife to someone who, upon being triggered, wants to ruin everyone's day, because I don't think that's worth bringing up. The real issue is that he makes such a pointless over-analysis. The Grinch is not even human. This might not even apply to him. And the thing that really got me is that he recovers at the end of the movie and book. See, in this episode, Stephanie has a genuinely heartfelt sort of explanation about her experience with the condition. And I felt for her. I felt bad for her. And I don't have the condition, but I related to the experience of having something that you know, or you don't even know you have. No one knows you have it, but you've got this issue, but everyone around you seems to have this idea of just get over it, just get past it, right? And it's heartbreaking because it makes you feel like this thing that you don't know is some kind of condition. It makes you feel like it's your fault. Like, it puts the blame on you for not getting over it, right? And I felt that. I genuinely felt what she was talking about. But then Matthew doesn't consider that the Grinch doesn't have this noise issue at the end of the story. By Matthew's own explanation of what the reason for the Grinch being the way he is, the Grinch just got over it. Matthew, I swear. Number 333, episode 259, Dragon Ball Z, Frieza's 5 minutes was not a mistake. In the first 80 seconds of this episode, Matthew drops 3 of what might charitably be called a joke about Dragon Ball taking forever and being all screaming for hours. Within 80 seconds, he drops 3 of those. This video came out in 2020, by the way. The bit was done. And the rest of this video involves Matthew getting everything wrong, like saying the Frieza saga refers just to episodes, never once in the whole episode acknowledging the manga exists, showing Shenron when referring to the Namekian Dragon Balls, and then saying that the Namekian Dragon Balls grant only one wish. He does a bunch of pointless time wasting explaining how Frieza's tactics line up with Sun Tzu's Art of War, and then all of this is 11 minutes of build up to an explanation that is, Frieza lied. That's it. What a fucking shit show. Waste my fucking time, why don't you? This is the sort of video I'd expect from a dedicated Dragon Ball YouTuber that would take 5 minutes to explain because they know that this is a 5-minute topic. Number 332, episode 329, 3 Thor Love and Thunder theories. You can tell Matthew has nothing to work with in this one. Even he admits it. It's a boring, uninteresting prediction theory based on the fact that Sweet Child of Mine was used, something that does not really matter, and all because Ragnarok used Immigrant Song in its trailer, which he seems to be unaware of the nature of the song is, about Viking invaders and conquerors, or its origins, as Led Zeppelins themselves put it, as related to their experience. I don't think Ragnarok and Immigrant Song are terribly close in the stories they're telling. Matthew also seems to suggest that an immigrant from Image Comics by the name of Angela, or X-Men character Phoenix, would be showing up as the big reveals of the movie. Yeah, I don't know. Lame theory to me. I swear I only had 2 theories as well. Number 331, episode 327, Decoding the Horror of the Backrooms. This is a frustrating episode. Matthew looks at the Backrooms by Kane Pixels, unique amongst Backrooms lore by not including any video game references, and makes it all about video games and simulations. I hate this theory, because even if it was correct, it would ruin the mystique and intrigue of what makes this series special. I much prefer the idea of the Backrooms being this space that is in some way sentient, that is trying to emulate human things without understanding them. He also goes on to say how the dates cannot be mistaken, despite his first episode talking about how they're wrong. He does make a decent case for the bacteria and what they are though, so it's a bit of this and there as an overall episode. Number 330, episode 334, Paw Patrol is darker than you think. I have no strong opinions on this episode. Matthew points out that a previous Paw Patrol existed, and this would have put it in boringly mid, but he manages to turn there was a previous Paw Patrol unit into a super dark theory because, oh, they're abusing puppies because they're expendable and nobody wants them because they're abandoned and stray and oh, Riot is evil. A random turn purposely to be as dark as possible with no evidence to support the claims. Part of it is even saying that we use dogs for dangerous stuff in real life. And he implies some malice of like, you know, it's not just like dogs are better at doing some stuff than people. It's, oh, these people don't care about the lives of the dogs. Who cares if they die? When the police dog dies, they'll just be like, ah, we'll get a new one. They don't actually give a shit about the dog. Oh, come on. Number 329, episode 421, FNAF, I Know How the Movie Trilogy Ends. I hate it. I mean, I like parts of it, like Matthew shitting on the book and his apparent frustrations over where it takes things. But his exploration into, like, Vanessa being a robot in the FNAF movie involves a lot of what many would notice as neurodivergent behavior, and Matthew says it's unnatural and inhuman, which I hate, and he does that a lot, where people will act robotically, and he will say, oh, look at that person who's acting in an unusual way, they must be a robot in this FNAF story. They could just be neurodivergent, man. Then he goes into like, oh yes, well she got sent to the hospital, but in the books, you see robots can't be distinguished from humans. I despise that argument, because the idea that one entirely unrelated continuity in a franchise has rules being evidence for another. I mean, just imagine how fucking frustrating it would be for a random plot point from an unrelated piece of media in the franchise to suddenly appear and be a huge element of one of the main characters. You could argue this defense for any character being a robot. William Afton is a robot in these films. He kills people, which is abnormal and inhuman, almost like a robot that only exists to kill people. Sure, he bleeds, but you see in the books, robots can do that, so he was a robot the whole time. Mike is weirdly obsessed with dreams, more than a person should be obsessed with dreams, which is inhuman and abnormal, almost like a robot programmed only to care about dreams. Sure, we see him dreaming, but robots can do that in the books, robot the whole time, Mike was. Ness is weird looking and inhuman, almost like a robot who only exists to be a waiter to serve people in this establishment. He must have been a robot the whole time. It's awful. If it was true, it would just be atrocious writing akin to the games, where the book is the real story and the movies people care about only supplement them. Fuck off. Number 328, episode 290, we're watching Evil Morty's origin story. Maybe bad is a little harsh for this one, but it left a bad taste in my mouth. As a not Rick and Morty enjoyer, in fact I think after this video I slightly hate it. I definitely hate it. I just wondered if the show didn't have any character development. It feels like Matthew goes, why would he act differently after what I stated is years of time? Must be a different individual, followed by some pointless waffling. His inability to accept that sometimes cartoon characters don't age and then a whole lot of nothing. Okay. Number 327, episode 387, Spider-Man's biggest threat is the MCU? I don't even know how to explain why, this episode just fucking sucked in my eyes. Matthew tries to understand what a canon event is, then throws a bunch of random lore in from the MCU while showing he knows nothing. Spider-Verse references the MCU, so he decides it must follow MCU rules. Except the Spider-Verse films also reference the comics, where once more the multiverse rules are different, but the MCU is the only one he actually knows, so it's the only one he can tie it into, and it's the most popular so it gets clicks. He also seems to be implying that Spider-Verse is copying Rick and Morty, as if the concept of the Spider-Verse doesn't predate Rick and Morty's creator by years. Number 326, episode 390, the deadliest magic school bus field trip. Most of this is fine, like the science is good, and honestly I think Dan is a really good narrator for this kind of stuff. I might actually prefer him to all of the actual Matpat replacements, which is crazy. But like the whole video runs on the idea of the magic school bus has to abide by laws of physics, radiation, and so on. Which I think is obviously ridiculous. It's not the scientifically accurate school bus, now is it? This approach of realistically this would kill them runs on the same logic that would get you realistically this school bus couldn't get off the ground, let alone into space. Number 325, episode 383, the Marvel gods have fallen. I don't think this episode deserves to be down here, but this is personal. The video itself is great in theory, in film theory and cut. What counts as a god in the MCU? How do all the contradictions work together? In the end, it all builds up to the true god being this robot Kevin that metaphysically represents the god of all things. For me personally, there are a few things that bug me. First of all, Matthew never acknowledges that these gods are based on different cultures, thus they may be different, because they're different classes of god based on their cultural roots. The Olympians, Titans, and Primordials of Greece, the Aesir and Vanir of the Nordics, the Nutur of the Egypt, the Teteo of the Mesoamerican, and so on, they're all different in their native cultures. They have different rules and attributes. It's only reasonable to assume that in a synchronized fictional world, they are just gods of different classes. Matthew doesn't ever really address this. He just says the MCU is confusingly written and doesn't make sense and all that. He then goes on to make the extremely odd claim that they do not reflect what we would think of as a god, because they're physical and can die and aren't all-powerful. Except, wait, what? In what world is the only thing that can be a god something that is non-physical, can't die, and is all-powerful? The gods of various cultures don't follow the same rules Matthew seems to think they do. From his point of view, the only god that classifies as a god is God from the Bible. He is the baseline metric for a god. That's not the case though. The Olympians of Greece couldn't die, for sure, but they were not all-powerful, and they regularly took physical form. The Aesir of Norway were all of those things. Physical, mortal, not all-powerful. These things vary by culture. So Matthew saying, well, eternity isn't all-powerful, ergo you can't be a true god, is really strange to me. Most people, I think, wouldn't mind this claim, especially those used to a very Abrahamic mindset, whether they have faith or not. But Matthew just assumed to be a god, you need to be akin to Allah, or Jehovah, or Elohim. Why should Thor, based on the Norse god, be measured by how he compares to the Abrahamic one to say whether he's a god or not? Why? It just really irked me. I didn't like it. It's absurd to take Odin making a claim like, we're born, we live, we die, and saying that proves they're not gods. Because what he's saying applies to the Aesir in Norse culture. The absurdity in this line is that he says these things make us not gods, when they are gods. End of story. Number 324, episode 414, How to Kill Homelander. Title's a lie. Half of this episode is fine to me. Matthew did some basic stuff for strength, a fun calculation for speed, and a good calculation for heat vision. After that, Matthew goes on this lengthy tirade about how Homelander being immune to all weapons and capable of producing megajoules of energy with a funny look is not his greatest strength. The greatest power Homelander has is being an influencer, which is a bit silly because I think he'd have a harder time influencing people into obliterating cities than he would have destroying them himself. The real annoying part is Matthew talking about how they'll finally beat Homelander by ruining his brand and destroying his ego, despite this being made after Season 3 had ended, and he'd already made clear that doing so would just piss him off. He'd be happy to annihilate everything and take over by fear. So we already knew that this wouldn't work before Matthew made his video. Why would he do this? Number 323, episode 342, Uncovering Top Gun's Hidden Enemy. Is this episode bad? Probably not. It's just the case where I got into it well after certain world events, and I was very uncomfortable as Matthew slowly went to talking about how this movie is about the epic US military defeating Iran. That did not scan for me, made me uncomfortable. And finally, after 2 hours, we can get to the boringly mid tier. This is the 5 out of 10, high 4 out of 10 tier. This is named boringly mid because it's not always easy for me to personally figure out at what point they go from just boring to just kind of mid, bit nebulous, but this is all of those, so it's going to be one of the bigger tiers, as it should be. Number 322, episode 221, Dear Sonic, you suck at running. I don't want to put this in bad outright, but I also don't think it's boring or decent. So it's in this position here. This episode has some interesting tidbits about running and shoes and shit, but I can't shake off how bothered I am by Matthew comparing Sonic's running to marathon runners. You know, marathon runners, where it's primarily about endurance, where you sacrifice top speed in the moment for better speed throughout by having the endurance to run for hours. And this is for movie Sonic, who not only is all about pure immediate speed, but Matthew seems to think is genuinely near the speed of light with his running. That means that Matthew thinks that Sonic, who can run anywhere on the planet within seconds, will be focusing on techniques designed for hour-long marathons. He never once brings up professional sprinters, despite the fastest man on the planet being one of them. Why would you need Sonic to run for hours if he's near light speed? Do you think he plans to run to Pluto? No, he's clearly a sprinter, and how do they run? Look more like Sonic does. He comes to a decent enough conclusion about Sonic running the way he does by saying that he does it because it's natural and healthy, which works, though the reason it's because he's the fastest and that's all Sonic cares about. So he's running fast. Number 321, episode 276, the Godzilla vs. Kong they didn't want you to see. Matthew does a fine job explaining and analysing some of the details about what Godzilla vs. Kong's original plot might have been. I don't mind it, I'm sure it's at least somewhere within a reasonable ballpark. He also spends several lines talking about how nobody cares about the humans in these films and that they suck, and it doesn't matter that any thematic cohesion and better writing for them was sacrificed. I hate this mindset that Godzilla films should not have any good human storylines because nobody cares. And that's not to say that that if you think that way, you shouldn't be a Godzilla fan. I'm not going to gatekeep that. But I do notice most Godzilla fans do not think that way. It's generally on the MonsterVerse for the human storyline sucking so badly, not on the intrinsic inclusion of human stories. Cause look at Godzilla -1, which is a masterpiece. Go watch the classic Godzilla film too, find out how engaging and narratively rich they can be compared to the MonsterVerse's rather droll cast. Number 320, episode 309, The Mystery of Dune's Spy solved! I just want you all to know that I don't read out the bit in parentheses after the title, but this episode has that title I just read out, and then in parentheses, it clarifies it's about Dune. Anyway, the episode kinda sucks. I like how much effort Matt put in to find a rarely talked about drug and tying that to some of the spice's effects, but he's also just saying the wrong shit. I think most jarringly the way in which Paul becomes blind, which is relevant to his narrative. It's not the drug, it's the fact that he got nuked. Before any sci-fi nerds come in, yes, I know it wasn't technically nuked, it's not a nuclear weapon, but it is just shorthand so people can understand what I'm talking about. He just ignores the stuff that doesn't apply. He also claims the author could have been inspired by these drugs, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Herbert himself said he was inspired by magic mushrooms. Number 319, episode 386, is this the end of the Backrooms? No, this video is just some copyright shit, I don't care for it. Nothing was interesting, and even Matthew seems to be aware that he's just retreading old ground again. Number 318, episode 296, Rick killed Beth. Again, can't describe how much I'm done with Rickolas and Morty. Wait, no, actually I can. This is how people who don't care about FNAF feel about Matthew's inundation of FNAF theories and game theory. A funny thing to say, given most of them rank low or middling in that video. I just don't give a shit. I cannot give a shit. But like, even if I had heard that this Rick isn't from the same world as that Morty years prior to when this theory came out, just through hearing people I know who suffered through the show talk about it, the actual episode made me kind of realize how stupid the argument of, well, you can't make up anything wholly original, so obviously Rick's made up backstory is partially true. Yes, obviously you can't make up wholly original concepts, but you can make up a complete lie. I can say, my backstory is that my father was an octopus and my mother was a space creature from Hujukluf 4 Quintillion of the Fuckwit sector, and after I was born, both were killed by Hreglar, the galactic destroyer, whom I waged war on with my purple-haired wife, Awesome McEpic Woman, who died saving the Omniware from Helgar's wrath, using a shoulder blade strike moving hectwards in a higher dimension. And just because none of it is inherently wholly original, doesn't mean that in any way it reflects reality. It's far more reasonable to argue that this flashback that's supposedly fake, narratively should be somewhat real, than to say that, well, scientifically it has to reflect reality. Number 317, episode 375, this is Disney's worst fear. Yeah, Matthew spends a whole video talking about copyright and that's it. It's nothing especially interesting, it's boring. He also ends implying that Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey was a box office failure. Matpat, it made $8 million off the $50,000 budget, you fucking goober. How much you make back is like, how well a movie does like is relative to its budget. You could make a movie that only gets $2,000, but if you spent $5 on it, that's a pretty good investment. Number 316, episode 337, Saw, How a Dead Man Killed Jigsaw. Yeah, Matthew pretends that the Adam is alive theory is his own theory. He makes arguments along the lines of, look at these continuity errors, and Adam could have been off-screen helping, and doesn't come up with all that much interesting or supportive in my books. Number 315, episode 225, Why Your Favorite Movie Theater Won't Survive 2020. Yeah, I don't care. Not only is this the film theory equivalent of a YouTube meta theory on game theory, but it's also basically just relevant to America. None of this applies to me, why should I give a shit? Number 314, episode 125, Thanos was right! I guess because Matthew never argues that Thanos is morally right, I gave this one a tiny bit of leeway. But it's only a few somewhat interesting tidbits related to population growth, and then ending with, it's complicated, Thanos only might be right, which is weird to me, but at the very least he doesn't go in saying that, oh, Thanos is objectively correct, which I kind of expected him to do by saying, oh, the science says he's right, so I'm just glad he didn't go that way, because it's kind of in character for him to have. Number 313, episode 73, Disney Moana's secret identity revealed. I really didn't enjoy this one. It would have been the bad tier if I wasn't just, interested in Polynesian culture and folklore. As it is, the video is a theory that he immediately debunks, which is fun, I guess. And then he kind of just says Moana is a demigod daughter of Maui because it almost lines up. It's very weird, kind of bland, not that into it. Number 312, episode 406, The Amazing Digital Circus is lying to you. I don't care for Glitch or anything they make, so this did nothing for me. Maybe they should remember they're Australian and stop coming across as so American. No, really, this was 3 mini-theories and they're all just so boring to me. Number 311, episode 30, How Trump is Winning with Reality TV. This is one of the earlier episodes that I thought was really boring. I've never been super dialed in for any electoral debate though, so, let alone an American one, so whatever. Number 310, episode 84, Why Morty Will Kill Rick. I don't know, I got very little from this. I appreciate Matthew admitting this wasn't his own original theory. It's the first time he said that, which is good, because it's like the 4th time this wasn't the case. But I have no thoughts. Number 309, episode 177, Did Detective Pikachu prove Pokemon's greatest fan theory? It's there. Matthew does a kind of lame job covering the Ditto Mew clone theory, especially with how a big chunk of it is a Ditto doing stuff being unusual, and that being explained by it being a uniquely experimented on Ditto, which would imply that this is not indicative of all Dittos are cloned from Mew, just that this Ditto is weird. That's all. It's just another episode that's there. Number 308, episode 62, The Ultimate Guide to Predicting Oscar Winners. I was expecting to enjoy this one quite a bit, but it was kind of boring. It felt a bit more all over the place than I'd have liked, and it kind of amounts to just, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but no strong feelings. Number 307, episode 202, Inside the Mind of Rick Sanchez. I actually thought this was a pretty bad episode at first, but I gave it some credit because Matthew does a good job explaining himself. I think he did a good job of very obviously portraying and describing Rick as someone with depression, that when he ended it on, it's my groundbreaking theory that he has depression, I just didn't think that would be the whole theory. I thought that was blatantly obvious based on how Matthew explained it. He can't just say Rick sees himself as someone who rejects happiness because he can't accept a world where he has joy, and not expect me to clock that the implication is Rick is depressed. But at least the video describes stuff well, and hey, Matthew picked up on implications and themes for once. It took him 200 episodes, but he got there. Number 306, episode 5, Are Video Games the Future of Movies? The brief history into interactive film experiences is actually kind of neat, but most of this theory felt like Matthew going, what if, and managing to predict a brief fad that's already gone. Number 305, episode 281, Rick Replaced. Matthew, you couldn't pay me to give a single shit. Matpat waffles on about some bullshit with the season 5 premiere of Richard and Mortimer that I don't give a fuck about and never could. Not very interesting or insightful. Number 304, episode 47, Transformers, Good Science, Bad Movies. Yeah, it's a theory that just kind of makes up criteria and applies it to reality, and says we will be getting programmable matter products by as early as 2020. Okay, at least Matthew admits to being a Beast Wars fan and not knowing anything by claiming there's only 4 origin stories for the Transformers. Number 303, episode 345, Will Eleven die? Who gives a shit? Some prediction theory about Stranger Things that amounts to pointing at D&D and going, what if that happened? It's all so uninteresting because I don't know or give a shit about Stranger Things. This is the boring part of the video. You can skip to the next tier if you want. Number 302, episode 267, The Dark Truth of Wanda's Stolen Children. I just don't care. It has moments that I kind of like the ideas Matthew has, but it's just not very interesting. It's a dull episode about an MCU show I don't care about. Number 301, episode 198, Mr. Poopy Butthole is a Morty! Fuck, I remember nothing about this one except that I didn't care about it. And it didn't feel very convincing. A lot of it felt like Matthew refusing to believe a family friend could say things as if he was a member of the family. Does he think family friends just always at arm's length away from the whole group? It's so strange. But maybe he just keeps his family friends really far away from his family. I don't know. Number 300, episode 340, We Didn't Listen. An uninteresting prediction theory where Matthew somehow comes to the conclusion that this is all a political allegory for the destructive nature of right-wing idiots. Number 299, episode 210, Exposing Black Widow's Big Twist. Who fucking cares? Matthew had a few good points to make about how Taskmaster will likely be female in Black Widow, and then says a bunch of other shit about Taskmaster that's wrong. Good job. I guess I appreciate that he doesn't just jump into all these random minutiae. He does front load it by going, yeah, so the most obvious evidence that Taskmaster is going to be a woman is the fact that they explicitly refer to Taskmaster as a man in the trailer in a way that really comes off as if they want you to think he's male, which just kind of makes a twist obvious, which, yeah, I think a lot of people clock that. And I'm just glad that Matthew did immediately as well. Number 298, episode 165, Where is Frozen 2 Going? It's a prediction theory for a sequel I never watched to a film I don't give a shit about. Matthew analyzes 2 minutes of trailer and makes wild claims leading to the assumption that Frozen 2 will go to Canada after a trip to Iceland. Pretty sure it's wrong, but I just don't care enough to check it out, so it's staying here. Number 297, episode 213, The End of Rick Sanchez. I hate Rick and Morty so much. This episode was fucking whatever. Matthew goes into the themes and shit of season 4, and frankly, if he didn't waste my time with like 4 other theories about the first 5 episodes of season 4, I wouldn't have minded as much. But then he goes on to make this also a fucking prediction theory. I've had it with the show, I can't put up with looking at its 20-cent animation anymore, I want it out of my face, fuck off. Number 296, episode 33, Zootopia's Dark Conspiracy. I do not have any interest in this one. The crack cocaine conspiracy theory is a thing, sure, and it's a sensitive topic, but it doesn't make for a super entertaining video. It also feels like there's not much thread to the movie itself sometimes. I don't know, this one didn't quite work to me. Number 295, episode 352, Dora is Cursed. This is an actual shit salad, man. The only reason this didn't go straight into bad or even terrible is because there was a point where Matthew got so crackpot with the theory that I started to find it really fun. Like, yeah, when he moved on from Swiper as the devil, because in some cultures, foxes have devil associations, and started going into Dora's anomalous missing nature from certain things, and how it feels odd that in all these different things, Dora is not in them, I kinda like that. Then he got to the movie and brought up Dora does stuff that would kill a real person, and I got a hard dose of reality. Of course, this isn't just Matthew noticing some things and trying to figure out why, it's Matthew forcing elements of reality into the fiction, and refusing to meet the media on its own terms again to try and make it seem narratively different to what it is. Boo. Number 294, episode 234, The Scary Monsters Living Under Your Feet. I wish I could explain what's going on in my head, but I can't. I'm just not a big fan. I thought it was boring and lame. Number 293, episode 279, The Giant Monster Hiding in Shang-Chi. Matpat pats himself on the back for some theories that almost resemble an accurate prediction of what happened. Then he says some basic shit, explains some of the history of Shang-Chi, comes up with a neatish idea for a prediction, which, you know, the actual idea he had isn't bad, it just happened that it wasn't true. And then that's it, it wasn't really that interesting. Number 292, episode 408, should the MCU reboot? Yeah, Matthew's last Marvel theory was, why can't Disney run itself like a YouTube channel? And basically a stealthy way to slide in both a ton of advertisements for theory stuff and sneak in the idea of Matthew being replaced, which only gets above the bottom tiers because I respect him putting into practice the advice he gave Marvel. Number 291, episode 341, falling deeper into the back rooms. I mean, I like some elements of this one. The time stuff is believable, the yellow wallpaper mention is cool, shout out yellow wallpaper, but otherwise it was like nothing to me. I think the continued pushing for Kane's Backrooms being the same played out generic video gamer lingo version just keeps upsetting me. Number 290, episode 227, Rick and Morty sold you out. Yeah, Matthew, you want to talk about sellouts and Rick and Morty? Matthew goes on the super deep and meaningful message or commentary or whatever some fucking episode. I hate Rick and Morty now. I'm done listening to him waffle on about it. Get it the fuck out of here. Number 289, episode 372, okay, Marvel, it's time to panic! Matthew is completely right about this one, it's just not a very interesting topic and I don't care much about it. Quantumania sucks, Phase 5 is bad, what a shocker. It's just one of those cases where like, yep, you're correct, but it's not the most interesting thing to be correct about. Number 288, episode 184, did Flash spoil Spider-Man's next villain? Super boring. It's Matthew names some villains we've seen, makes wild speculations, and says nothing of interest or saying that Flash Thompson will be the Groin Goblin, as if anybody would care about the character if that happened. Number 287, episode 399, they will infect you. What a shock, I don't care about murder drones, I don't give a fuck about the theory, I don't care what Matthew's going on about, especially because Matthew talks about how he's going to do more theories on murder drones, and then retired half a year later. It's very funny. Number 286, episode 61, is fake news killing the internet. First of the classic meta theory on film theory. Shocker, I thought it was boring, but I respect its use as a time capsule of internet trends of the time. A representation of YouTube's history at this point. It has some fun historical bits about fake news and how it was counteracted. One of those episodes are like, yeah, I get it deserves to exist, even if I don't care about it. Number 285, episode 284, the secret villain of Loki is you. A boring whatever episode wherein Matthew discusses the themes to a show I do not care about in relation to comics that barely resemble it, and then tries to play off the villains being us whiny loser fans as a cool idea. He also seems to feel really good about the most obviously shady looking group ever being the villains, and he predicts them as evil, and he's like, oh, this is gonna be a banger theory of mine. Number 284, episode 316, is Spider-Man actually guilty of murder? A real nothing theory to me. I wasn't engaged or enthralled. I enjoyed a few things that I got to learn about, but at no point was I given that mind-blowing, wow, this is so good experience that a lot of the higher episodes will get. Number 283, episode 190, the Joker is not real. I guess to some degree this prediction theory ended up getting points for how Folie Dieu was kind of stupid enough to do it unironically, but in general it was not very interesting. Matthew says that Joker is insane and will hallucinate. No shit, next theory. Number 282, episode 246, where is Rick Grimes? The Walking Dead's final mystery solved! This doesn't seem like an egregious episode, but there's nothing here for me. Matthew explains some stuff from some versions of The Walking Dead that I've never watched, and I get really bored. Number 281, episode 155, don't trust the banks. What the hell am I supposed to get out of this? Matthew talks about the economy, war bonds, and the stock market to determine whether or not a child should have invested 2 cents in 1910 during the events of Mary Poppins instead of purchasing materials to fly a kite. What a riveting video! This should be up my alley, as he overanalyzes something entirely unremarkable without pretending it has significance. But it is the stock market, so who cares? Number 280, episode 159, Captain Marvel's big twist. Who is an undercover Skrull? I'm going to hurt Matthew. Like, the video is fine in a lot of ways, but he predicts that the prequel movie Captain Marvel will reveal that the whole time War Machine was a Skrull. His evidence is that he was absent for a span of time in one movie, and he survives attacks that would kill a normal human being. Yeah, he's the only one who does that. It's a shame he wasn't in protective armor designed to keep him safe that has taken worse impacts before and after. If he was in armor, I would have thought that maybe that kept him safe, and that was just the logic that the series works on. Thankfully, Matthew's here to tell me that since Iron Man 1, he has always been a Skrull and was never Tony's friend. What a dumb theory. Number 297, episode 269, WandaVision, the secret third witch revealed. I think Matthew doesn't bring anything really interesting to the table here. It feels all over the place with his, here's Agatha, here's Onslaught, here's some comic stuff, and then he only goes back to Agatha for one line at the end. A lot of random Marvel stuff thrown together. Number 278, episode 96, Stranger Things. Is Eleven the monster? Maybe it's because I didn't watch Stranger Things back when anybody cared, but I got nothing from the episode. It's just like, yeah, I guess it makes sense, but whatever, it's a bunch of stuff I don't recognize. Number 277, episode 253, Thor will destroy the MCU. In this theory, Matthew looks at the existing Thor comic storyline. He looks at one line of text, and then he stretches to connect it to the MCU. It's not all that interesting beyond the explanation of Marvel's multiversal history, which is kinda neat, but otherwise, Number 276, episode 231, You'll Never Be Happy. If you keep doing Rick and Morty theories, I guarantee you this will actually be a correct prediction theory. Anyway, this is one of those fucking bitch-ass Rick and Morty videos. He says it's about progress versus nature, he extrapolates some stuff, and he manages to somehow make me not care about philosophy. I love philosophy. Whatever. Number 275, episode 393, The Hidden Lore of Skibidi Toilet. Hold on, I guess I should actually pronounce that correctly. The Hidden Lore of Skibidi Toilet. I mean, yeah, I guess. Matthew goes in on trying to make Skibidi Toilet as some kind of deeper meaning, and I cannot take it seriously because of what Skibidi Toilet is generally. Good effort, at least. Number 274, episode 333, is J. Jonah stealing from Spider-Man? Matthew talks about some legal shit involving freelance photography and defamation. Next. Number 273, episode 181, The Avenger That Ruined Dark Phoenix. This is a competent analysis as to how Dark Phoenix and Captain Marvel overlapped, and it was clearly problematic as an element that led to rewrites. Unfortunately for Matthew, I don't care about the subject matter, so it was just boring overall, but it was one of the most solid, boring episodes. Number 272, episode 117, Did Bots Save Justice League? Pretty whatever episode. I appreciate the effort Matthew put in, though, whatever. I do like the end message about the value of criticism from the fans themselves, that's all good, but otherwise, Number 271, episode 326, The R-rated Avengers Are Coming! A really boring video where Matthew runs around a bit and wastes your time for what is essentially just Marvel isn't putting out more mature stuff and introducing more mature characters. What if they didn't randomly stop doing that? Yeah. Number 270, episode 336, the dinosaurs in Jurassic World are not dinosaurs. Matthew says some shit about dinosaurs of which some is wrong, but I don't want to check how much was right at the time of the upload, so I'm not going to bring up examples. He basically makes a video about, did you know that the conditions were different in their time and they struggled to survive and they look different? Wow. The only thing stopping this from being outright bad is that there is a pretty good moment where Matthew does a decent job of explaining the effects of the different oxygen and CO2 levels, so you save yourself another bad episode there, buddy. Number 269, episode 150, all your memes are dead. Article 13 is a topic I've not seen brought up in years, so it was slightly jarring to see it get such a big focus here. I mean, a whole film theory? Yeah, I guess it made sense for the time, but I can't say it made for an interesting watch today. We've been through so many of these sort of things at this point that I don't have any interest, but, you know, this one's fine. Number 268, episode 252, Jigsaw was right. I was sure this episode would be awful, but instead, it's just dull. The title is clearly clickbait once you actually watch the video and find that Matthew does not actually think Jigsaw was right. He ends the video with, no, Jigsaw's wrong. A single traumatic event will cause PTSD instead of helping. So the title is wrong, Matthew just doesn't agree with it. But he puts so much time into explaining how it's correct that anyone who leaves early might not see the blink and you'll miss it ending with actually Jigsaw's wrong. So, Number 267, episode 232, Rick's final chance. I'm sure this is interesting to people who gave a shit, but this was not. No, fuck off. This general fucking message that Matthew's been pushing over several theories about the meta-narrative of this show, of how hard shit is and that, oh look, Rick is being humbled and the story is about the show itself and trying to balance the narratives. I'm just done. Number 266, episode 318, we killed the MCU. There is nothing special here. Matthew talks about some stuff about the MCU, what makes it successful, how it's falling off, so on. It was an episode. Number 265, episode 330, Netflix is broken, but I can fix it. Welcome back, boring meta theories with nothing interesting to see, whatever. Number 264, episode 283, Follow the Rabbit, Decoding the Walton Files. I fucking love the Walton Files. This episode was just kind of there though. I don't know, I felt like there wasn't much interesting in how Matthew tackled it. Maybe it's just that there wasn't enough warranting a full theme theory yet, but yeah. Also, he says Sophie's wearing purple, which is a level of wrong that I still don't know how an entire team of people managed to pull off together. Number 263, episode 153, How Christmas Broke the Grinch. I can't exactly say this was boring, but I also didn't find it bad or decent, so it's just like somewhere in the in-between. This episode straddles an interesting line between having good informative stuff about heart conditions, along with less informative stuff, like assuming the Grinch is human-like in his anatomy. Matthew claims his heart going through the tires was a panic attack, and he acknowledges that a person with CFS wouldn't have the physical ability to perform a lot of activity when the Grinch clearly does do a lot of that, but whatever. He straight up says the Grinch's actions are defensible, which... So remember everyone, if you are kept awake one night of the year due to everyone celebrating, you are not in the wrong if you try to ruin their entire day in an explicitly malicious manner. You are in the right if you do that, or at least not in the wrong. Number 262, episode 310, Spider-Man's big reveal, the X-Men are coming. In this episode, Matthew predicts that a fox on Doctor Strange's mug and a dead monster in Shang-Chi means that the Dweller in Darkness will destroy the universe in X-Men 97 and give birth to the MCU. Do I even need to say any more than that? It's a stupid theory that would be even dumber if it was correct. And half his evidence is him noticing the lack of X-Men in announcements and assuming this means that something is coming. His evidence is there have been no announcements of new X-Men stuff, and that itself is an announcement. Okay. Number 261, episode 83, The Star Wars Valerian Controversy. This one's a bit frustrating because it's almost actually an interesting look at the various inspirations for Star Wars, and the ending's neat. But basically it's just an ad for Valerian, and it ends up feeling like he's softcore accusing Star Wars of copying this one thing, as opposed to this reality of Star Wars having copied from countless things, from old samurai movies to Eastern spiritual beliefs to the Foundation saga and other Asimov stories, to indeed Valerian to fucking Xanth. It feels like a lot of nothing. Number 260, episode 349, Rick Reborn. I'm sure this episode has something interesting to say, some kind of neat message about coping and depression, but my hatred for Rick and Morty was so great at this point that I wasn't having it. You call yourself a theorist, but I'm just not having it. You discovered a theory that was already crafted. Number 259, episode 265, How WandaVision Will End, and Why It Matters. A very whatever episode. I can kind of feel how little Matthew actually cares about these comics, and frankly, it just isn't very interesting. As someone who knows about Dark Wonder stuff, it's just kind of a bad explanation of what happened, and to anyone else, it's still a bad explanation. But it made sense, it makes sense, I like how he covered the Mephisto theory. Number 258, episode 381, Mario exposed the movie industry. Matthew does a whole video because somehow he's confused as to why critics and audience disagree on the Mario movie's quality. I have no trouble believing that the critical score is that it's okay but not great, and the audience score is that it was amazing. He goes on this whole evidence-based tirade that leads him over agonizingly long to the conclusion I always knew. Critics have different tastes. There's nothing wrong with them having different tastes. People gotta stop acting like the critics are in the wrong because they have tastes that don't line up with you. Seriously, any universe where critics have a taste would have this kind of divide sometimes. It's not that shocking. Imagine the world where movies that are all references and just silly fun like the Mario movie were the most popular of films, and critics were lording over them and then shitting on the movies like Godfather. And there would be people there going, oh, ignore the critics, The Godfather is made for the fans. Like, imagine that world. It would kind of be similar though. He brings up a bunch of movies and it's like super clear why some groups would prefer them and dislike others. It's not that crazy. All this builds up to a Rotten Tomatoes conspiracy. Whatever. Number 257, episode 306, could Squid Game be legal? It's exactly what you think, and I don't mind that. Matthew explores a lot of areas this could be asked in, but I wasn't super interested because obviously the answer is no, but rich and powerful people can get away with anything. Matthew also says he doesn't like and tries to avoid connecting sensitive matters to his episodes, but that's a lie. Or at least the tries avoiding part is, maybe he does not like doing it, he just happens to do it a lot. Number 256, episode 377, Fairly Odd Parents broke its own rules. Never watched the show, didn't get much from me. That's all it is, another one of those. Number 255, episode 55, What Really Saves Snow White? Honestly, the most interesting part of this one was the mention of the original Haitian zombies, but Matthew doesn't go enough into them. It's an okay episode about a poison that worked on Snow White, but not presented all that interestingly in my opinion. If I can be honest, the most memorable part is the intro where Matthew does the fairest of them all bit with the magic mirror, and not only does his wife show up second, but the first person that he considers fairest is... oh. I think he and Steph are going to talk about the fact that she came second. Number 254, episode 191, The Looney Tunes Cheated. It's so American for the list of the best athletes at the start to not include Donald Bradman or Jonah Lomu. Anyway, the video is fine and a decent analysis of basketball and how it has evolved and the value of team synergy. But it's getting bumped a tier lower because it's called The Looney Tunes Cheated, and it is about how the Monstars suck and how Marvin was biased in their favor. Meaning that Matthew can't even accurately point out how a team that brought rifles to the basketball court were cheating, because instead he presents a situation where the cheating team was biased against. Huh? Number 253, episode 344, Paw Patrol Ryder is evil. Another dogshit Heroes of Villain theory. I put a modicum of credit on this one's name, because I actually like that Matthew tries to cover his bases a lot in this one. He tries to counter every possible argument, and I kind of respect that. I just don't care enough about Paw Patrol to find issues. It just doesn't pass the vibe check. Number 252, episode 293, How to Kill a Minion. This one is almost decent. It's just full of enough annoying shit to bug me. Comparing the minions to lobsters and thus concluding they're powered by the same thing and that's what can be attacked is such an absurd leap. Living for a long time and having a few small traits of similarity is not enough to say that they function the same way. Much like real-world creatures near identical in visuals to each other aren't necessarily similar. The completely different morphological structure on its own would prove this a nonsense comparison that Matthew is only making because he couldn't think of anything else. He also says they can survive nukes while using much smaller explosions as proof. There's no reason for him to jump between the scale of these explosions. He says some shit about needles as if he can't show us the previously shown scene of an injection needle working on them. It's just nonsensical. I can't call it bad because it's good enough at points and has a reasonable explanation. It's just very close to the Michael Myers one as well, which is odd. Is Michael Myers a minion? Number 251, episode 173, Dumbo's Dank Adventure. I got nothing from this. Matthew analyzes if alcohol could make Dumbo have a trip and says no, but it's probably magic mushrooms. Okay. Number 250, episode 263, this movie exposed KFC's biggest secret. A pretty nothing episode wherein the interesting part of actually putting what he claims to have found into practice is not in this episode. No, the interesting part, after he does all this boring stuff, where he says, and now we're going to put into practice what I described, is on an episode of Food Theory, so I can't count it. Hopefully that episode, when I get to ranking film theory, will be better. Oh, fuck. Shit. Fucking fumble my words. Son of a bitch. This is Rick and Morty's fault. Number 249, episode 21. Yes. Frankenstein can raise the dead! This episode's title is a lie. Matthew comes to the opposite conclusion. This was really just a set of fun facts about reanimating people, clinical versus brain death, and transplants of body parts. Nothing I didn't know though. Number 248, episode 240, Why Hamilton Scares Hollywood. I got nothing. Matthew talks about semantics and sometimes a few actually interesting fine lines between what is and isn't considered a movie. It's mostly fine, but also I was just kind of bored watching it. Number 247, episode 301, Venom's secret weapon. The secret weapon is that Venom is two guys that work together. Are you fucking kidding me? I find Matthew really has got to stretch the definition of secret sometimes. I find this episode really funny. For one thing, Matthew did a decent job scientifically explaining the logic behind the characters' various powers and weaknesses, but in claiming to use the comics, he sure does ignore a lot of what the characters can do in them. He makes the final conclusion that because Eddie and the suit work together well, Venom will win. Mind you, the other side, Carnage, he says is stronger, has weapons, has no weaknesses to exploit, can exploit Venom's weakness by screaming, and has impossible to beat regeneration. Meanwhile, Venom is faster and has teamwork. He never says Venom's faster than sound though, so by Matthew's logic, Carnage just screams and Venom dies. And like, he doesn't address it in the comics, Carnage is like perfectly synchronized between the symbiote and Cletus. That's like one of Carnage's main things. It's just that the movie did it differently, but like, it's so weird. Matthew explains exactly why Carnage should win, and then hits us with the I'm faster so I'm sure to win meme. Are you fucking kidding me? Number 246, episode 102, How Luke Will Die. It's a little funny how off the mark Matthew is, but I appreciate that he goes into the foreign marketing for the film. Like, that's actually really cool to do that. It covers a lot of ground. I don't care much of these prediction theories. I'm not super into the episode overall, but like, using the Taiwanese subtitles for that release of the trailer, that's just kind of cool, you know? Number 245, episode 378, The Dark Plot to Hack Your Mind. Yeah, it didn't do much for me, but like, because I didn't know the show much, but you know, it had some interesting stuff to it, so I'll give it that. Number 244, episode 158, The Secret Ingredient of SpongeBob's Krabby Patty. Can't comment on the accuracy of this one, but I can say it's fun enough. Also, at the same time, dull. How do I explain that? It goes into the details on marketing schemes and psychology. It just feels odd that he'd never show examples of Krabs using the formula as a marketing stunt if it was such a big deal. Like, that's the thing, right? He says that this whole thing about the formula is a marketing stunt used for the Krabby Patty, but he never shows examples, which feels really strange to me. Also, it's a bit underwhelming. His answer is just there isn't one. Number 243, episode 369, Puss in Boots should be dead. A very disappointing and annoying episode. Matthew points to one time where the movie makes a joke about what cats are allergic to, and then says Puss should have died 3 times because of what he eats. Then he says Puss should have died 3 times because of how he dresses, which I'm pretty sure is not how that works. And then he leads him up to him saying that death might only have been there to stop Puss from eating and dressing so irresponsibly. Now, while all this sucks and is a bad reading of Death's motivations, and I'm disappointed he didn't do something really silly like, say, analyzing the energy of what actually killed Puss in the past to then look at what moments in the story of this movie would have killed him based on his past deaths, which could have at least been a funny bad reading of the movie and would have been interesting to look at. I have to give this episode a bit of a pass, because the information presented is genuinely kind of good and helpful and could inform other cat owners like himself of stuff to avoid if they don't know better, and how to better care for their cats in ways that might not immediately be obvious, so I will give it points for that, absolutely. Number 242, episode 235, Star Wars. Why don't Force Ghosts do everything? This is like a middle ground between this makes no sense and is dumb, and I guess it makes enough sense. I can accept that Force Ghosts can only materialize on worlds with abundant life, and abundant midichlorians, but he also includes stuff about like how midichlorians are just super mitochondria and that theory, and that completely annihilated the credibility of this episode. He directly mentions Force Ghosts and decides to double down on midichlorians being mitochondria. So, having a lot of mitochondria allows souls to materialize after physical death. Sure thing, man. Number 241, episode 300, The Matrix Never Existed. This is a really funny one because it's in the middle of, that's surprisingly accurate, And also, that's so wrong, it's a wonder that Matthew can predict that crossing the road without looking both ways could endanger him. He's close with the whole, the Matrix trilogy was made by Neo in a new way in the Matrix, but also wrong in every other way. The film is a commentary on reboots, but it's also really bad at it and also just kind of shit. As a theory though, I think this is one of the stronger predictions, because he actually kind of had an interesting approach. Number 240, episode 268, Dear DC, I fixed your universe. Again? Yeah, so Matthew lays down his idea for how it should go, then talks about how Gunn basically just announced shit exactly like what he said, and then goes, I guess we're all good. The only memorable thing about this is him saying that Shazam was an obscure character who the DC movie made iconic, as if he isn't a character who was once more popular than Superman, while he says Thor was among Marvel's heavy hitters that they opened the MCU with. As if the MCU wasn't famously built on the backs of a bunch of heroes whose film rights no companies wanted, forcing Disney to rely on Hulk and a bunch of actual B-listers. Let's say that Thor is not one of the big names of Marvel until the MCU happened. Beyond that, it's an okay episode. Number 239, episode 272, The 3 Big Twists of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Can't explain, I just kind of like this one. Like, it's a generic prediction theory, but I kind of enjoyed how Matthew tackled it, and I thought the comic stuff was reasonable to bring up, and it definitely felt more, here's some stuff I think might have happened, and not, here's the true facts of what I decided will totally happen. Number 238, episode 388, The Death of Indiana Jones. This episode was mostly really interesting, as Matthew goes into whether that distance would allow, like, a fridge to protect Indy enough in the moment. That's all solid. He just never addresses that Indy absolutely would have suffered internal damage to a high degree from the ridiculous launch and crash landing he suffered in that thing. Which is like, that's the part that bothered me, is him bouncing around in there when he lands. Not like he got launched a gentle distance and crashed relatively softly, he was blasted through the air. Matthew doesn't properly address this and instead goes into the door thing, which, like, I get it, but that kind of landing probably would have broken the latch. Number 237, episode 199, we solved Rick and Morty Season 4, episode 1. What a title. Yeah, I kind of like the format of this one and how Matthew presented it. Like, it felt cozy and more genuine. It bored the shit out of me because I don't give a fuck about Rick and Morty, and I had to gear up for about a flood of episodes about it, but I did kind of like the vibe of this episode at least. Number 236, episode 187, Rey is the next Darth Vader. This is the closest that Matthew got to being right about Star Wars, but it's really more because Rise of Skywalker was copying so much existing stuff than anything from Matthew himself. It's okay though. Number 235, episode 94, is the Emoji Movie illegal? This episode is so close to being absurdly boring, but the ending with Jack's films and like his discussion of double standards and hypocrisy kind of saved it. I do like his commentary on how unfair it is that YouTubers get hit in so many ways for advertisements that movies aren't, but more so that movies don't have to disclose their advertisements and thus can get away with marketing directly to kids. I appreciate what Matt was going for, but I didn't find his side that interesting. Number 234, episode 410, Omni-Man was right? The only reason this isn't an outright bad tier is because it has a lot of very good information about the brain and how it develops. Information I do think has value, and at the end it almost seems like Matthew almost gets it. Except, how it relates to Omni-Man kinda sucks. He talks about how Nolan's brain will die off with age as he loses the ability for empathy and elasticity, despite the fact that Matthew literally plays the clip where Nolan talks about how Viltrumites age, where like they age slower in physical attributes as they age in years. So even though he is super old, his brain wouldn't have aged the same way that a human's would at that age. He then says that Nolan is being generous by saying he loves Debbie as a pet because of how small a part of his life she'll take up, which is, I think that's awfully callous. The reason that this is a fucked up thing to say is because Debbie is a fully sentient individual person of a species that Matthew considers close enough to Nolan's to base his neurochemistry on. This is crazy. He talks about Nolan's high IQ and such and says that he'd not be able to relate to humans, basically saying that Nolan is justified because he is inherently biologically superior. Anyway, there's a bit where he talks about how Immortal isn't as evil despite being as old or older, and he goes in to say that it's because the Immortal has befriended a lot of people, despite earlier saying that the reason Nolan was so jaded is that he has lived 40 generations of wives and had to grieve all of his wives dying, thus desensitizing him, which you'd think would affect the Immortal and Mark the same way, no? He then says a big thing about the Immortal being ethically superior because he was born on Earth and raised to value empathy. Oh yes, the value of empathy from 3300 BCE. The pinnacle of human empathy. Yeah, so there's really good science in this, and I do think that saves it a lot, but really bad integration of the subject matter. Number 233, episode 205, What is the Cat Hiding? People who don't care about FNAF, this is the point where I began to go from understanding why you got sick of game theory to actively feeling the same way. Fuck Rick and Morty. Matthew wasted a week every time an episode dropped to do a theory on it. This is so nothing. Matthew does a whole episode that's 6 minutes of explaining the episode of Rick and Morty, 10 minutes of going, it might be this, but I don't know, and then at the very end, he gets to the point for 2 minutes where he talks about what the cat represents. That part's fun, the rest is boring. Number 232, episode 237, Naruto Run is Best Run. This is a weird episode given Matthew always treats fictional characters as if they're normal humans, but here he goes, well, Naruto's really fast. Trust me, it's not as common as you think for Matthew to look at a character who's obviously superhuman and go, they're superhuman. Like, he acts as if Spider-Man is as durable as a normal human being. Yeah, the science is good, it makes sense, but this is also something that has been brought up a lot. Even Death Battle mentioned this very theory 3 years prior. It's not really Matt's own idea. Number 231, episode 74, Westworld's secret location revealed. This is a decent enough episode where Matthew does his best to try and present a case for Westworld being underwater. It has a few holes in it though, just in terms of what he presents. Like, Westworld saying their park is super safe must mean they can control the weather, and no life being there except flies must mean it's not on any terrestrial body on Earth. Those feel like pretty big stretches to me, which are also how he opens his evidence, and that makes it all feel so much harder to buy, even though the later evidence is a lot better. Number 230, episode 188, SpongeBob and the Secret Under Goo Lagoon. I didn't get much from this, but I really appreciate that Matthew made a theory involving piles of dead corpses and didn't try to go, oh, this was ruining childhood, SpongeBob is secretly super dark. He just kind of goes, huh, well that's a bit morbid, which I find a lot less try-hard and thus a lot more charming. It's a fun enough episode, but it's not one that does much for me. Number 229, episode 138, The Secret to Fusing a Cat and Dog. It's fine. I think Matthew handled it as best he could, and it was fairly educational, which is always appreciated. I also think it wasn't a topic I was terribly interested in, which is why I didn't get much out of it. Number 228, episode 99, Ray's Parents Sold. It just is on Matpat that he opened with, I'm so sure I'm right, I'm gonna put a spoiler alert for The Last Jedi before the movie drops. He has some fun looks into the Luke and Obi-Wan parentage theories, though saying it wouldn't make sense due to the rules of the Jedi is odd to me. Like, Obi-Wan already broke that in the Clone Wars show, he was absolutely fucking her, and Luke never was a full Republic-era Jedi. It makes sense even for Obi-Wan's daughter to be born so late, when you consider that, you know, how long he's gone on since the Order was dealt with. You know, he lived a long time. I mean, maybe grandchild would make more sense, but like, it would work timeline-wise. It's a fun enough theory that goes for the hilariously unsubversive Rey Solo argument, which might have honestly been intended, but Last Jedi burnt that bridge. Anyway, it's a fun episode despite how wrong it is. Number 227, episode 104, Who is Santa's Missing Son? A Christmas Conspiracy. It's okay. I don't feel too much about it, but I think this is actually fairly strong as an episode. I just happen not to care. Number 226, episode 95, It, Pennywise's Greatest Fear. It's a good theory, genuinely, but yeah, it's another theory that's existed for years before the video, and Matthew doesn't disclose that. Makes me sad, but it's okay, it's nearly decent. Number 225, episode 34, How to Make a Real Sharknado. It's about tornadoes being strong. The only interesting part is when dealing with the idea of them being alive. He just says there'd be water in it, which, yep, that makes sense. Number 224, episode 294, There's Blood on Captain America's Hands. Do some of these episodes just get misnamed? This video has nothing to do with the title. The video is about how Sam's Captain America said some stuff that didn't have as much meaning as he thought, and so Matthew looks into all the many issues. It wasn't the most interesting to me, but I liked it. I thought it made for a good look into the economic and humanitarian crisis the blip and unblip would cause. It's just kind of, it's just middling enough to not go in decent tier. Alright, now that we're done with that, we can start finally go into the episodes that I actually kind of like. Here is a quick shorts intermission where I will rank, just on their own, every short that features Matpat in film theory. This will be quick, but, you know, it could be interesting. Number 46, an Among Us meme, spoiled Knives Out. I'm just upset that Matthew spoiled this for me, like, immediately, because it auto-played to this next. Fuck. I think I've forgotten everything he said in it, which is good, because I don't want to be spoiled. Number 45, film theory, BTS. This is just an advertisement for Google Meets. What else am I supposed to say? Number 44, one of these people is a spy. Can you guess who? This is also just an advertisement, this time for a show that I don't care about. Number 43, help me solve this spy mystery. It's another ad. Number 42, no one saw that twist coming. And the same thing again. Number 41, Jeff Bezos saved this cancelled show. No bitch ass Jeff Bezos glazing, Matthew. Number 40, these Transformers are total alphas. Maximal mode is not a thing, Matthew, that's called beast mode. Also, he seems to think the beast modes are superior because they can move upstairs and climb easier and they have thumbs, even though that's only Primal and Ape Link in this film. Did he forget that the guys who turn into fast cars can also become robots with thumbs who can climb and move upstairs? Some can turn into planes that fly in that movie. Did he watch the movie? I don't think he did. I think this is like an advertisement before it came out. But like, surely he watched he's watched Age of Extinction, or at least he's pretended to. So surely he knows, right? They can turn into flying things. This is so silly, because this assumes that the Cybertronians can only stay in their alt modes the entire time. Number 39, My Little Pony has magic tramp stamps. He literally says they're not magic in this short, and he gets them backwards. Matthew seems to think that the cutie marks determine the pony's future, and not like the pony's choice of path in life are what caused the cutie marks to form to represent that. Clearly, he's not watched the show. There's a whole multi-season arc related to that, featuring these characters called the Cutie Mark Crusaders. How'd he do that? But also, when needing an apple-based pony as an example, he went to the iconic apple fritter as the main choice, which... Oh, Matthew. Number 38, Boba Fett is a straight savage. In this short, Matthew ignores that the Tatooine stormtroopers have flamethrowers to say that they obviously would not have burnt Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru to death. Then he says they were disintegrated when they obviously weren't, so when Vader said no disintegrations, he was telling Boba not to do it the way he didn't do it to those people, who weren't even disintegrated. Number 37, Disney lets the rat out of the bag. In this one, Matthew just repeats part of a theory he already made. Number 36, Captain America's shield sucks. Matthew just takes a segment from a film theory and makes it a short, I think. Wow, so interesting. Number 35, How to Kill Deadpool. One of Matthew's film theories has him saying that he knows when not to cram a whole video into a short. I think this is funny, because right, he says that, but this is him cramming a whole existing theory into a short. Number 34, $600 million is a flop for Disney. It's a theory that he already did, but in the form of a short again. Number 33, is Skibidi Toilet dumb or genius? It's like the theory he did, but shorter and worse, but at least this one is kind of hilariously jarring to imagine popping up in a feed, so it's funnier. Number 32, the secret airbender in Avatar The Last Airbender. Ty Lee is not an airbender, Matthew. Her father is a Fire Nation nobleman, and she wasn't hiding in a circus, she joined to make herself unique from her siblings. Hell, you bring her up as... You say that she doesn't look anything like the other Fire Nation people, and 3 of the characters you show are related. Of course they look more like each other than Ty Lee would. Number 31, the Guardians of the Galaxy logo reveals who dies. No, it does not, but it's a funny idea. Number 30, Netflix secretly made a Star Wars movie. Matthew once more stretches the definition of secretly. Secretly. Number 29, why do trailers have trailers? I don't think I've ever seen these actually, and if I have, I've blocked them out, so I don't care. Number 28, Nintendo hit a star in the Super Mario movie. Wow, how interesting. In Super Mario 64, there's a Star and Peach connection. That's the whole thing, so he says that Peach in the Mario movie is a superstar. Like, specifically a superstar. Not even, like, the whole thing that, like, oh, she's made of stardust, which, like, would be accurate as a prediction. No. She is a superstar. Number 27, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse music hides a secret. The secret is that the 60 Spider-Man theme is a leitmotif for the whole Spider franchise. It's a neat detail. That is actually a secret, I guess. It's nice, but that's it. It's not really that interesting. Number 26, I was right about the Backrooms. In this episode, Matthew decides to take credit for later Backrooms episodes featuring examples of characters who have done basic common sense things to try and survive, and he also suggested those common sense things. I think it is possible that Kane might have taken some inspiration from what Matthew said in his original Backrooms video, but I just think it's really funny that he's like, these people did common sense things. They must have been basing it on me. Number 25, D&D Dragons Breathe Farts. Farts, funny, yeah, it's fine. We could have actually had good D&D episodes if he decided to do the whole thing of like Stranger Things, but what D&D level would they be at? And just do any fucking edition of D&D past first edition. But he didn't. Number 24, The Deadly Secret of the Princess Bride. Good theory short until he suddenly drops an ad read on us. Number 23, Marvel's first F-bomb and what it means. Some basic and uninteresting stuff about how swearing is allowed in PG movies that's only saved by how Matthew ends the short. Number 22, Spider-Man's costume is basic. Here's why. I hate that Matthew only ever puts the hyphen in Spider-Man in the title of shorts, but not in his actual theories. Anyway, it's a fun little history lesson, that's about it. Number 21, the Jurassic World T-Rex would never catch you. Matthew, do you think T-Rex regularly ate Stegosaurus? Get out of here, buddy. Yeah, he's otherwise correct on this one, even if it's not particularly surprising. Number 20, the Amazing Digital Circus just clowned on us. Stupid theory, but I just think the imagery of Jack Black's face in front of with the Amazing Digital Circus logo is really funny. Number 19, don't mess with this Ninja Turtle. Matthew argues that the bow staff is undeniably the best weapon, as if there's such a thing as an all-around best weapon in any context, ignoring the different various techniques of the other weapons and how they could be used and the balance of them. Really, he just goes, this is long range, so it is better, which, you know, I get, but if you have someone who has no idea how to use a bow staff, put them against someone who knows how to use a sword, you know, who knows what'll happen. Number 18, Paw Patrol names are low-key. He talks about what Zuma means. That's neat enough, I guess. Number 17, film theory training montage. It's fine, it's funny at points, it's okay. Number 16, Marvel hid this secret in Black Panther costumes. This is a cool detail and an element that would have gotten a top tier rank short if Matthew noticed himself instead of it being just like an outright proven thing that he has evidence like this was completely intentional. Still, it's a nice little detail. Number 15, Nick Fury was always a Skrull. I guess this is interesting in the details Matthew uses. It's like great as a theory, like for a short. It's not very interesting to me. I don't care for the idea that Nick Fury was just some other dude in a lot of stuff, but I think it's an interesting way to look at things. Number 14, PlayStation takes the blue pill. A fun little lesson about the history of the PlayStation 2, DVDs, and the Matrix. Number 13, Lumiere is a time traveler. A fun, silly theory that I'm sure Matthew would have fucked up as a full episode because he would have said that time traveling makes Lumiere evil because why didn't he stop the Holocaust? Number 12, the Little Mermaid wants to hypnotize you. Good debunk of a popular theory, but why did he say that harpies are specifically Roman and not Greek? I don't get that. Number 11, this Lord of the Rings character started as a meme. Fun little short, if not much of a theory, it's just some interesting little trivia about a random background character who became popular in the community of the film. Number 10, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse animation hides a secret. Fun detail about the animation of the movie, but not a theory at all, it's just kind of fun. Number 9, you're wrong about this Ratatouille Pixar theory. This is a fun debunk including evidence in the movie and out of universe. Why couldn't this get a whole episode? I think this was actually kind of neat and I would have liked to see him talk more about how animation reuses things, but it's not a bad thing. Number 8, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse fixed Morbius. It did not, but this is something I never thought about, and it's definitely a nice way to explain a bullshit scene, whether intentional or not, and that's pretty cool. Number 7, FNAF just dropped an F-bomb. It didn't, and this should be lower, but Matthew drops confidential early draft script reads, and that's really funny. Number 6, this John Wick character has superpowers. Donnie Yen, I'm pretty sure, has superpowers in real life too, so this is a cool video, and I believe it. Number 5, Obi-Wan Kenobi is a clone. A neat little theory that's really just explaining a popular theory from the past, and that's cool. I think it would have been neat if he talked about more how in like, early Legends there are things suggesting that the whole, like, Jedi Order clone thing is true. Because I'm pretty sure that's mentioned in, like, a couple other things. Number 4, Captain America Bucky Barnes is a total nerd! Fun details and discussion, I think this is pretty neat, it's a nice little thing. And he mentions The Hobbit, which is goated. Number 3, Frozen has the worst Disney parents. An interesting little debunk of a theory that's concise and well done. He does a great job explaining it, and then going over the details of why it's wrong. No issues. Number 2, Knuckles is a dodgeball legend. Matthew fits a fun history lesson, calculation, and silly jokes all in one short, without getting anything ridiculously wrong. It's fun. Number 1, Superman's disguise totally works. A great short that I think is pretty damn effective at getting its point across, and has good examples. It's very solid. And that's the shorts. Oh boy, my friends, now we can finally talk about episodes that are decent. These are film theories that I think are solid, they're okay, they don't really stand out, but they're not bad either. As it says, they're decent. Number 223, episode 105, was SpongeBob adopted? It's a nice fun video about genetics, it's nice, it's enjoyable. I feel like it would get way higher if it addressed actual sponge genetics though. But it tackles and explains the overall concept of genetics well enough. I don't think it's bad, and it's not necessarily boring either. Number 222, episode 389, Paw Patrol. Nobody likes this part. Matpat just couldn't let a good thing be a good thing. This episode was so close to just being in the good tier. Matthew looks at the data across the entire Paw Patrol series and puts together a list of the most used pups and who is the best. This is great. I like this. I even like the twist he pulls at the end where he reveals that even though Zuma has the least users, Marshall's uses are overall worse and he is less useful despite being called to help more. Except then Matthew has to spin into some commentary on the evil, seedy underbelly of Paw Patrol, how Ryder is a criminal mastermind out to cut costs and throw out the unneeded dogs, and he's so evil and capitalist, and shut the fuck up with your dog shit brain dead headcanon. I wish this was like an headache video, because not only would all the data likely be available to check out in full, but also the jokes would be actually funny and it wouldn't have this shit ending attached to it. Number 221, episode 32, How Batman Beats Superman. I enjoy some of this for how Matt tries to figure out weaknesses in Superman, but it feels like he has to really stretch the truth and withhold information sometimes. He addresses that Batman could theoretically beat Superman, and does so by saying that Superman is only 400 times as strong as a normal person, using what was not even close to his best feat in the films even at the time. Saying that Superman can't handle non-ionizing radiation, including X-rays, despite having X-ray vision, and then he ignores any of Superman's actual powers to make it just a punch-out of raw strength. The hilarious part is that he got the result right, but also said no kryptonite as if that wasn't always going to be the main way Batman would win. Still, I enjoy parts of this. Number 220, episode 72, King Kong's Secret Past. Solved! What a silly idea about Kong being a genetically engineered creature. But you know, it's a fun enough video, just with a silly conclusion. At least he gives Gamera some love. Number 219, episode 38, Proof of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in New York. I feel like I should get more out of this than I do, but I genuinely feel nothing more than, it's alright. I don't dislike it, it's just really not kind of good enough. Number 218, episode 139, Will Marvel Break in One Punch? This one is halfway really cool and halfway not that. Matthew decides to calculate the feats of Saitama and Vibranium to see what's stronger, with 2 for each. One of each is well done. Saitama's Meteor Punch gets a lot of detail put into it, while Mjolnir's swing is even more detailed, with multiple sets of evidence for and against the star matter thing, as well as a well put together number. But then comparatively, Saitama's moon jump involving him getting speed from faster than light travel, which is how kinetic energy works, and ignores the giant crater Saitama makes by jumping, and the Vibranium moon thing is just stupid on every level. First, he takes Cap's shield being broken by Thanos in the comics. He says this means we know the power necessary to destroy the shield is 1 power gem. Somehow. Then he calculates the movie version of the gem destroying the moon. Well, no, he says he doesn't destroy the moon. Instead, he attributes its power to be equivalent to what's necessary to overpower the gravitational binding energy of the moon. So the Power Stone didn't destroy the moon, it just used the power needed to destroy the moon. Basically, Cap's shield is equivalent in power to a feat Thanos did with a Power Stone, because a different version of Thanos used a different version of the Power Stone to destroy a different version of Cap's shield with a backhand. There is no way this makes sense. This is like taking a human being killed by a grenade, saying that, okay, we know that a human, bare minimum, can survive a grenade, so we go to a different universe with a different grenade that can blow up a mountain to say that we know that a human can survive a mountain blowing up. We know the limits of the shield. That doesn't mean this is the minimum power needed to break the shield. It could take 1% the power of the Power Stone to break the shield, and the full Power Stone would still break it. It's also just combining different universes. It's very frustrating to watch, and it tanks an otherwise potentially great calculations episode with utter nonsense. Because the first chunk, you know, the Mjolnir swing, the Meteor Punch, those are really well done, really good calculations, and then the rest just shits the bed. Number 217, episode 119, The Cost of Disney's Darkest Business. A pretty interesting question and fittingly dark given the title. It's just how expensive Pleasure Island is, and I think that's a good topic. That said, my favorite part is how Matpat explains the movie. It's so blunt but stupid and balances out to being really funny. I love how he describes the core storyline as some guys convince Pinocchio to do some shit. That's so true. The intro is fucking dire though, what the nonce? Number 216, episode 24, Disney's Frozen, Anna and Elsa are not sisters? An interesting theory in terms of trying to connect threads laid out by behind the scenes claims. I like some things here, though Matt's insistence that this was all rigorously planned out can be annoying. I'd much rather he admit this as the crackpot theory it really is. I also find it really funny that Elsa and Rapunzel share one moment where their powers do the same thing, and Matthew says that they have the exact same powers, but Elsa got an ice upgrade. I don't think that's how that works, man. It makes for an interesting theory, but one that's not really breaking any ground. Number 215, episode 3, Jon Snow is the key to Game of Thrones. I'm sure there are some people wondering why I've not got this even higher. Matpat was bang on the money with this theory, but those who know the issue may also wonder why it's not lower. Because, you see, this isn't Matt's theory. The R plus L equals J theory has been around as long as the novels have. Matt is basically reciting someone else's theory at you, without even a noggin level of respect and probably disclosing what he's doing. That Darth Jar Jar theory, by the way, if that was a film theory, it would be like top tier. But this isn't a noggin ranking. Anyway, I don't want to dog this one too badly, because I do think that Matt delivers the theory really well. He's got good ass pacing, clean explanations, and this was before Matt's fully obnoxious know-it-all phase, where he felt still a bit more natural and less of a character of himself. So I do rate this, It's just it can't go any higher when it's not his own theory. Number 214, episode 164, what is Ultra Shaggy's true power level? I don't know, man, this was amusing at the start in an ironic sense, but as it goes on, the episode becomes a bit more lame. I appreciate how he explains what happened in the movie, and the calculation is fun, but he continues his trend of how do you do fellow Sigmas level jokes at Dragon Ball's expense. Like, he mocks Krillin dying all the time, as if it wasn't twice ever and Goku's died more. He doesn't really, like, try to find any feats from Shaggy outside of the film. I'm not saying he needed to find the universe-shattering feat, I'm just saying that bro isn't putting in the effort. Number 213, episode 224, the dark science of Rick and Morty's portal gun. It's completely enjoyable, I guess. I like some of the science stuff. Neil deGrasse Tyson, regardless of what you think of him, does know what he's talking about in the field of science. It all works out to a good episode. Except it's one of those collabs where the second half of it and its answers is in a different video, and that video is not a film theory, so it loses points and I can shove off. Number 212, episode 53, Ouija is the sequel to The Exorcist? A fun little enough theory that's not really up to much. Matpat points out a few fun similarities between the movies and then makes a fun, speculative, hypothetical way they're connected. I don't buy it. A lot of this is standard demonic possession stuff, especially the point about speaking in tongues. It's not harming anyone. Basic fun. Number 211, episode 63, Harold Potter more Voldemort than Voldemort. I feel a bit gross ranking anything Harry Potter well, but I can't begrudge Matthew for talking about it a solid year or two before JK outed herself as a cunt. Basic mathematics, but it tells a fun story, and I enjoy Matthew going through it decently. Number 210, episode 116, Your Memories Are a Lie! I don't get much of this episode, but I do give it points for being about the most interesting idea for Men in Black on film theory. That does mean I was invested, but I found the episode a bit dull, and Matthew I don't think explained himself super well. It's just decent. Number 209, episode 121, Phineas and Ferb, Doof's biggest mistake. There's some interesting science here, and I find it very fun that Doof's evidence was accidentally prophetic to the future of science. And that's good and all, and I like it, sure. Especially the twist on how Doof's plan was shockingly ahead of its time, but foiled by the stupidest fucking choice possible. But man, that intro, why is Matthew putting all his sus child-related bits in film theory? Number 212, episode 90, Ariel is related to Hercules? Aside from some of the fun details he notices near the end, most of it's pretty standard stuff. He explains Hercules' lineage, connects it to Triton and thus Ariel, and then he points out things he mentioned in an older theory. Kinda decent, fun, but so very simple. Number 207, episode 361, Jacksepticeye must be stopped! Yeah, I thought this was fun enough. A solid-ish theory that went into some stuff I know nothing about. I'm sure if I knew more about Iris Project, this could have either been way higher or way lower. As it is, it was decent. Number 206, episode 75, How to Break Marvel's Luke Cage. It's an interesting enough look into CRISPR and how it can be beaten. And I like the bits about Google. It's pretty fun, yeah. I don't have much to say. It's informative, and it's also funny that Matthew didn't just say poison the fucker, because that would bypass the skin. Number 205, episode 8, 50 Shades of Grey Cult Theory. This is actually a pretty interesting look in how cults work. While Matthew very vitriolically applies it to a movie he blatantly dislikes and systematically brutalizes the very notion of 50 Shades being even remotely romantic. Unfortunately, the whole episode is ruined by Jeremy CinemaSins. Not just because I don't like CinemaSins, but because he's the worst used collab partner yet. He just doesn't do anything but make terrible comments, which is accurate to his content, but that doesn't make it good or fun to watch. He even comments on operant conditioning right after Matthew explains what it is, and he gets it wrong. How? It's a shame, because this would have been probably a great tier episode, but his butting in is never funny. Number 204, I'm gonna sneeze. Number 204, episode 140, Attack on Titan's biggest mystery solved! This is the one where Matthew says the Titans were born of a yeast infection. It's sound enough, even if I'm pretty sure it's very outdated by now. I think Matthew does a decent job putting pieces together to make a sensible enough sounding theory, but I never really got invested in any of what he was saying. I don't know, I guess I never gave a shit during the brief period I was watching this show about where the Titans came from, so I didn't really care, but it's an okay theory. Number 203, episode 118, Ready Player One's True Threat. Purposely ignoring all of the nostalgia bait and pop culture pandering of Ready Player One to instead focus on how stupid the world itself is, genuinely has aura and is really funny. Could you imagine a timeline where Matthew's Ready Player One theory is, who is the strongest character to cameo in Ready Player One? Anyway, this episode we got is generally informative and interesting. I have no strong ties to it and no reasons to go back, but I have to give it points for the approach and the unique thing it tackles. Number 202, episode 37, How to Kill Magneto. Another perfectly enjoyable episode. The only things that stood out as particularly annoying was Matthew's examples of Magneto not being able to stop bullets, those being ignoring that these bullets were explicitly made out of plastic so he could not stop them, and the one where he dismisses the actual given reason as nuh-uh, and the one where he does stop a bullet, and Matthew bends over backwards to explain why this means he can't stop bullets. Hell, he has to actively avoid the fact that plastic bullets are made to stop him, just to avoid the obvious issue that if any standard bullet could do the job, they wouldn't have needed to make special ones. Okay, you know what, maybe this one wasn't actually that good and I just like the bridge bit. Number 201, episode 93, Did Rick Clone Beth? Sold! A fun, bite-sized episode that's mostly just pretty okay. Not much to say, it's very short, under 10 minutes, and it's a nice bit of Matthew just doing some fun theory stuff with time-based calculations. No harm here. Number 200, episode 168, What is Us Really About? I'm sure this theory could be excellent to some, but for me, as someone who's not American and is sick and tired of America and his shit, I didn't get anything from this. I recognize Matthew's passion, I respect his drive and whatever this movie's going for, but this theory completely put me off the film, because while I can enjoy a movie about something I don't care about, I'm sick of everything I consume being about America. I just do not want to watch more shit about America. It's a fine theory, not for me. Then again, I haven't seen Us, so for all I know, Matthew is completely misinterpreting it. It would be so hilariously in character for Matthew's whole nobody could tell the difference because the United States is hollow interpretation to be him hilariously off base, and maybe the movie's actual message is there is no difference at all, that's why nobody could tell quote unquote the difference. Number 199, episode 335, Is Morbius so bad you can sue? I don't have anything to say. I thought it was a hysterical way to capitalize on the Morbius memes and a fun topic. Solid episode. Number 198, episode 182, Joey Graceffa is lying to you. Yeah, it's a fine episode. I'm glad Matthew was passionate here, but having never watched the series, I felt really lost, which is not a problem I feel with most of the stuff Matthew normally puts me into. But it's a fine episode that I imagine would be more interesting if I knew anything. Number 197, episode 280, Was Cruella actually wrong? This episode was fine and dandy. Matthew calculates the cost of owning 101 dogs, then how much Cruella would have made financially if she won, and then goes into the only reasonable choice of putting them up for adoption. Weird that he never considers that dogs could be spayed and neutered to prevent the excessive breeding, but whatever. He also basically describes the creation of a puppy mill as the end as the best option, which, given he focuses on the profits above anything, and given how puppy mills actually work in disregarding the well-being of the dogs for the best profit, yikes. Number 196, episode 298, Baby Shark is adopted! No, really. Yeah, it's a fine episode. I think Matt making anything out of Baby Shark is kind of interesting, and it's a fun look in at shark biology and what's going on. I find it a bit annoying he tries to make it all dark and edgy and acts as if the characters have to act realistic, when them having clearly defined familial titles means they clearly aren't normal sharks. But yeah, most of it's fine, interesting shark facts. Number 195, episode 305, Do not open the door. This one was alright, a good look at how everything in Crypt TV comes together, but ironically in a way that didn't come together that well for me. It's like almost there, but something about this episode doesn't click for me. It's fine though. Number 194, episodes 45 and 46, The Suicide Squad Joker 2-parter. This one is hysterical to look at, considering it's about how a crossover between multiple generations of DC Comics actors in one movie could save the whole franchise. And then as we see, instead, that concept literally ended the franchise. Ignoring that part, I think the first video that tries to connect the first 3 eras of Joker to the 3 then live-action Jokers was interesting. The 3 Joker reveal feels haphazardly thrown in there, given the 3 Jokers were already known to have been characters in entirely separate universes, but still, that part was neat. The second part is kind of just nonsense about how they could cross over their multiple universes, which has nothing to do with the 3 Joker reveal, really. If the 3 Joker reveal never happened, you could still just say crossing things over would be neat. Nothing really has to do with the core aspect of the theory, and that docks many points. Still, it's not horrible. I think it's a good episode. Number 193, episode 196, The Look-See is coming for you. This is a perfectly fine analysis of the Look-See. It's a cool creature, and Matthew covers things well. I just have very little to say. Number 192, episode 419, The Old Rick is dead. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, I was just glad to see Rick and Morty fuck off out of my life for forever. This episode is fine. It sure does some stuff and has a nice message at the end. Mostly, I'm glad to just evict it from my home. Number 191, episode 413, The Amazing Digital Circus is literally hell. It seems like a decent theory, yeah. It's one of his more out there reaches, which he acknowledges, but he makes a good case, and I think it's a great idea. I like him explaining the origin of biblically accurate angels as well. That was surprisingly well done. Number 119, episode 353, actually, you can simply walk into Mordor, but it'll take a while. So this theory has some decent stuff in it, like Matthew's explanation of observer bias, his reference to reality to explain the basic walking paths, so on. He does a good job exploring the themes of the hobbits and why they were necessary. My only reason for moving it down here is that, first of all, he simply fails to understand what Boromir said. He seems to think that Frodo and Samwise Gamgee made it look like an easy trek. Did you watch The Lord of the Rings and think it looked really easy for Frodo and Sam to get there? They nearly die multiple times, man. Boromir literally dies on the way. Gandalf literally dies and only comes back when Eru Ilúvatar decides he should. That's gold if you didn't know. He also misses context for Boromir referring to a large group and not a stealthy one. Like Boromir saying, you can't simply just waltz up to Mordor with an army and throw the ring in the mountain. He's not saying you can't simply sneak in stealthily. And also, Boromir saying the word simply was correct. None of the trip was simple. Otherwise, Matthew basically explains known facts about the story, all without noticing how Tolkien accounted for all this already. Like, Tolkien already did the work before he wrote the book. The only reason this is still a decent theory is that the video itself is solid, and he's not trying to make the series seem lesser or like it did something wrong by mistake. It's just him explaining stuff. Number 189, episode 79, is Suicide Squad's Joker actually Batman's boy wonder? An interesting take on the Joker is Robin theory that goes into a much more creative direction. It's a decent enough theory that has some fun ideas and I think is acceptably competent. Not crazy good, but I liked it. Number 188, episode 268, You Are Breathing Poison! A simple yet fairly reasonable look in on how plants work, how fungi work, and the chemical makeup of our atmosphere. Nothing I didn't really know prior, but it's not bad, it's decently adequate. Number 187, episode 172, What is the Taste of a Liar? This one was decent. It's a solid enough theory about JoJo's that, aside from some bad meme usage at points and attempts to get with the kids shows these days, does a serviceable job at analysing the question. It's just not a JoJo meme I care about, honestly, and not one I even remembered existing before I watched this. It's also his only JoJo episode. Number 186, episode 355, One of Us is Dead! Solid, not much more than that. Matthew does a good job explaining what happens and coming with a reasonable theory to explain the meaning. I didn't get much from it. Number 185, episode 299, 3 new Spider-Man No Way Home theories. Matthew is stretching the definition of new here, when he's really just bringing up existing theories, explaining why they make sense, and then novelly going into their issues and what makes them less likely. Fun little episode with nothing more than a bit of a novelty to it. Number 184, episode 357, Rick's Revenge? I still hate Rick and Morty, it's entirely Matthew's fault, but I will say the first chunk of this about a universe where nothing matters and how it's technically the same as a universe where everything matters, and Matthew figuring out an arc for Rick where he realizes that was pretty good actually. He then brings in this other Rick and makes some sort of cosmological balance shit argument, and at that point I don't give a fuck anymore. It truly is the Rick and Morty part I don't like, but the first bit was enjoyable. Number 183, episode 264, Dibber's an alien? I haven't seen Invader Zim, so I have no idea if this is somehow a crime against the series, but I think it was fine enough, moderately enjoyable in that. Number 182, episode 271, Has Been Hotel, There Is No Redemption. The calculations of this one are fun. I like that Matt went into statistics and faced the pilot on its own merits instead of trying to argue against it. Though his assertion that religions all agree on essentially no polygamy is really strange. No, Matthew, not every religion ever agrees that no polygamy. I didn't care for much of the opening mini-theory, if only because I can't imagine anyone seeing Bill's Cipher and being inspired by, hey, you know what I really like about Bill's Cipher that motivates me to make a character? Yeah, he's sometimes associated with this one song that got popular in this one time period. I have a whole idea now. Like, the mini-theory comes across as like, it's what's wrong with Matthew's mindset. He thinks Alistair being tied to 1930s radio is too random. Matthew, he had to be tied to some era of radio. If this was 1920s radio, you would have made him connected to some other random character. Number 181, episode 397, The World of One Piece is broken. In this episode, Matthew tells us that realistically, the world of One Piece makes no geographical sense. That's it. No shit. Yeah, I wasn't super engaged, but I do think the science was at least fairly interesting. Number 180, episode 161, Lego Batman vs. DC Batman. Who's the strongest Batman? In terms of calculations, this one was kind of limp. There's 2 neat calculations and the rest is not up to much. The result is very obvious and the story the episode tells isn't that interesting. Still, I think it's an entertaining one. This would have gotten higher if you tried to see the power Batman contributed to pulling the city back together in this film. That shouldn't have been too hard. Number 179, episode 367, How to Survive The Last of Us. Funnily enough, I think this one ended up being true, but I feel like this is a case where the answer to what he's predicting was kind of like telegraphed and put in faces, so the theory itself doesn't get all that much from it. It's fine though, there's only so much interest I can have about a theory on a single episode's worth of content, but I did find the idea of changing it from airborne to virus funny, given the explanation of, but it's hard to get effective drama if they're wearing a mask. Not only has this guy clearly never heard of a Kamen Rider, but his show stars Pedro Pascal in the lead, the guy who made people fall in love with the Mandalorian while wearing a full helmet, while Joel will only sometimes need to wear a smaller mask. Number 178, episode 130, The Gross Truth of Bakugo's Quirk. What the fuck was this intro? Matthew makes a joke about how I guess repetitive Hero Aka is, but to do that, he has to play the same clip over and over again because in editing they realize the joke doesn't work, or is it supposed to be flashbacks but doesn't sell right? Anyway, most of the episode is fine. He jumps a lot of hoops to measure how big these barrels are based on the eye width of Todoroki, when he could have just instead used how high up the guy's body it goes. He then does a decent job comparing this to actual sweating and putting it into context. What I appreciate is that he acknowledges the fact that humans in Hero Aka might not function the same way as real humans. I know. You might think it's weird for me to say that. Why is it surprising that he thinks these clearly supernatural humans might be superhuman? It's shockingly rare. I expected him to end the video at Bakugo would shrivel up and be a prune. Him recognizing them as superhuman alone got him moved up a spot or two. Like, wow, good job Matthew, he doesn't even acknowledge sometimes that Spider-Man is superhuman. Number 177, episode 226, we solve Community's final mystery. If I had watched Community, maybe I'd like this more, but as it stands, solid. Good enough, not much higher than that for me. Good question, fun approach, entertaining, next. Number 176, episode 317, yes, Mirabelle does have a gift. I wrote this and ranked this before I watched Encanto. Now that I have watched Encanto, this probably should be lower, but I had to slaughter the really bad one first, and I just didn't get around to killing this one. I think this episode, without context, is fine. It's okay, he clearly loves the movie. With context, Number 175, episode 391, time is running out! Don't care about Chicken Nugget or whatever, but it's a neat little theory, and I kinda dug parts of it. Don't feel strongly. Number 174, episode 195, How to Survive the Purge. This episode is really dumb, but I kinda like it. I enjoy how Matthew doesn't bother telling you how to actually survive the purge. Instead, it's just the purge sucks and is stupid. He then goes into organ harvesting and all that, which is fun enough. But it's really that start where he goes into awkward detail about how well he knows how to commit felonies and then explains why they wouldn't work out. That's amusing. Number 173, episode 217, Who Actually Won the Streaming Wars? A decent, long analysis into the issues with streaming services and what the situation was like at the time. And might still be like, I don't pay attention to this shit. It's fine, engaging enough. Number 172, episode 282, Is Wally Satan? Fine enough. Matthew explains someone else's theory well, goes into details, forms his conclusion. I wish he didn't keep calling the fruit of knowledge an apple as he claims to have done his research and only once does he address Noah. Would you think he'd be more willing to do when talking about a biblical allegory within a movie taking place on a ship that carries stuff to safety from global catastrophe on Earth? Also, no mention of who is Adam here, and I think Matthew should have played more into how the overall themes of the movie have to be ignored, and you'd have to pretend that a consumerist dystopia where humans are lazy and can do nothing at all counts as paradise. And how matching the story would require the robots that the theory posits as God to have chosen to expel mankind and guard the Axiom from them. I think those in charge trying to keep humans in the Axiom makes the Hell allegory way stronger than the Eden one. Number 171, episode 412, The Tragic Life of the Cocoa Melon Baby. Can't fucking believe it. This episode is like dedicated to really interesting information about how babies develop and grow that I just didn't know. I didn't know any of this, and I'm glad Matthew knows given he's the dad thing. It's just like unnecessarily well made for a Cocoa Melon theory. Number 170, episode 76, Did Deadpool write Deadpool? Well, honestly sounding like bullshit, in particular because Deadpool hiding himself from being the writer of its own story would be way out of character for the meme pool interpretation of him. I think it's a fun idea. I don't buy most of the evidence, but I had a fun time watching Matt try and convince me, so he gets a few points. Number 169, episode 277, The Minions in Minions Aren't Minions! This theory, titled that, is that the Minions in Minions are the only real minions, and that it's the ones in Despicable Me that aren't real minions. A pedantic thing that I wouldn't even mention if Matt didn't specifically bring up that the title isn't clickbait and is correct. Anyway, the theory is fine. I don't have too many thoughts. I think it's rather odd that he went to robots before clones, because my mind immediately went to clones given how organic they act. But he gets there in the end, it's reasonable enough, and in the first movie we learn that minions can fart. Number 168, episode 394, We Found Barbie Land. Something about this episode just lacks energy and excitement, otherwise I think it's solid. Matthew goes through the steps of Barbie's trip in the 2023 movie, claims the movie is really good at referencing Barbie law when it objectively is not, and then makes a comment about border walls in Mexico. Mostly fine, not much to say from me. Number 167, episode 385, John Wick literally can't die. This episode is a victim primarily of Matthew's change in style. You see, most of this theory is actually quite good. Matthew goes into how John Wick could have survived his injuries individually, if not without suffering incredible damage to his body. Nothing shocking, but it's a nice look at some of Wick's best feats of durability. However, he then goes into saying that John has an incredible healing factor akin to Wolverine. Mind you, one of his points of note includes a continuity error present in a scene that he notes is John being treated for a less prominent wound. But what? He got stabbed. In the next movie, he's no longer stabbed, ergo he has a healing factor. Ignore that this scene is him having a bullet removed because he doesn't have a healing factor. Him having the same shirt on doesn't mean it's not a continuity error. Any more than an animated movie keeping characters on model means animation errors suddenly aren't errors. This actually could have worked though with Matthew's older and more manic approach, back when he sounded more excitable and wild, as opposed to his more straight-faced approach during this part of his career that makes it come across as, hey, here's my serious theory that has meaning, as opposed to, check out this wacky silly idea. If we approached this like the ridiculous communist Mario episode, this would have been a banger. Number 166, episode 49, Blair Witch's Secret Killers. A really fun theory. In concept, these two dudes being killers makes for a pretty interesting way to watch the movie, and I think Matthew's pretty fun walking through it. The big issue I have though is that there's some wild claims, like that the spooky sounds aren't supernatural, but rather one of the guys fucking carrying around a sound system to play sounds in the middle of the woods. There's lots of holes in what Matt says, but the video I think is it's a fun theory. And now we're on to the good tier. Finally, these are the ones that are just good episodes. I don't think they're fantastic, but they're definitely a bit above like the 6 out of 10s that I would call decent. Number 165, episode 274, Dear DC, I Fixed Your Universe! I think this was a surprisingly enjoyable episode given the premise about how both Justice Leagues are canon, but I think Matthew honestly does a decent job connecting obviously unconnected threads in a way that almost makes this whole DCEU thing seem rather well put together in a sense. Well put together. Number 164, episode 384, Bluey is much darker than you realize. The name is very misleading. Matthew debunks a really dark Bluey theory and then says that a humanoid dog would be inherently superior to a normal human. What a shock! If you combine the best of dogs and humans without their problems, you get better than either on their own. He's done better debunk theories honestly, but I really do like the debunk part of this one. I think Matthew can be good at just debunk theories. Number 163, episode 212, The Dark Secret of Jellicle Cats. Creepy! I don't know, Matt did a good job exploring cultish behavior and did it without CinemaSins boring the video out. It's very good looking at how cults manipulate people and indoctrinate the vulnerable. It just happens to be about a film I don't care about, so I wasn't particularly invested, but it's solid. Number 162, episode 120, My Hero Academia, All Might's Secret Quirk. This episode hasn't aged well, but it is a pretty fun one. It doesn't necessarily make sense with what we know about Deku inheriting quirks, but it was a sensible theory back in the day. All Might's muscle form, I believe, might still remain unexplained, or at least not explained in terms like this, but it's definitely something that at the time seemed like it might have been from a hidden extra quirk. That said, it's definitely a good episode in my eyes, just, barely into the good tier as opposed to higher. Number 161, episode 124, is Deadpool trolling us? Well, hot damn, Matpat got a prediction right. And it doubled as an actually kind of funny episode too, as he goes into the history of what this character's name is likely referencing, only to just go, fucking no though, and then accurately predicting that he will just die. Fun! Number 160, episode 65, Why Super Bowl Commercials Lose the Big Game. Had my fun with it. It's a good little look at advertisement trends and success, and then Matthew does his damnedest to undo the adpocalypse. It didn't work, but good try, Matthew. Number 159, episode 31, How to Kill Deadpool. A fun enough episode. I like Matt not knowing anything about Marvel Comics, so he uses Ultimate Wolverine as a reference, and doesn't know the blood drop thing has a lot of context to it. Matt decently explains memories, and then doesn't even tell you how to actually kill them, because physically doing it is impossible for a normal person. And then he wraps it up, and that's that. Number 158, episode 71, The Real Reason Wolverine is Dying. A pretty fun look into genetics and how telomeres work. That's enjoyable and informative. I feel like it's not terribly interesting in the context of the episode, like it doesn't feel like it connects strongly enough to what's on screen, but I don't know how he could fix that. I think the whole telomeres thing is just a good enough lesson on its own. It's a good episode. Number 157, episode 35, Rick's True Crime Exposed. Fuck Rick and Morty. Okay, enough. I enjoy this theory. It all makes sense. I'm assuming Matthew didn't lie about anything. That's all it is. I don't remember what the actual theory was now that I'm looking back. I didn't write notes on that. But it's a solid episode. Number 156, is Miss Peregrine's better than Hogwarts? I think the fact that Harry Potter's Hogwarts got eliminated for discrimination is really funny, and the most memorable part of this episode. But I actually found learning about the criteria upon which schools are judged pretty interesting, and it made it quite engaging. That said, Miss Peregrine's looks more like a foster home than a school, so I'm not sure how fair this was. Number 155, episodes 4 and 6, the Oscar hacking two-parter. I think this one does a decent job breaking down the trends of the Oscars, but I also think part 2 is held down a bit. The way Matt handles some of the more sensitive subjects I think is a bit weird. That might just be me though. I think it's overall solid, but while the first one leads to an interesting history lesson that brings it all together, the second part kind of just ends. Like, it wasn't incorrect, it just kind of was. Still, I think it's solid. Number 154, episode 131, Ant-Man's Giant Problem. The Civil War Ant-Man episode, for the most part, is pretty decent. It's a very concise explanation of square cube law and applying it to the scene. While none of that is particularly crazy or unique, it is a simple question that I can at least imagine a lot of people asking, and Matthew explains it really well. Matt coming to the conclusion that Scott could indeed stand was fun, though I don't know how accurate that is. Number 153, episode 382, The Dark Secret of the Little Mermaid. Another mad clickbait title. This theory has a mostly pretty good core to it. What would a hypothetically scientifically accurate mer person be like, riffing off Disney's attempted live-action monstrosity? The science is interesting and the comparisons are neat. Then at the end he brings up how Ariel would probably kill a man by talking. He gives good points, but then at the end he brings up how Ariel would probably kill a man by talking, gives good points, and then oddly applies this singular aspect of the scientific accuracy to the otherwise entirely inaccurate animated original, such that he could say the movie should have been darker or some shit. But that didn't drop this too far down, no. It's the part where he says the sperm whale is the loudest thing on Earth, and thus Ariel must be comparable to a sperm whale because she's a mammal too. What? You know there are other mammals in the ocean that are bigger than Ariel and not as loud as I'm baffled. What a thing to say. Number 152, episode 215, The Bad Truth About the Good Place Ending. Big fan of The Good Place here, love that show, and this theory is pretty fun. I'm normally not really here for some of Matt's really absurd out there lore theories where he tries to over-explain something that has nothing to do with anything, but I think he has a really interesting take here. While I do think this theory is frankly complete bullshit, as it would just entirely go against the themes of the story, and his notion that human existence sucks means that Michael's ending is in keeping with his patented complete lack of media literacy. If you're wondering, like, being a human sucks, that's also what makes it worthwhile, and without the challenges you might have fun for a bit, but eventually you'd have a boring existence. That's the theme of The Good Place, that's why The Good Place itself sucks. I do acknowledge that the theory is pretty fun though. I found an enjoyable thought experiment. Nothing more than that. I mean, if it played more into what The Good Place wanted to represent with its themes and story, I could have enjoyed it a bit more, but I think it's solid. Number 151, episode 10, Beauty and the Beast's Overlooked Tragedy. This one is really short, and while that does help it not drag on, it also means it's only a little morsel of entertainment. It's an entertaining theory, but then Matthew's argument in favor of using song lyrics is worded in a way that implies that somehow it is not normal for all musicals to inform the viewer about character and story details via song. Beauty and the Beast is the exception by informing you about the characters and story through their songs. Anyway, it's a good enough episode. I don't think I have more than a small thumbs up to give though. Number 150, episode 56, Doctor Strange Magic Debunked by Science. An interesting idea that fails to debunk magic because he explains the process by which they do things, but doesn't explain how they manage to manipulate these things. Still some magic going on here. It doesn't matter if you can say, oh, that's not magic, that is light being used to make a construct. How is he doing it with his fingers? I think that's still magic. But no, yeah, it's interesting stuff. I find it engaging, much better than the average trailer theory. I like learning what light can do. Number 149, episode 9, The Science of Seinfeld's Deadly Envelopes. Fun idea, fun episode, good video. Don't have much more to say. I think the topic was surprisingly intriguing once Matthew laid it out. I was interested to see his conclusion. Moving on. Number 148, episode 23, The Walking Dead Silent Killer. A very simple idea, but pretty fun and well done theory regardless. I think Matthew kind of repeats himself at times, and you get the picture a bit too quickly, but it makes for a fun episode, and is one of the film theories I probably think of first when you ask me to think of a film theory. Number 147, episode 64, Poppy's Hidden Conspiracy Exposed! I like this one quite a bit. Poppy brings back a lot of memories to see brought up because a lot of theorizing channels I remember talking about her, and it was interesting to go back and see what was up. But I think his conclusion at the end was just not interesting enough. It was one part super obvious pop star allegory, and then another part Poppy blatantly bringing up itself that the Illuminati's involved. So while I was entertained, I don't feel like I came out substantially, informed about new stuff. It only ranks as good and not just decent because I'm a bit into the ending and the whole clone Poppy thing. It's solid. Number 146, Episode 7, The Game of Thrones Jorah Theory. It's pretty good. The theory isn't really addressed in the show to my knowledge, though it has been some years since I've watched it, but it does have some interesting points. There is some humor in how Matthew considers being born in a location with salt to be more of a stretch when it comes to fulfilling the requirement of born in salt than she crossed a river with her people. What sounds more born in salt to you? I was born in a location with salt, or one time ever I crossed a river. I think his twist at the end is pretty neat conceptually. I like how he tried to play into the writing style of the author too. Nice work. Number 145, episode 250, How to Survive It Follows. Yep, it's a solid look into the way the monster works and how you could reasonably avoid it for all your life. It's pretty enjoyable and it didn't piss me off. And in the end, isn't that what's most important? Not much to say, I'm just glad he didn't try to solve what mythological creature it is just to say, maybe it's actually original. Number 144, episode 219, Finding Nemo's Untold Story. Matthew does a great job in this one explaining the details of clownfish sex changes and the biology of these fish, something I can accept given Finding Nemo's overall desire to adhere to a degree of scientific accuracy. I think Matthew going over the timeline of events, the time the biological change takes to complete, and how it lines up is all really neat, as is his call for Finding Nemo 3 to be about the transition of Marlin and pro-LGBTQIA+. Small problem though, this isn't Matthew's own theory, it's been around for decades prior, so I can only give so many points. Number 143, episode 132, Thanos was wrong! He can't snap! I don't have much to complain about this one, I just felt like it could have been better. It's still fairly good, and Matthew explains acoustics and how gloves would affect it quite well, though he talks about snapping with the middle finger as if that's abnormal when that's how I do it, Matthew. No, I think the only issue is that, I don't know, he didn't do anything particularly interesting here. It's a solid explanation of a silly theory question, and that's where my interest kind of ends. It's still fun though. Number 142, episode 101, Jurassic World was an inside job! This is definitely boosted by how Matthew was finally correct with a hero is the villain theory. Henry Wu did later get revealed as not just a shady guy, but a major villain of the series, the movie right after Matthew's theory. Other than that, yeah, it makes sense, there's some interesting factoids, good work. Number 141, episode 80, He is Lying! Better Call Saul's Phony Disorder. A very entertaining look into the history of research on allergy to electromagnetic radiation, and the often ignored nocebo effect. I feel like the only issue here is that, the bed thing that Matthew mentions feels like it spells this out blatantly, as does the battery thing. So while it's a good educational video, my first assumption upon seeing these scenes without having watched the show was that it was entirely psychosomatic. And that's just where Matthew takes it, which, cool, but predictable. Number 140, episode 186, Solving Anime's Hardest Mystery, Dr. Stone's Petrification Beam. To my knowledge, Matthew's theory here is actually correct, which does give this some points. In general, I think he does a good job covering things though, but I think my lack of interest in Dr. Stone, which mind you nowadays I hear nobody ever talk about, means that I kinda just didn't care about much. It was well covered, but not to my interests. Number 139, episode 133, How Disney Ruined Han Solo. This one was so close to being fantastic. Genuinely, I really like what I thought Matthew was going for, taking his criticisms of the movie's writing, that is Han not having any real learning curve, and extrapolating from that a theory that recontextualizes the past and future to mean something they previously didn't. Okay, in this movie Han doesn't really learn anything until suddenly the navigational super robot gets fused into his ship. So, in this film, they failed to make him look like a real pilot, and instead make it seem like the Falcon is just really good even with a bad pilot. This then changes the context of Lando and Rey, from Lando just being a skilled pilot and Rey being a natural prodigy, to they were also just guided by the superpowered navigational computer. That's all great, and a funny way to make a crackpot theory based on what he didn't like about Solo or David's story's writing. And then he goes and specifies right at the end that he thinks it might have been intentional, and that it would make him appreciate the movie more somehow, and that it might be Lucas intentionally making a story about a super competent woman whose feats are taken and accredited to a man. Yeah, that went and recontextualized the whole theory to me, not as a fun, silly thing he thought of, but a genuine theory about the lore that Matthew suggests was intentionally placed there to make Han look worse by taking credit that belongs to a woman or something. Don't like that. Number 138, episodes 51 and 54, The Salad Fingers two-parter. I can't really explain it, but this just didn't do much for me. Like, I remember liking the Salad Fingers two-parter, but I think, like, it's good and interesting. It's just, it doesn't hit anymore. I think Matthew goes about it fine, it's completely okay. It also just kind of makes me shrug a little. I enjoy some of his details, and I think Matthew explains it fine. Number 137, episode 144, Controlling Robots with Your Mind! The Big Hero 6 Microbots episode feels like a lovely little return to form with the classic game theory style of video, but on film theory. That being Matthew takes a thing from a movie, and then goes and compares whether it's possible in real life. Not if it exists, not if it's completely feasible and easy and we can do it right now, but just is it theoretically possible with the technology we have and how it could develop in the future. And yeah, it's pretty good. I enjoyed it. Don't have much thoughts beyond that. I like this kind of theory and he did it well. Number 136, episode 348, does this Backrooms fan theory solve everything? I usually like these debunking theories, and I do quite like this one actually, but I feel like it didn't hit as much as some of the others. It's solid, the theory he's debunking is neat enough, and at this point I was so sick of Matthew's shit that him talking about the theory being weak because the evidence could mean anything else came across as insane hypocrisy more than anything. Still, it was a fun one. Number 135, episode 68, Why PewDiePie's Fiverr Joke Backfired. Surprisingly, I actually kind of enjoyed this one. Matthew does a good job breaking down the controversial topics and issues. He points out why exactly the offensive nature was particularly bad here, and why the just a joke defense doesn't actually qualify as a defense in this situation. It's not uncommon for Matt to approach these clearly bad things from a fully neutral perspective, so seeing him take a stand and criticize someone he respects for their bad actions is refreshing. I appreciate their approach. It makes for an informative but still entertaining episode. Number 134, episode 417, The Death of Salad Fingers. This one is so funny because bro brings up all this stuff that Firth said, and then the comments all are attacking Firth. Not to say Firth wasn't in some way rude about it, but given the sheer bullshit Matthew has spewed, I do believe constantly being bugged about a theory that claims to be a decoding of the intention behind the show, and that completely misses the mark, would genuinely annoy him. I would be annoyed. Anyway, theory is solid. A nice, reasonable conclusion to the Salad Fingers theories that does a good job. All I have to say. I do like that Firth commented about how the obvious intended symbolism Matthew brings up was not obvious at all, it was a coincidence. Matthew always ends his videos on the "it's just a theory" thing, but that one line should not shield him from knowingly saying stuff is absolutely intended in such a way that from his position of influence, it results in the creator's work being seen more from Matthew's perspective than the original creators. Number 133, episode 103, Gravity Falls isn't over. It is, but the theory is actually that Bill is still alive within Stan's mind. It's pretty neat and Matthew makes a good case. He does end up saying that Bill and Stan are the same person, which, okay Matthew, go back to bed. Fine theory, I enjoyed it, stupid ending. Number 132, episodes 208 and 210, the Disney vs Sony two-parter. It's fine, yeah. Part 1 was just okay, but part 2 where Matthew went into game theory and talked about the best options and which way was like, it was way more interesting. I was way more invested, pun. I can't say I particularly felt much overall, but I got a decent bit of enjoyment from part 2, and I don't have any issues, so it's good. Number 131, episode 123, We Found Neverland. A fun short theory where Matthew covers the directions shown in the flight to Neverland, the geography of the location, and the history of pirates and such to determine where he believes Neverland to be. Suspend the fact that most would assume that Neverland is literally on a star far, far away, and it's a pretty fun short theory. Number 130, episode 16, The Matrix Has No Escape. I really like how Matthew goes about explaining this one. I was really engaged. It once again suffers from being a theory that isn't Matthew's own. This was a huge theory ever since the third film dropped, and Matthew doesn't add much to it. I do like when Matt covers long existing theories in game theory, because he often has something new to say about them, like with the Sims one, but here he doesn't even acknowledge that it's an existing theory. But with it being very engaging to watch, I can't rank it below good. It's still very fun, and he explains it very well. Number 129, episode 248, Can Jason Voorhees teleport? A pretty good episode, I dare say. Matthew goes over a few notable teleportation instances and explains how they could have reasonably happened. I don't necessarily agree with his, well, there was a way he could have done this off-screen mentality though, and he never addresses how there's often no sound of Jason moving when he does these, which you'd think there would be, and it's a pretty big detail that I think likely contributed to the teleportation belief becoming a thing. It doesn't help that he completely makes up a reason why people think he teleports. Really? It's as simple as the filmmakers wanted Jason to suddenly appear in places and do shit, and some just assumed that due to poor filmmaking at times, he teleported. It's really that simple. Number 128, episode 157, The Spider-Man 2 Mystery, Why Spider-Man Lost His Powers. Seriously, Matthew, Spider-Man has a hyphen in the name. Anyway, good episode. Matthew actually tries to add some thematic relevance to an event in a movie, and I think he does a good job. It helps that the movie is very openly telling us that Peter's life is too scuffed and stressed and he's full of shit, and that's the reason for his powers dying out. And Matthew basically just expands on the existing themes of the movie in an educational way. I like it. Number 127, episode 403, The Paw Patrol are aliens. This one is carried by how Matt seems to be aware of how dumb and stupid it is. It's far more acceptable in my eyes because it acknowledges its own absurdity, not just by saying it and then trying to defend itself, but by having it has like a story in the episode of Matt going crazy with time. Didn't care for the subject matter or the theory, but that story was enough to make me say, yeah, I like this one. I like this episode. Number 126, episode 281, Dad is awake. Dad is awake. Dad is awake. It's a fine theory looking into some details about the Dad ARG. Hey, remember the Dad ARG? I think Matthew does a fine job. Nothing to say, really. Number 125, episode 137, Mrs. Doubtfire is a criminal. Nothing crazy here, I just think it's a fun episode. Matthew isn't trying to say that Daniel is the villain or anything, or intentionally trying to make the movie dark or scary. He openly admits this is a fun, charming film, and he just wants to do a what-if look as to what crimes the main character has committed. Fine by me, it's a fun what-if, and he reserves his persona a lot in this one to not come off as a big tool. It's quite entertaining, I can't say much bad. Number 124, episode 292, Red Guardian fought a fake Captain America. For what wasn't much of an episode generally, I actually surprisingly enjoyed this one. I think it's because it's honestly a fairly reasonable empty spot in the MCU to try and fill that also might never be filled in, as well as a fun, interesting little part of comic history to dive into and discuss. I wish he addressed the possibility that he fought Steve, but it was like the one that time traveled back to the past. That could have been a fun discussion too. But honestly, I think this is a really fun episode about like a little hole that Matthew's trying to patch up, and it's cool. I like it. Number 123, episodes 39 and 40, the Dory Memory 2-parter. Man, there's a lot I really like about this one. The structure Matt uses, how the first part proves him wrong, and then he notices one thing sus, and comes back in the second part to properly expose Dory. The ways that he's unnecessarily aggressive towards an actual fish, and the way he goes about expressing anterograde amnesia and how it's tested for, that all would make this like a great, maybe amazing tier episode. But then he kind of ends it by making Dory out to be the villain, because she does this one morally bad thing, and ignore all the morally good things she does, and then he tells people to pester Ellen DeGeneres over it when there's definitely better things you can pester her over. You know, like how she mistreats everyone she's ever met. He seems to conclude she must be a faker and a manipulator because she has many accomplishments. I don't know, man, maybe she's just stupid and sometimes gets shit right. I don't know, there's enough in the back end of this two-parter to make me not consider it amazing or great. It has a lot of good stuff in it, but like the way it concludes I think really drops it. Number 122, episode 417, Bluey is a witch? I do think Matthew's analysis here and all the things he brings up and makes comparisons with is quite entertaining. There's a lot of examples and points he mentions, and it's all very solid. I don't have much terribly interesting to say as I haven't watched Bluey, but if he thinks this kind of stuff makes for awful neighbors, then I think America has made him too weak to handle a proper bogan neighborhood, mate. Oh yeah, he's a proper bogan neighborhood, mate, yeah. You try that, cuz. Fuck you. Number 121, episode 307, Thanos tried to save us, and Eternals proves it. This is such a funny and also sad theory. Matthew has quite an interesting idea, and while I don't buy it just because I think Thanos literally seeing a Celestial pop out of his planet and not talking about that specific thing is hard to believe, not to mention the idea of that happening and Titan like just being a little tilted off its axis instead of blown up when a giant monster popped out of it is a bit silly. I think Matthew is reading too far into some things and making up connections that the MCU did not intend, but he makes an interesting case. I just think it's sad how much this has fallen apart. Null did show up in a different movie, Venom was in the MCU and immediately got pulled back, the Blade scene ended up meaning nothing, the events of Eternals have not been mentioned again from anything I bothered watching, and Gore ended up being nothing like his comic self and having no connections to anything going on. Like, Matthew had a fun theory that I didn't buy, but I thought was interesting. He had all these great little connections. I was like, okay, I think this is gonna... I don't think that I would have bought where it was going, but I like the effort he put in. But today, looking back, it's just like, yeah, Matthew, all of what you said? No. They just told you to fuck off, and that's a bit sad. Number 120, episode 261, There is only Dad, 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 Dad. I'd call this a fairly decent little look into the Dad ARG. Matt does call it one of the oldest AIGs ever, which is one of the dumbest things ever spoken by a human being, but otherwise, good. He goes into the details, he solves the clues, it's almost like this is where Matthew does his good work or something. Number 119, episode 325, Jack Sparrow is dying of thirst. A very solid, well done theory that I think has legs to stand on. I think the sauna Johnny Depp bit at the end really held credibility, and the analysis is solid. Not something I cared much to find out, but it's good. Number 118, episode 174, The Rat That Beat Thanos. Hey, this was a surprisingly pretty good episode. A little entertaining calculation as to the probability of a rat stepping on the button that frees Scott Lang in Endgame. Very in-depth and very detailed, and I like that quite a lot. Maybe not the most interesting out there, but I can respect it and enjoy it. Number 117, episode 257, The Deadly Truth of Madagascar. Honestly, a pretty fun idea for a video. Which of the Madagascar crew could survive in Madagascar if they had to? Not who should have died or what inaccuracy to reality makes the movie worse, just if they didn't get off the island so quickly, who would have died? It's a good video. Alex doesn't know how to hunt, and he actually connects this reality to the story of Madagascar. Same with Melvin being scared of germs and how that relates to part of what puts him in danger, and then Gloria is built different and so she's fine. Marty would also be fine if a human didn't decide to shoot him. He doesn't pretend the movie is somehow inferior for not keeping all this in mind, he just makes a solid theory about a fun question and that's all. Number 116, episode 362, Don't Be Deceived! A solid enough Mandela catalog theory. Nothing particularly crazy, but he did finally realize that the devil is the main villain, and Gabriel is not some manner of alien creature. The theory doesn't really feel right to me personally, but I think it's a fun take on what Six is, and his relationship with Gabriel. Solid, but not great. Number 115, episodes 147, 148, and 149, the Shane Dawson docuseries 3-parter. I was shocked that the Shane Dawson 3-parter about the docuseries he did on Jake Paul was actually good. Part 1 is a nice educational thing about corporations and billionaires. It exposes elements of Jake Paul that were not present in the Dawson documentary, and I think that's good. Part 2 does that even further, but in the ways that Jake breaks the guidelines of advertising children. And then Part 3 is about documentaries not being inherently truthful. In other words, this whole docuseries is fairly educational. It should be higher for doing such a good job of teaching people about the various elements of what's going on, and the ways we need to be more critical of the truthfulness of our media. But unfortunately the subject matter was Shane Dawson and Jake Paul, and it's not Matthew's fault. I just despise those two, so I didn't enjoy this that much. Number 114, episode 146, How to Kill Michael Myers. A fairly good episode with a couple groaner jokes. The Michael Myers, Mike Myers thing I could accept, and the H2O joke was amusing enough, but a lot of the gags were just, he says a thing, then says, no, not that similar sounding thing, which I'm not big on. Anyway, the rest of it I thought was decent. He shows a solid understanding of the films, he seems to get the feelings of the community, and he comes to a reasonable final conclusion that makes sense. Entertaining enough, and importantly, he didn't say anything particularly stupid. Number 113, episode 178, Don't Look Away. A decent start to Matthew's analog horror analysis videos. It's pretty good, even if it's marred by how we know it's not true. Can't blame Matt for coming to the alien conclusion. I think he did a very good job covering what he thought the timeline was. I just think knowing Chris outright bunked the alien theory in general, and that it's more of like extra-dimensional beings of anything that has that kind of hurt the longevity of the theory, but otherwise, it's still good. Number 112, episode 313, The Christmas Crimes of Santa Claus. A surprisingly decent video wherein Matthew makes the case for the elves in the Santa Claus duology being the real villains because of the bullshit of the contract. I do prefer the first half about how OSHA violations are filed in the US, and then the acknowledgement of how it doesn't apply due to circumstances of Santa's workshop, but still. Number 111, episode 319, How to Survive the Backrooms. I watched this multiple times, but for once, watching it multiple times actually made me like the episode more. I wasn't feeling it at first, but I think it was actually pretty good. It has a lot of solid, if not entirely applicable to the situation, survival tips. Matthew makes a good case, he brings up examples to support himself. Just a solid, good episode. Also, this episode cuts out before he says it's just a theory, which is funny. Number 110, episode 295, The Monster in the Comments, OWO. It's a very short and small ARG, but I think it's actually fairly solidly covered. A good fun little theory, and yes, Matthew does pronounce it OWO and not OWO the whole time. Given how little information Matthew has to go off of, I think he did a surprisingly good job making this enjoyable as like a weird out there theory. I wish there was a little more meat to it, but it's not bad. I like that Matthew explains things well, and I like his explanation of viral worms, it's fitting to the subject matter. Number 109, episode 396, You Have to Stop Scrolling. A very solid look at the story of an ARG that I had never heard of before. And given how much of this is hidden content, the whole narration of what happened style really works to make this a concise summation. There's not much of an actual theory or solving lore or even interesting puzzles to explain, which is what stopped us from shooting up higher. but for the most part it is very solid and I can't deny being interested. Number 108, episode 347, Someone Please Help Elmo. I was worried about this one at first, but I appreciate how Matthew came to his conclusion. He brings up the meme moments and then discusses the context in those scenes. He goes into the issues with what's going on, and importantly how problematic it can come across, and why in the real world it might have been put into the show. Solid theory. Number 107, episode 230, Hey Fallon, you're doing it wrong. Shockingly good, because I don't give a damn about the subject matter. I think Matthew covered this really well, and he did it in a way where it being a meta theory wasn't too big an issue for me. He went into it by actively comparing different shows, and then showing meaningful conclusions to his theory, and that made it a lot more interesting. And not just the conclusions in the sense of showing who was winning and how it supported his findings, but what the winners and conclusions meant on a wider scale. I thought that made this quite good. Number 106, episode 260, Titanic is about time travel. No, really! Surprisingly fun, yet also surprisingly underwhelming. This is a fun, outlandish theory that Matthew does a decent job at explaining his reasons for falling down this rabbit hole. I liked it, I get it, I'm glad that he's losing his mind. Kinda wish he went further and went like all over the place going crazy. Still, it's quite fun. I think if this had like the kind of decline in sanity that the Alien Paw Patrol theory had, that combination would have probably put this up in great or amazing tier. Number 105, episode 380, Beware the Living Flesh. Vita Canis is a great series, but not one that I'm sure really fits a theory as of now, at least not how Matthew covers it or when this came out. By this point, there wasn't much of a story to put together, and so sometimes it feels like Matthew's just explaining the videos. He isn't always the most engaging when doing that, but there's enough hidden details and the little fairy tale at the end for me to say, yeah, I like the video on its own. But Matthew essentially goes, this series doesn't have aliens, and then theorize the singularities of aliens. Number 104, episode 163, Beware Shrek's Fatal Stench. Yeah, the Shrek Stinky Farts episode is good. Stupid, enjoyable topic, well delivered, educational elements in how farts work, and how death by bad stinky can hypothetically work. Number 103, episode 314, Spider-Man Saved No One. A solid little episode where Matthew looks at a few potential plot holes, contrivances, or questions, and is able to explain them pretty solidly. There are a few things he seems to have forgotten, like that Happy and May were both guests at a fundraiser with Spider-Man, but overall, I think this is a very solid episode where Matthew tries to solve a couple little plot issues. Number 102, episode 207, Netflix's A Christmas Prince is a royal disaster. Sometimes when Matthew makes an episode out of spite, it's actually better than his episodes made out of personal investment. It's just funny seeing Matthew break down and attack this film trilogy he hates. I don't know enough about the films to comment on if he's making any shit up, but at least it is funny, so it definitely has that. Number 101, episode 266, The Big Mistake of Monsters Inc. How am I supposed to review the debut of Elon Matpat? This is a good episode generally. He doesn't try to be needlessly subversive. When he finds reality doesn't match Monsters Inc., he doesn't say the movie's at fault. He instead goes, but is there any way in which reality can match Monsters Inc.? And so he finds a way in which laughter does beat screams, and concludes that instead of the movie being wrong, the movie has a way it can be right, and this conclusion is that way. So it's fun, it doesn't try to make the movie something it isn't, it's interesting and I enjoyed it. Number 100, episode 185, Spider-Man vs. Spider-Man Battle Royale. I wish I could enjoy this as much as the Link Royale, but something about this didn't hit the same. It had more calculations which I enjoy, but it feels like the smaller scope and lack of including like the original few live-action Spider-Man from 74, 77, and 78 left a bit to be desired. I think Matthew could have used this to educate people on lesser-known incarnations of Spider-Man, because without it, it left the episode a bit empty feeling relative to the Link one. I also think he left out anything like fighting skill, experience, alternate suits and such that could have made the discussion more overall interesting. He does the same thing with pulling a winner out the arse that he did in the Link Royale, but while it was done better here in terms of the reveal being not out of nowhere, I feel the analysis itself was very bad. He says Peter B. Parker equals Tobey Maguire without addressing how different they are, and then doesn't look into any of Miles' feats, but rather says Miles outperforming Peter once in a circumstance and a context that was not a direct fight until one was incapacitated means he would beat all of them in a fight. Hell, the ability to fight multiple foes at once could have been a really cool category given it's a Royale and Spider-Man does that a lot. That's not here though. I think this is a great start for a fantastic episode, but it kind of stops before it really builds upon itself. It's a bit of a letdown. It was still fun to be sure, and a good one, but not incredible. Number 99, episode 262, How Wonder Woman Doomed Humanity. Hey, I quite like this. It's a fun look at the logistics of part of the story of Wonder Woman 1984, why it's dumb and bad, and explaining how dumb and bad. It's fun and enjoyable. I like when Matthew drops some deadpan mockery at the movie. But I don't like it quite as much as number 98, episode 89, How Wonder Woman Failed Us. I prefer this one because I think it's just like, it's a pretty fun angle to look at things. Matthew does his due diligence in considering alternate possible boat routes and the ride hitched by Diana and Steve. It makes for a pretty fun episode. Though he does call Diana one of the most popular Greek gods when actually Diana is Roman, and while she is mostly an Artemis equivalent, she's also widely considered to be merged with Hecate and Luna, so... Hecate. Shut up, me, and shut up, Matthew. And now we're finally onto the great tier. This is actually, I think, maybe the smallest tier, or at least it's one of the smallest. This is just, I think they're great, but not amazing. You know, this is where I'd put your 8 out of 10s, I guess. Number 97, episode 324, Not What He Seems. I always appreciate the episodes where Matpat is willing to admit his mistakes or his absurdities, so I like this one for admitting to himself that it's probably wrong, but going for it anyway just because Matthew wanted to talk about it. He makes a fun case, and his editor joining in to address how many of his claims are dubious or just Easter eggs helps alleviate how frustrating Matthew can be with all of his claims sometimes. Ergo, the episode's fun and enjoyable. Number 96, episode 373, The Devil Made You Do It. Yeah, I quite like this. Matthew does a good job picking apart the first season of Harmony and Horror. It doesn't feel like it was really hard to get based on the original source material, but it's good work, well done. I like what he's talking about, so he gets a good few points, and hey, like I said, I like Harmony and Horror. Number 95, episode 111, Phineas and Ferb's Secret Hero. I have no strong ties to Phineas and Ferb, but this was a fun theory. Doofenshmirtz is the character who'd make me watch the show if I had a hankering, and I think Matthew's theory from a layman's perspective is quite interesting and viable. I find the idea really neat, and I think he did a good job avoiding the normal villain is the hero pitfalls by saying that Doofenshmirtz does think he's a villain, but his ineptitude at being one is so great that he functions more as a hero. So he's not saying Doofenshmirtz is a hero because he's actually the good guy doing the good things, he's just saying that Doofenshmirtz is so awful at being a villain that in practice he may as well be a hero. Number 94, episode 209, How to Freeze Elsa. Maybe the best part of this episode is how passive-aggressive Matthew is. I know I've disliked a particular episode of Game Theory for it, but in this case, it's not him getting mad at the viewers, just him getting mad at a movie he was excited for and let him down, so it feels a lot less personal. Even disregarding how funny his bashing of the movie is, I think he does a solid enough job with his conceit and the concept behind the episode. The theory makes sense and the science is indeed cool, so I don't mind it, and I think it's great. Number 93, episode 175, Movie Sonic is Best Sonic. Hey, this isn't bad actually. Matthew basically just calculates a couple of feats from the Sonic movie trailer, but honestly that's probably good enough for me. Like, they're all well done, they look good, I like seeing some calculations being done by Matthew. It's simple but enjoyable. None of them are super in-depth, which hurts, but only a little bit. They're not like the most elaborate feats, nor are they the most detailed, so I think those are the same thing, me, what are you talking about? Number 92, episode 169, How Game of Thrones Should End. I wasn't particularly excited for this one given I knew Matthew couldn't predict how lame that last season was, nor would I be chuffed to see him come up with something better than it. But actually, most of this theory is just a solid dive into the themes of Game of Thrones, and ending on the note that everyone should die. He helps himself a lot by specifying that this is only what he thinks would be thematically appropriate, but that it would be unlikely because playing to the story's themes would be antithetical to the best choice the company could make if they wanted to make, more money with spin-offs and the like. Which, yeah, fair enough. It does a lot when he puts away his mighty big brain attitude and just gets real with stuff. It's a solid theory that I think has some merit to it. Number 91, episode 129, Can You Sue a Superhero? I really dislike how Matthew opens this by saying that a superhero's greatest enemy is specifically the American legal system. Again, showing that US patriotic rubbish by assuming only the US system matters. Otherwise, it's a great episode, a really interesting dive into the history of relevant laws and also how they're related to the timeline in The Incredibles. It's that extra step in looking at the timeline of laws and how they match with the Incredibles time period that really brings this episode up, making it a really interesting one that shows a degree of due diligence that I have to respect. I do appreciate the movie a bit more for these kind of details, even if it may not have all been intentional. Number 90, episode 376, Wait, dragons are real? Insane clickbait. They even changed the thumbnail to have the live action version of How to Train Your Dragon, which is extra optimized and dickheaded. This episode also has an ending that doesn't say but implies that Komodo dragons, while amazing, are a monstrous scourge roaming across Indonesia, and not like an extremely heavily protected, endangered national icon for them. Aside from that though, this is a bit of a banger. It's a great look into the science of things with real-world comparisons and actually covers a large amount of material from the series, instead of just, Matthew talks about the realism of the two main dragons seen in the movies. No, he he does go into a lot of them. Really good, I like it. Number 89, episodes 2, 13, and 98, the Can a Doctor Who Doctor Actually Exist 3-parter. This wild 3-parter took 2 years to finish. It's really good. I particularly like the last episode. The way Matthew gets really into the conspiracies and then disassembles them, and comes to the conclusion that looking at this for the intended conclusion of making Doctor Who real isn't the reasonable way to do it. The stuff about time travel was also neat, though I can't give him too much credit for mostly just explaining a different group of people's idea, though at least this time he actually gave credit when it was someone else's work. The stuff about wormholes is pretty cool, and the stuff about biology was also neat. So I think it comes together into an overall great trilogy, though it's one I remember being even better than it actually was. Number 88, episode 126, Willy Wonka and the Golden Ticket Scam! A very interesting and fun video about the many OSHA violations in the chocolate factory of William Afton. While I found most of the violations to be pretty standardly expected, the inclusion of relevant anecdotes from the cast and the hilarious way Matthew spins Wonka as insidiously knowing of these faults and pawning his company off to someone due to the regulations coming in right as it happened is very entertaining. It is a hero was the villain thing, but Wonka isn't exactly the most upstanding hero character, so, you know, it's definitely a little more acceptable. Though I do have to question the fact that he specifically covers OSHA violations for a British story instead of looking at HSE, which, you know, again, America first. Number 87, episode 12, is Hitman's Bulletproof Skin possible? A pretty great episode. I like Matthew going through multiple options when he could have just gone to the finale, but instead we get to see his thought process a bit more, which I appreciate. What I really quite like is his use of the ending titanium bit as a throwaway joke. I don't know, I thought that was funny, and I think it was a solid science episode overall. Number 86, episode 29, we found The Simpsons! This is a very fun episode that's unfortunately held back by how much this was just like already known stuff way before Matthew did it. A real shame, because otherwise it's just a lot of good fun. He goes into all the geography, it's really I like it a lot. But it's hard not to acknowledge that it wasn't Matthew's own idea, and there wasn't anything really different he brought to the table. Oh well. Number 85, episode 162, The Broken Mind of Salad Fingers. I think this is a very solid, in-depth analysis of the then latest episode of Salad Fingers that did a good job of being in-depth and meaningful. I'm glad that explicitly in this one, Matthew didn't seem to want to make shit up, but just share his interpretation of weird stuff. And then he kinda goes off the rails anyway, so okay. But hey, the interpretation's neat. Number 84, episode 197, How to Kill Pennywise. Despite the name, this video is more about analyzing why the ritual of Chewd failed and explaining the mechanics of the ending to It Chapter 2 and the book. Bit of a shame he doesn't try to tell us how to beat the living shit out of Pennywise, but I like his approach anyway. He engages with the media and deconstructs the details in an engaging way. No problem here? Good episode. Number 83, episode 363, How to Kill the Smile Monster. The actual beating the Smile Monster part of this is somewhat ho-hum. It's fine at points, but for the most part it feels like Matthew just explains why it's hard, explains someone else's theory without ever acknowledging where Wolfman's got nards comes from as a line, and then goes on to talk about, well, how his solution is actually in line with the themes of the movie and about the importance in looking out for one another and recognizing each other's problems. The best medicine for those in need is people who are there for them. Wow, Matthew, that's actually quite a nice sentiment. Great ending, it brings his theory together. Number 82, episode 216, Did Sonic waste our time? You were this close to hitting amazing tier, but you had to throw in that ending. Most of this video is actually excellent, with a good bit of calculating stuff, the surprisingly fresh breadth of actually funny jokes, the whole bit with the CIA actually kinda killed me, that was a good joke, and the conclusions all make sense and it all works out. Calculation is very unique and fun, and I'm glad Matthew doesn't actually seem to think the movie is worse for his conclusion. It does bother me a bit that Matthew takes the bitch boy route of going, clearly, but my IQ proves that Sonic is manipulative and wanted Tom to feel useful, instead of going for the actually intelligent route that would have raised this a bit higher and played into the themes of the movie. You know, the film's theme of found family and Sonic seeing Tom as a dad as well as not really wanting to go home because he loves Earth. Those themes are enhanced with the knowledge that Sonic easily could have gotten to his goal at his speed. He could have done it, but he chose the slower route despite being the fast guy because the story is about the importance of family. You'd think that the actual father between me and Matthew would have picked this up. Number 81, episode 100, Why You Shouldn't Fly to Mordor. Matthew gets some simple things wrong in this, like not realizing that Eru Iluvatar exists and not addressing that fly, as used by Gandalf, is referring to the old school usage of the word fly to mean run away fast, You know, the fight or flight response, that doesn't literally mean engage in combat or elevate yourself off the ground at high speed. Aside from that, this was a very fun episode. It was an entertaining novelty to see Matthew just debunk an existing theory. It was enjoyable, covered the ground well. If it was more clear and addressed some of the other pertinent points, this could have been even higher, but I did think it was great. Number 80, episode 43, is Daenerys going mad? Aside from obviously just being slightly prophetic, this theory is also a really interesting look into the biological issues with inbreeding, which I wasn't aware of to this depth. I found it interesting. It makes sense. Inbreeding bad. Incest is loose-cest. Number 79, episode 415, The Tragedy of the Man in the Suit. Rip Man in the Suit, you know. Unknowingly did not deserve the bullshit they got, and I give full credit to Matthew for talking the good talk and defending them unconditionally at the start of his episode. Anyway, the rest of the theory is also solid. Maybe it's a little bit hurt by the fact that Man in the Suit was very open about itself and what its themes were, so there wasn't much in the way of unique and crazy theories that Matthew could come up with, nor was a basic summary good enough to constitute an all-timer due to how straightforward the story is. But Matthew goes on the themes and stuff, and he's good at doing it, so yeah. Number 78, episode 203, The Problem with Baby Yoda. Surprisingly solid given how annoying the 35-second long Baby Shark cover was, combined with Matthew talking about the scientifically proven Force video. Ridiculous. Reminder, the scientifically proving the Force video is the one where Matthew says the Force is just a shitload of mitochondria, which allows you to access incredible powers like telekinesis and lightning. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, this theory, The Problem with Baby Yoda, is actually a very insightful and interesting look at the gestation period of humankind. Why exactly we and likely other related primates have such long childhoods. I was genuinely engaged, so that's pretty great. Unfortunately, I think its connection to the subject matter could have been stronger, and it doesn't feel particularly interesting as a Star Wars theory. But given how, pretty much every other Star Wars theory he's done fucking sucks, I'll take it, man. I'll fucking take it. Number 77, episode 239, Willy Wonka rigged the golden tickets. Hey, this food theory ad was pretty good. I especially love the quote, "What defines a white person?" It's a pretty fun calculation episode that I thought was quite interesting. Though the actual reasoning for it being rigged felt a bit slapped on at the end and unrelated to most of the episode, all the build-up was fine. Number 76, episode 91, How much is your soul worth? Hey, this is pretty fun, yeah? I like the kind of weird direction Matthew takes to solving this. It makes for a very entertaining calculation with a lot of weird processes. That said, I did find myself a bit less invested than with some other calculation episodes just because there was no real endpoint of interest to me. It's not how strong or fast or stupid is X, but what's the vague amount of energy contained in a soul? As I've never seen Full Metal Alchemist, I have no personal stake in that, so it's like, who cares? Number 75, episode 395, Disney is broken, but I can fix it. Surprisingly decent look in at everything Disney does wrong. I like shitting on Disney too. It's followed by Matthew explaining his own processes, and I do feel like this is a bit weird because I don't think Disney have the same capacity to manage their releases as Matt does just because of the size of their workforce. But I imagine this was just another classic Matthew attempt to gas up online content creators, so go off, I guess, I'm one of them. Number 74, episode 402, You Will Not Be Saved. A very nice little episode about different faiths and their beliefs about possession. He covers multiple different faiths with a lot of decent tact, and even has a nice little intro about not wanting to come across as dismissive to other people's faith. Just a very nice episode, and it includes a real Wendigo instead of the appropriated stuff, so awesome. Number 73, episode 304, How to Survive Squid Game. Matthew actually has a really fun, unique approach to this one. I'm so used to this question being asked in relation of just strategies to get through each game, but Matthew identifies that the games we see are not going to be the games every time the Squid Game is played. So instead he looks into the themes and trends of them and comes up with more general strategies and ideas that can be universally used to help you survive. There's some good statistical work and there's mathematics. It makes for a really fun and entertaining take on this played out concept. I just appreciate that it's very different. As I said, a lot of these kind of videos would be like, here's the best strategy to survive this game, and this game, and this game. Matthew's is just, here are some good general strategies that could be applied to a lot of different things. Number 72, episode 81, Can the Lion King Survive on Bugs? This is very close to jumping to the next tier, but there's just a few issues. Core of the episode on its own is great. Could Simba survive on bugs? Very interesting question, very good way to approach it, very satisfying results. But Matthew doesn't really address the fact that, he literally could just eat multiple kinds of bug. Matthew seems to assume that Simba has to eat a single species of insect and that's it. Really, he could just eat multiple different groups of bugs. He also then talks about how Simba wouldn't have the jaw strength to take on Scar, and in doing so, shows how Simba doesn't use his jaws in the fight. He never addresses, the movie kind of accurately shows this, and he should have mentioned that. He should have gone, if you notice, Simba doesn't bite Scar, so this proves my theory, instead of going, my theory proves that Simba couldn't have beat Scar and he should have died. Number 71, episode 107, is SAO the most expensive game ever? This is mostly a fantastic episode. There's a lot of fun estimations, area covered, good points of reference to other games, and interesting calculations to decipher the final result. This could get into amazing tier or higher. It could be a peak episode. There's also this line though.
The important information is over here. We're doing the math now, and nothing, not even that lolly on the other page, is sexier than math, okay?
That is a line so awfully nonce-coded and insanely off-kilter, I couldn't register the rest of the video, because what do you mean, not even? Does Matthew know what a lolly is? Number 70, episode 409, is this the next Backrooms? A really solid summary and then analysis of the oldest view that I do think actually captures the intended messages and themes of the series while tying interesting tidbits about the real-life history of the involved parties. Not much to say, Matthew just kind of cooked. Number 69, episode 70, the cars in the Cars movie aren't cars. This one is, again, so close to being amazing. Not only do I find the Pixar theory to already be a very fun, interesting, kind of bullshit theory, but Matthew going into the details on cars is very fun. However, I just wish he thought more about the insect thing. Like, these insects have human brains and visibly spark at times, proving they're made of metal. I would have been more on board if he said that they were tied to the aliens we see of a similar kind to them. He even could have gone really dark like he enjoys and said, oh, they're like D&D mimics, but in the form of cars. They ate all of humanity, and now they have just evolved into their current society. I don't know, I found the bug thing really ridiculous when the only connection is the vague idea of an exoskeleton, and that one group of cars have bug wings. Meanwhile, most other cars have mammalian tongues and teeth. Just drop the ball a little at the end, but it's still a very nice theory, with a lot of good stuff in it. Kinda wish he actually went full on with his idea of doing a full, Pixar theory series, like he did with the Minecraft stuff in game theory. Number 68, episodes 311 and 323, the Mandela Catalog 2-parter. I don't actually know if it's a proper two-parter, but Matthew does use next time and last time to refer to the two episodes relative to each other. I think the first part is a banger, a really well done analysis of the Mandela Catalog and its story. It's just great, and arguably would rank way higher on its own, because it's a simple, effective introduction to the lore. Matthew finds the clues and pieces the facts together really well. The second part just isn't as good. It's still mostly fine for a bit, but then Matthew starts going a bit off the rails and further away than I can really accept, as well as starting to talk more about biblical allegory in a very simplistic way. It's being boosted by part 1, but as a complete package of episodes, it's not as good. It's still really solid though. Number 67, episode 275, did Disney steal Finding Nemo? Hey, this is surprisingly engaging. Matthew just goes over a court case and explains what happens, why the laws are, the explanations used in court, the final result. Though that may not sound like much, in my experience it's really hard to read through court files and find them anyway interesting, let alone engaging enough for you to pick up the information and share it. So for that, I congratulate Matthew, good episode. Number 66, episode 287, is SpongeBob a mutant? Solving Bikini Bottom's most popular theory. You know me, I don't give a fuck about SpongeBob at all, but this was a good episode. What can I say? It's good! Matthew really sets up the theory well and establishes the legs it has to stand on, using equal parts geography, ecology, and radiation science to really explain what justifies the theory. But he's also very thorough in how he goes about debunking the theory, and given how much I saw the theory be a thing, I was surprised at how easy and simple it was to disprove it. But it made for an interesting episode that didn't at all make me have to double take. Number 65, episode 151, Can You Speak Groot? Shockingly enjoyable is the word for this, that's one word now. For as simple as it seems, Matthew does a fantastic job going over the intricacies of language and how they work with a lot of great examples and references to back up his claim. This then ends with a language that uses no words and then the somewhat cop-out comic book explanation of what's going on with his words. Yeah, so he kind of just brings up that there's a comic book thing that makes everything he just said pointless. If he opened with that comic and then explained the answer is no, you can't speak Groot, and instead made the focus of could the language theoretically exist, that probably would have been a more interesting way to go about it and more satisfying with an ending than, by the way, none of that mattered, piss off. Otherwise, a great theory that's well explained and educational. Number 64, episode 331, How to Survive a Quiet Place. I found this surprisingly enjoyable. Matthew starts by dissing other videos of this type, but he does make up for it by having a very scientific looking at things instead of just a logistical one. So it's interesting as he goes into sound mechanics, analysing how they relate to the movie, and looks into real life examples to examine how they correlate. Really well done, thought it was mucho fun. Number 63, episode 106, Disney lied to you. This is really fucking funny. Turns out a good way to make a hero as the villain theory is to make it so brutally spiteful and obviously just Matthew venting that it becomes hilarious. It's really entertainingly funny and I do appreciate that. It's just him grilling this series for being unfair, barely a theory as much as a film criticism, and I find that funny. And now we're on our second last tier, the amazing tier. Some might wonder why this is even here between great and the top tier. Because fuck it, there's hundreds of these things, I need as many tiers as I can get. Number 62, episode 109, which of the Incredibles is the most incredible? I really wish this could make it near the top like the Link Battle Royale did in the Game Theory ranking. I do enjoy this kind of content, no shocker I think if you know me. I love seeing the way Matthew explains and details his calculations, and I find the question interesting. I also do kinda like Matthew's conclusion that Bob's best feat coming from a desire to protect his family is thematically appropriate for the film, and I join the calculations, as said. However, I do take some issue with a few things that dropped this ranking. Namely, for one thing, he seems really shocked that Bob putting in the effort to move something could result in a more impressive feat than what's ostensibly him standing there and letting something hit him. I'd have imagined it would be sensible to assume this means Bob could have stopped that train instantly, but didn't to avoid killing everyone on that train, or didn't because he did not have the leverage to. He also seems to forget that Elastigirl's suit makes her much tougher, thus explaining her surviving those missiles. Edna literally shows the suit no-selling missiles earlier when demonstrating what they could do. Not to mention, Matthew establishes the film as taking place in 1962, and then compares Elastigirl's durability to a missile designed in 1972 and first used in 1992. But those are all small beans relative to the major issue, Matthew's dreadfully awful media literacy. He claims that Syndrome is unfairly made out to be the villain when he's just some weird fanboy who was ostracized by people and so he relates to him. But this paints Matthew as saying that he is personally able to relate to someone who tries to insert himself into the lives of people who don't know him even when they say no, to the point of getting himself and others put in danger. And while Bob can come off as a bit too harsh and callous in how he goes about telling Syndrome to fuck off, he is well within his rights to not want a fanboy child to force himself into his life. You'd think Matthew fucking Patrick, one of the most well-known figures in the history of the internet, in the West at least, would be able to understand this. Has he not dealt with parasocial fanboys before? I'd be really shocked if he never has. He paints the movie as saying you have to be born super to be super because Syndrome's work ethic isn't rewarded. Except his good work ethic and genius does succeed for most of the film. He is rewarded for his intelligence and hard work. What he is not rewarded for is the fact that he's a sociopathic monster who went from an obsessive fanboy to an inferiority complex suffering murderer. He is a mass murderer with his technology. That is his reward for all of his hard work, but it also makes him a bad person. This element of the movie's message is more so that being a hero is about being a good person, and Matthew tries to force out an interpretation that I think flies in the face of what the movie's going for. In the end, it is Matthew saying that special abilities make you a hero, not the movie saying it, which is instead saying that being a good person makes you a hero, regardless of your talents and abilities. All that to say that this long rambling segment really saddens me, because most of this episode is incredible, but Matthew's stretching of the truth to force a message that dashes right past the evidence is below par. Number 61, episode 278, Wally's Secret Cannibalism, more juicy proof. So, spoiler, this is ranking just below the episode it supplements, and that's because it's quite enjoyable. I like Matthew going back to his old theory to try and figure out what he got wrong, what he needed to readdress, and what he missed the first time. It's a solid addition to the first episode, which, oddly, he calls episode 11. Episode 11 is the Kamehameha episode. The episode you're thinking of is number 60, episode 57, Wally's Unseen Cannibalism. Yeah, episode 57, not 11. I have no idea how we got that messed up. I really like that Matthew went beyond just the topic here. He also goes into how the axiom might work and the ability for it to provide water and power for its occupants, which is really cool. The food part is definitely interesting, and it does make a degree of sense if you pretend that not seeing animals on screen means there's none in the ship. It's a very interesting overall theory that seems fairly believable and does seem like what an AI like Otto would conceive of to keep everyone alive. Number 59, episode 323, Bill Cipher is still alive! And I found him. This is a very solid theory. It's not anything mind-blowing. I think Hirsch being possessed by Bill, frankly, was known long before Matthew ever touched this. But the way he goes about it is good, and I like how he explores the events of Gravity Falls and how they relate to his ideas. Plus, the heartfelt thank yous to Alex did make me smile. I thought this was a good one. Number 58, episode 228, Scooby-Doo is an alien? I really expected this one to suck, because the title of it was just, here's an indisputable fact about the lore of Scooby-Doo, and I figured that Matthew would make a dumb theory acting as if people didn't already know this. But actually, despite the name, this episode is Matthew making a timeline for Scooby-Doo, which I found very fun and very engaging. I think he obviously had to condense a lot of stuff, which does make it feel like he's missing out on some of the important details, but for the most part, I'd say it's a really solid episode that has a lot of fun in it. I would probably have more to say if I had probably watched through all the Scooby-Doo stuff. I've only really watched all the movies, and a bunch of episodes from various shows, but maybe when I go and have a full deep dive into Scooby-Doo, I'll have more to say about the episode, but by that point, this video will be out. Number 57, episode 192, Avatar and the Science of Waterbending. Hey, look at that! After so many episodes of Matthew forcing realism in ways that don't work into films and shows, here he is addressing Avatar by its own terms to use science to explain what forces may be controlled by the waterbenders to make their powers happen. He doesn't say that they can't do this realistically, ergo show bad, or actually this is how to do it realistically. He's saying, in real life, what force would you need to control to bend water the way the show demonstrates? That's a great angle, and he has a ton of interesting facts to give out, and even a simple experiment to demonstrate his findings. It's very fun. He never followed up on this with earth, fire, or airbending, which is really unfortunate, especially because he was doing this for the upcoming Avatar show, which turns out gave him over 4 years to manage, and he still didn't succeed. And normally I wouldn't be too bothered, but I actually really enjoyed this one, and I would have really liked to see his idea of, like, how are they bending these other minerals? Like, you know, because earth bending explicitly is bending earth, rock, and shit. No, not shit. But I think it could have been really interesting. Number 56, episode 288, which Fast and Furious movie is the fastest, and why it matters. This one fucking justifies my biggest issues with the Fast and Furious franchise. As someone who really enjoyed the first film, and liked the series being unique for its car and street racing culture vibes, I have been feeling like ever since Fast 5 and onward, it has lost what I loved about the series, going from racing to generic action scenes, except sometimes there's a 5-minute sequence involving a car or two. Matthew actively breaks it down, and yeah, he justifies what I said, and unsurprisingly, the loss of what I connected with in these films and the turn to mass appeal genericism lined up with increased earnings and profit. Not to say he really gave me new information I didn't have prior, but he condensed a lot of information that was swirling in my head into a far more readable, understandable, easy format that made it much more comprehensible to me. Good episode, you did a great job, Matthew. Number 55, episode 110, Superman failed us! Why Justice League is Earth's greatest threat. I think the most interesting part of this episode is how Matthew looks at the comics and then instead of going, but comics are weird so it doesn't count, he just goes, that said, we're looking specifically at the movies, which has not been common up to this point in film theory. Matthew loves to talk about the comics and movies as if they're one conjoined canon, and as if one directly informs the other, which I guess in some way it can, but using something from a comic to prove something in a movie adaptation of that comic, but is not provable in the movie itself, that's something he does a lot, and is very dodgy, especially when later installments of something will prove that notion false. And it's like, yeah, of course it was, because it's not too surprising. Beyond that, I find the calculations are really well done and engaging. It's a not uncommon issue with super speed to see brought up, but Matthew covers it solidly and why it works for Flash but not Superman, and as simple as that really is, I think it's quite good. Number 54, episode 238, Jonkler is a billionaire. Most of this is a really fun and interesting episode about calculating how much money is in the pile that Joker burns down in The Dark Knight. I really like that. I like seeing how Matthew solved it, as well as going into stuff about how long it would take to make a pile of money like that. Like, I think that's really cool. I really like the idea that he didn't just go into the basic of how much is this, but also how long would it even take to get that stacked up. I'm not too fond of Matthew saying that, oh, this means Joker isn't chaotic at all because he's organized. It seems like Matthew thinks chaotic must mean random. Wouldn't someone truly chaotic and unpredictable have moments of organization and planning either in between or to facilitate his chaos, I think it's completely reasonable to say that if a character is constantly doing random unorganized things, that makes them less chaotic because they are consistent with how they do it. If sometimes they are organized and sometimes they're not, with no through line for that, that is chaos. Still, most of this episode's really fun, and I liked it. Number 53, episode 222, How to Kill Frederick Krueger. God, I really want to give this one more points. It's a surprisingly funny film theory episode, with several jokes I really liked. It has a great cameo from our GOAT, James A. Janice, who has the fucking most fun name to say on the planet, who better not be revealed as like a serial killer and thus unbased by the time I upload this, mind you, and a pretty fun journey into sleep, its importance, and the ways we can manipulate it. His inclusion that stopping Freddy with antidepressants that suppress dreams is sensible enough, and he even briefly toys with the idea that Nightmare may have deeper themes to it as a series, or at least the good ones do. But you know what this doesn't do? Tell you how to kill Freddy. Halfway in, Matthew has barely said anything but a couple of jokes and then goes, "So you can't." Good work, Matthew. The video is good, but I know why you named it that, but why did you name it that? Number 52, episode 108, How Star Wars Theories Killed Star Wars The Last Jedi. Crazy, this is one of my favorite Star Wars episodes. I just think Matthew has a lot of good points here. Media outlets and people having a go at theorists got a talking to, and he makes many valid points in general about the importance for creators to be receptive to criticism and not hide behind name-calling and accusations. So, it was just a really fucking fun episode. It was a very not a long episode, but I came out going, yeah, talk the talk. Number 51, episode 273, Did Scar Eat Mufasa? I always do like when Matthew talks about existing theories and gives his 2 cents on them in this way, fact-checking the existing video and seeing how it works. And I like especially how he tracked down the specific sources even used within the TikTok he's responding to, and sees what those sources actually say. It's pretty cool, I enjoyed that. I also appreciate how he tries to work in one of the relevant overarching themes of the movie and why that matters. It's a fun episode that shows Matthew's interest in the Lion King's messages, as well as his general ability to fact-check things when he actually cares to. Number 50, episodes 135 and 136, The Disney Princesses 2-parter. Honestly, this set of episodes surprised me. Matthew does a really good job in both parts of establishing the criteria he's going by. Who qualified as a Disney princess officially, what is the common ground and why are some missing, then going to a hand wave joke in Moana and that coming around to actually being a sensible enough criteria based on who is and isn't included. Part 2 then actually addresses the main point and is far more cynical, but it's in relation to Disney being greedy as hell, so that's acceptable and okay. 2 very solid episodes that tackle a simple question of what counts as a Disney princess very thoroughly. Can't fault them there. Though, with how Matthew talks about the firing of James Gunn, it does seem weird that he wouldn't note the hypocrisy in Gunn apologizing for a handful of really offensive tweets and getting fired, but Pocahontas, the really offensive movie, being allowed in this whole princess thing without acknowledging any of that movie's problems. Anyway, solid set of videos, good 2-parter, I liked it. Number 49, episode 14, Neo isn't the one in the Matrix trilogy. On its own, this is just a very interesting theory. One has to applaud Matthew for making it so approachable for anyone who hasn't seen the movies, or even has seen them and doesn't fully understand them. He explains things so well in this one, and other times he just knows when to play clips that explain themselves. He does raise a compelling argument in the end, while making a villain is a hero theory that doesn't actually say the villain was a good guy, but saying that the villain was an unwitting hero who failed at his goal in being evil, and unintentionally was kind of heroic. My only issue is that Matthew never comes to realize the point may be that both Neo and Smith are aspects of the One, which I do think is a more compelling theory than just everyone's wrong, but I think this one just deserves to be up here for how well he explained it. It's just very thorough and it gets across all the important information. And if you know The Matrix, you probably know that in one way it's really simple and makes a lot of sense, but in another way it's really easy to misexplain it and make it sound incomprehensible. Number 42, episode 27, How Batman Destroyed Gotham. It's just a very fun episode that goes into all the details to determine if Gotham would have actually been saved by Batman's moving of the neutron bomb. I quite like that Batman's pointless rambling resulted in 80% of the casualties. It's quite funny, and I really, that last bit really bumped it up. That's great. Number 47, episodes 19 and 20, How to Survive the Hunger Games 2-parter. A very interesting 2-parter that may actually be one of the very first How to Survive X movie type videos I ever saw. I really like Matthew's approach here, going through the chronological order of the games and the best choices throughout, only to hit you with the final reveal that everything he talked about was minor, relative to the importance of making for a compelling character. It's a good reveal for those who have not seen the movies or read the books and are engrossed in the theory, or you have seen or read them and don't remember this element, so you get hit with the "oh yeah, that makes sense" sort of vibe. Very solid two-parter. Number 46, episode 171, Thanos vs. Ant-Man, cracking Endgame's biggest meme. Shocked at how good this was, Matthew overanalyzes the Ant-Man going up Thanos' ass meme in a very interesting way. Surprisingly, he was very engaged with this, and now he referred to sources to come to his conclusion. Amusing episode, I respect the serious approach to the bit a lot. 10 points. Number 45, episode 65, creator of The Walking Dead proves me wrong! Yeah, I have very little to say about this one. It was just like a really interesting look in at psychology and how it works into the zombie apocalypse situation, and there's a good message of hope from Matthew at the end. That's all I have to say. It's just, sometimes something can just be really good for no reason other than it's good. Number 44, episode 220, did Mulan really save China? Not much to say, I just thought this was really solid. Matthew sets up some questions about an iconic scene, figures them out while providing information and education on avalanches, Chinese history, ancient ordnance, geography, and even some geometry to boot. It's all very well done. He is not obnoxious or actively unfunny in it. He's educational and enjoyable while also not misrepresenting or ignoring the entire conceit of the movie. He just does everything correctly in this one. And it's good, and the question's interesting, and the results are satisfying. Yeah? Number 43, episode 92, what the fuck? Pickle Rick actually works? There's plenty of points in this I wasn't super invested in, and I felt Matthew was stretching his logic a bit far, but the way he bounces off Daniel Harmon and their general rapport made up for that immensely, resulting in a really fun episode that I enjoyed thoroughly. Number 42, episode 17, Terminator Skynet is coming. Surprisingly good theory given I had no expectations. Theory's good, explanations are good, it's still arguably a bit relevant today, even if calling Elon Musk a genius is a bit like calling him a Nigerian prince. It's all very well done, the music as well really helps bring this up, it feels really intense, and I don't think game theory even attempted. I'd say this is a solid banger. Number 41, episode 41, How Many Calories is Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? A shockingly funny episode, I laughed at a good amount of the jokes, which combined with being a really good question for an episode and a really interesting set of mathematics, comes together for what I call a really good film theory. That's it. Number 40, episode 218, Frozen 2 is dangerous. Here's why. Matthew fights against scientific disinformation. You love to see it. Not only is the start of this episode fun as he goes quickly through the other 4 points, but I think Matthew explains Kamen Rider Ichigo from Kamen Rider the First iconic and beloved water crystals theory really well. Not only does he explain the thesis, but also does a great job explaining the issues with it and why it's dangerous. Not specifically this individual instance of scientific misinformation, but the principle of scientific misinformation, and how films that kids will watch and retain should strive to only provide correct information when speaking under the pretense of scientific accuracy. Something that's good to call out when it's something small like this, so it never happens again with something that's actually important. This is great. Why doesn't Matthew cover, like, the media misinformation from that Matpat guy and let people know about that issue? Number 39, episode 312, Squid Game. Is 001 the father of 456? I felt vindicated watching this. I guess I forgot at first what the video was because I was getting really mad at the evidence being so obviously stupid and bullshit. Like, this felt like an average film theory, but like, Matthew came around to talk about how all the evidence that was just brought up is culturally wrong, too vague, or too commonplace to have meaning, or otherwise stupid. Thus, I felt vindicated. I felt like I was rewarded for having a powerful bullshit detector trained permanently at Matpat's face. That said, he accuses people of not doing enough research and then never mentions that it's not Gi-hun's card being used, so there's never his birthday from the evidence he used. Number 32, episode 365, The Complete Lore of Backrooms Solved. What's next? For a while, something about this episode didn't hit, and I still feel like it should have been higher, but I had to watch this 4 times and eventually it stuck. And once it did, pretty damn good theory. I like these kinds of episodes where Matthew puts together a timeline from a non-linear series, and he does a great job making a very solid case for the time travel and the center of the world elements he wanted to push. I think the visual timeline on screen helps a lot in making it easier to understand, and Matthew is thankfully very open about when he covers something irrelevant. He has great cases made, solid timeline. This is just a fantastic episode. Number 37, episode 67, Batman's Deadly Disease Cured. It's just really fun. I love the angle of Matthew being entirely unable to subvert expectations. He just succumbs to the obvious answer to the question being, the incurable disease is lung cancer. It's a very fun twist on his usual manner of addressing stuff, like what X is in real life, and I enjoy his last little play on it too, with Mr. Freeze causing as much issues as he solves. It makes for a very fun episode that plays around with the kind of format that he usually uses and ends up being really entertaining. And alas, we are finally here, the final tier, the peak tier, my 36 favorite episodes of Film Theory, the best of the best, beginning with number 36, episode 285, How to Survive Saw. Matthew does a great job making this one fun and unique. Instead of looking at, realistically, do this to win the game, he actually has a much more general look which I find novel and fun. Kinda like the Squid Game episode. Like looking into Jigsaw's victims to determine some criteria to avoid, while also lightly and sometimes deeply ribbing into the franchise. He goes into some wider, more universal tips like going for what rules say full force, and in community challenges, bring freshly dead bodies of your fellow contestants with you while you're doing them. The usage of clothes to jam gears when possible also seems like a reasonable one that is often ignored. It's just a really fun video and a unique and novel look at the Saw franchise. Number 35, episode 358, Twitter's toxic relationship with movies. Honestly, just a really interesting look into how small Twitter usually is. Matthew basically just exposes massive news outlets and corporations as dumb fucks who rely on the word of a tiny piece of the puzzle. It's a really interesting video, though I am very proud to not be lumped in with the twit cells, because he makes a big point about how nobody watching knows that Yellowstone was the biggest show at the time. And while I also did know it was the biggest show, my reaction was along the lines of, oh yeah, that makes sense, because I knew Yellowstone was massive when it was out. I agree with Matthew's point, but I took a little bit of pride in that. If anything, my only issue was that this episode isn't longer, because I know for a fact that Matthew must have more data from his research and just didn't put it in the episode. Number 34, episode 401, Aladdin Should Have Died. This is on one hand a really interesting calculation episode looking into both how fast things are, but also how deadly it would be in both temperature and forces. That's all good, very well covered and interesting, but even better is the ending, where Matthew admits that the live-action version is more scientifically feasible, but as a result, it actively harms the magic of the scene and what makes the scene so good. He actually finally realized that you can analyze the realism of a scene without refusing to address the movie on its own terms and give it its flowers. Very good overall. Number 33, episode 112, The Tide Pod Challenge Exposed! Can't believe Matthew cooked for this one. This begins with Matthew discussing the danger of eating Tide Pods, of course, but the big deal of the episode is Matthew going into the details of how minuscule the fad really was, and low-key attacking mainstream media outlets for their over-sensationalization of the quote-unquote problem, and a great note at the end about the inherent difficulties in buying news outlets when they have a bias for telling the most shocking, eye-catching stories over real news. And I think it's good to see Matthew taking advantage of this trend to spread a better message and rip into the storyline itself. Number 32, episode 360, Who's Really in Control? It's a fun episode where Matthew sees someone already did the whole thing, and so he invited that guy over, gave him a push, and let him present his ideas. And this guy has an approach that I wish Matthew had more, where he's more acknowledging of the places where the evidence is more shaky. He openly admits when the evidence is solid and when it's not. Matthew still has something interesting to contribute as well, with how he links the symbology to the previous show's meta commentary and this one's meta theming in his big reveal. It's a really good episode that I think does a great job putting stuff together in a really fun way. I'm glad Matthew had this approach, and the other guy has a very good, clear way of going over his thought process and ideas too. Number 31, episode 303, The Tragic Secret of the Walton Files. I love the Walton Files, and this time it feels like Matthew actually got it. To some degree, this is just an explanation of what happens, but he does explain the details and hidden elements to find the secret true meanings, and includes some good theory crafting, especially how he approaches what happened to Jack and who Bon is, going over evidence for both sides and reasonably explaining why he can't come to a conclusion, instead of, oh, I'm gonna force my conclusion where it doesn't belong. No, he openly goes, there's not enough evidence to make a conclusion, so I won't. I love the ending too. Matthew elaborates on frankly what makes Walton Files so good, being a story of humans in an animatronic world instead of animatronics in a human world. That is, more elaborately, the series is about the characters themselves and their stories, with the animatronics being part of that narrative, instead of it being about the animatronics as animatronics with human elements being in the background. Love it, great video. Number 30, episode 127, Don't Be Fooled! Going beyond Yanni Laurel. I was surprised at how genuinely fun this one was. Matthew does a frankly superb job in explaining the psychological elements at play, presenting tests and studies, showing visual examples, and just generally well presenting things overall. It's a great video on the subject that took a big thing like Yanni Laurel that I do not remember even existing, and fantastically elaborates on the why of it, along with other illusions that go beyond optical. Honestly, really solid. Number 29, episode 370, The Batman's Fatal Flaw. Hey, that's pretty good. Not only does this episode feature the theorist-approved sun disk I love, but Matthew actually does a really good job covering the physics of how bullet-resistant armor works, the levels of armor that exists, and the way in which it lines up with the Batman's outfit. And instead of his, yeah, he died from this explosion coming off as forcing reality where it doesn't belong, he makes a decent case for how forcing reality here doesn't hurt Batman for a lot of the film. So, it is a lot more reasonable for him to go he should have died here when he emphasizes how the movie goes out of its way to try and be realistic. And it's a good way to transition to talking about the far less known about and discussed bomb-resistant armors. It's very good and I like it, and a great way to just segue into something more educational on something that most people won't know about. I will say it's odd that he credits his knowledge to research from his knife video and not the body armor expert he consulted that one time. But otherwise, I think this is an extremely good episode and one of the best ones when it comes to applying realism to a movie. Partially because he's actually engaging with the movie on its own terms. Number 28, episode 247, Pixar's Up. How many balloons does it take to lift a house? This one could have gone so wrong, but it didn't. Matthew does a great job in how he approaches this. He asks if it's possible and cites existing work. He then goes into how many balloons it would take, covers that really well, and then adds on how expensive it would be with a quick extra little end note on how long it would take to blow them up. He doesn't attempt to argue against the film's realism either, he just questions how it happened. But he doesn't make any claims about how the film should have gone, or how the movie is somehow inferior for being inaccurate in this depiction. It's a solid, good question that people actually asked, covered really well, and made into a really entertaining video. Number 27, episode 52, Don't Attack the Titans. I love the idea for this one. It's something I hadn't even considered, but I was very entertained with Matthew going through all the details on the hypothetical element of like, how easy would it be to live in Attack on Titan? Like, as generally, living within these walls, is there enough space? It's really interesting, and I'm quite surprised by the final result. I guess I shouldn't be, but it never really dawned on me how huge the location really is. Honestly, yeah, I get it. It's cool. Number 26, episode 78, Exposing Deadpool's Secret Identity. Sometimes a Matthew theory is just so ridiculous and stupid that it can't be anything less than absolute cinema. The absurdity of this one is so fucking great that I can't help but look at it, smile, and enjoy every second. It's just so fucking funny. Deadpool is real-life author Ernest Hemingway because Matthew can't accept a lol random moment from fucking meme pool. What a video. Number 25, episodes 189 and 214, The Hi, I'm Mary Mary two-parter. Matthew does a great job, I think, interpreting this series. One that to my knowledge is extremely up to interpretation and where there is no answer, just intentionally. I think Matthew's conclusion as to what each of the creatures is and why, as well as what the garden is and the problems it has, all make a lot of sense. It really feels like Matthew cared about the subject matter, and wanted to talk about it. He even cared enough to include links in the description right down near that like and subscribe button you should be hitting for anyone who may feel too distressed hearing about these mental conditions and want help. I think it could have been really easy to go, oh, the main character is becoming a crackhead, and in classic Matpat fashion try to use that to make the show seem darker than it really is. But instead he goes for a more hopeful message at the end, and he did a great job at that. I think it's fantastic. Number 24, episode 113, Black Panther's Economic Crisis. This has to be one of the most educational of Matpat's videos to me, being as it was a topic I really didn't know anything about, and I'm choosing to assume that Matpat is at least somewhat speaking from verifiable sources. The evidence that he is, provably through this video, is not great, but I'm going to trust him. I was very interested, and I thought it made for a very intriguing episode about some very real problems. And what really cinched it for me was that ending, where Matthew talks about Black Panther as a film on its own, and how it ended up agreeing with his idea about the dangers of its monopoly on vibranium, in particular to itself. I think that gave Matthew not only a lot of weight to his theory, but it made his claims more generally believable because he wasn't the only one in the conversation making those claims. Unintentionally, he plays extremely well into one of the movie's many themes that wasn't even considered by most people before the movie released. But, hey, I mean, it helps because like the movie came out before he got the video out, and it just affirmed what he said. Number 23, episode 87, Game of Thrones Season 7 isn't broken. A really hysterical episode, not just because it's interesting to see Matthew deconstruct a show he loves, but also what he ends up doing. Like, it's a funny ass episode. Matthew scales the size of the Game of Thrones world, goes into all the fun little details of things, and figures out the logistics of a single plot point. which was so fun it'd take it to probably amazing tier just the way he approached it, but he goes a step further and hysterically calculates the size of the humans based on some random bullshit and concludes the only way possible for certain events to play out in this show is if everything is randomly gigantic. And he purposely ignores square cube law and gravity and all that random shit just to make a hilarious point. It's so funny. Number 22, episode 359, Sonic is dying of hunger. After a huge gap between this and the last science-based film theory, man did Matthew not lose his touch. While I do question him using this one scene and somehow not noticing the footage is slowed down because look at how slowly the cars move, most of this episode is a banger. He has some great jokes, plays around with the format a bit, has the game theory style self-aware humor. It's really good, the science is fun, the conclusion's fun. And much like with the Steve fisting episode of Game Theory, he doesn't try to go, and thus the writers accidentally made it so Sonic couldn't exist, and thus the writers accidentally made the movie bad. He just leaves us with the knowledge and allows us to ruminate at our own will. It's a fun calculation. I like how often I have to bring up when the episodes don't attack the thing they're talking about, because pretty much anytime I don't bring that up, you can kind of assume that he just says the movie's worse for X, Y, or Z. Number 21, episode 302, Decoding History's Darkest Mystery. A genuinely fantastic episode, especially considering how much I don't care about the subject matter. Matthew does a great job linking the various symbols and meanings to their pop culture malignancy, and then exposing the general benignness of them. It's a great exploration of how historical symbols and their meanings have changed, and been co-opted by groups meaning worse than the creators, and how it connects to what appears to be the theme of the show he's talking about, and also relevancy online. Like, it does seem silly to connect these symbols to memes, but he does a good job in justifying it and using Pepe as a relatable modern example to spread that message of taking a moment to really think about the meaning behind the things you send and receive. Fantastic stuff, big thumbs up, I was more engaged than I should have been. Number 20, episode 193, Joker Ending Explained. I was honestly blown away by how well Matthew covered this movie after only 2 watches. I've seen people fumble this film going frame by frame, but he does a phenomenal job going over the narrative, the subtext, and what he perceives, and the cinematic elements used to indicate what is real and what's fantasy. While there are times where I question what he says, like I don't think laughing inappropriately is meant to be a fantasy moment, I think he's just a weird guy. It's not a case of something I can be annoyed by, simply because of how transparent Matthew is about how much of this is up to interpretation and what you want to see. It's a fantastic analysis of Joker, not the deepest or most complex, but the perfect level I'd expect and want from a film theory. It's a great, accessible way to explain the ending to an average viewer who doesn't have the time to watch a 90-minute film essay. Not to throw shade at those either, I just think this is more accessible. Combine that with some quite funny Matthew jokes and the always welcome Ryan George cameo, and you get what has to be a highlight of film theory. Number 19, episode 25, is the Martians poop science full of crap? A very intriguing question that I think Matthew answered really well. Kind of a similar feel to the Sonic breaking his own legs episode of Game Theory, where it's like him trying to prove something wrong but ended up unable to do so. I like his acceptance of his loss here, and the acknowledgement of the film, and furthermore original books, adherence to science. It's actually nice to see Matthew's interest being fulfilled by a movie's consideration of reality, and he brings a lot of receipts and details for this to keep it entertaining. Number 18, episode 15, Marvel's Ant-Man Could Kill Us All! Weirdly enough, the music really does it in this one. Like, it really helps make what Matthew's talking about feel grand and impressive. I also really like how in depth he goes from not just the big thing the video is about, but also how deadly Scott would be when small, and how useless the things made giant would be. There's a lot of fun here, Matthew explains it well, and then with the black hole he just continues. And not to leave it unsaid, he finishes on the little plot hole the film gives itself due to its explanation. Fun. I had fun with this one. Number 17, episode 86, Tangled, Rapunzel's hair is killing itself. What a fun episode about various hair facts. A really niche topic that perfectly fit itself in for this series, makes for a great episode. Not only is this one of those fun episodes where Matthew is being thwarted over and over in his attempts to ruin someone's childhood, but there's also a fun one where we just get really niche information that is relevant to the movie at hand, and super interesting. It's just really interesting to me at least. It's cool to know how strong hair really is. Matthew also includes other things like the growth of hair and the ending bit about how her hair would kill itself that just... man, it's really fun. This is just a really, really fun one. Number 16, episode 56, Frozen, Elsa's True Fight for the Throne. This one was really fun to me. Matthew admits there's a more likely reason and this video is all for fun, and then spends it explaining that this theory makes more sense in the movie just because Han's plan is so awful. He includes some real world facts about royal ascension, references a comment from the creators about Tarzan that he doesn't source, and concludes that Han is very stupid. And while he then does a hero was the villain theory, it's actually quite fun because again, he admits that it's likely not what's intended. And also the villain is already a twist reveal in the movie he's talking about, so it's only fair game that he accuses someone else of being a twist villain. It's just really fun to see Matthew criticize something so much that he has to come up with a theory to make it make sense. Very amusing. Number 15, episode 28, How the Walking Dead Will End. This theory might have been disproven eventually, but I really love this one. The decaying of zombie bodies isn't something I often think about with zombie media, but Matthew makes a really interesting case here about it, connecting it to a timeline of events in the show, the decay rate over time, and then figuring out how long everyone has left before the zombies die. It's a fantastic episode that simply bangs out its topic perfectly and isn't intruded on by excessive cringe jokes. Number 14, episode 36, Full Metal Alchemist's Fatal Miscalculation. I love chemistry, even if I was never good at it, and this was really fucking fun to follow as a result. I just love seeing Matthew go over the moles, the splitting of the compounds, converting numbers. Just watching him solve a puzzle and build up to the conclusion was a lot of fun. I found it really enjoyable. Number 13, episodes 200 and 201, The Jeopardy is Rigged 2-parter. Genuinely fantastic work here. Matt not only does a great job, but I think also has one of the best and most natural 2-parters around, because it does feel like you could watch them separately and enjoy them, even if they're best watched together. It's a great analysis of the strategy one man used to win Jeopardy a lot, and how that all works, and then an even better analysis of the conspiracy theory that Jeopardy rigged the show to get rid of him. And not just that, but Matthew does a great job expressing all the ways it could be done, and why he came to the conclusion that he personally believes, but cannot prove that they did. I can also feel a genuine love for these kind of game shows in this. Given this 2-parter is nestled along 3 videos about Rick and Morty Season 4, and the Baby Yoda theory, it felt like this series of videos was Matthew taking a break from what was trending to talk about something he actually cared about. Phenomenal job. Number 12, episode 77, The Rick and Morty / Gravity Falls Crossover Conspiracy. I wasn't sure how this one would go, but Matthew actually has a very compelling case here. He also actually recognizes that these are all Easter eggs and questionably canon, especially due to rights issues between shows. But in acknowledging this, it makes me feel more invested, and it doesn't feel like Matthew trying to tell me for sure what this is, but rather his interpretations of the hints and what they could imply. Combine that with my vested interest in Gravity Falls, general enjoyment of crossover theorizing, and how engaging the hypothetical overall storyline he puts together is, I'm all aboard for what is a fun, dumb episode. Number 11, episode 346, This is the Scariest YouTube Channel. This might just be because I love Boisvert, and I think Matthew did a good job covering it, but I like this episode a lot. Boisvert is to me a masterpiece. I understand that some people consider it pretentious and artsy-fartsy, but I connect to the show a lot. As much as one could say Matthew is just going through each video and narrating what happens, I think a video like this that helps to explain what things mean in something that's abstract as Boisvert does have a place on the internet. It's genuinely a great video that is a fantastic little look into what makes the show special and what the show represents. I don't think Matthew dropped the ball that much. The jokes were low-key enough not to take away from the vibe and feel like they're trivializing the subject matter, and you can tell that whoever wrote this episode did want to touch on it in a respectful way. Number 10, episodes 152, 154, and 156, the Disney Death Count 3-parter. This one was so close to getting even higher, because it's an extremely good 3-parter. Matthew takes his desire to make cheerful things dark, but actually applies it in a way that doesn't inherently misrepresent or mislead people on the content being analyzed. Instead, he makes a nice set of 3 videos analyzing 58 Disney animated original pictures to decipher how many sapient creatures die in each of them, and which has the highest count. And I swear, thanks to Vsauce, I can't unsee the zip curve, and the zip curve was just waiting for me here too. Anyway, Matthew is very engaging with this, going into detail on various elements to help explain his interesting stuff. Now I'm going to ignore him claiming to have read Pinocchio for the video in reference to the tuna eating scene, yet never mentioning that Monstro isn't a whale in the original story, despite how much he loves to bring up original tales and their differences. Also, I swear he said Perseus killed the Minotaur, which... Bro, Perseus did so much, can we not have him take the only feat Theseus is known for, Matt? But the real thing that brought this thing down to barely into the top 10 is the final 3 movies. Only one of them doesn't involve an analysis that breaks Rule 3 from Part 1. Matthew, your third rule was that you're only supposed to analyze deaths directly caused by the actions of the characters, but a freak tsunami and a falling asteroid aren't caused by characters, or if they are in the case of the tsunami, Matthew never explains it. I haven't ever watched Atlantis, I don't know. While these analyses were interesting, it would have been nice to see him acknowledge that Hercules won, despite only being third in total, just because it's the only one where the deaths were caused by the direct actions of the characters. It's not a huge failing, but it's enough when we're talking about episodes of film theory this good. Number 9, episode 66, You'll Die Before This B-Movie Meme. The title of this is quite funny because the meme isn't even a B-movie meme as much as a meme that technically includes B-movie in it. It's just a fun video of Matthew playing the big numbers game to get a huge ass runtime for the hysterical hypothetical meme. So it's everything I could have ever wanted and really fun. Especially because Matthew has to jump a lot of hoops that keeps the video interesting, as opposed to if he just had all the numbers flat out. The ending comparison is good, the video is fun, I like it a lot. Number 8, episode 420, Who Actually Won? Whose Line Is It Anyway? A fantastic passion project that I think was well worth doing, regardless of view count. An excellent video where Matthew goes through a lot of fun hoops and issues to examine who got the most points in a show where the points were the joke for the first 8 seasons. He does a good job making it consistently entertaining, even for someone like me who's never watched the show in any of its variants. And then he makes some funny Nepo Baby jokes, explains how actual winners are determined, and has some wacky fun with numbers. It's just good to see Matthew have fun sometimes. Number 7, episode 60, How Drunk is Tyrion Lannister? Not only is this a really fun calculation episode, but it's a great example of what Matt explained at the end. His channel's ability to express complex subjects in engaging ways that educate people without making it feel like a chore. This video contains interesting information about the effects of alcohol, how blood alcohol level is calculated, the history of wine fermentation, and the dangers of excessive drinking in the immediate short term. It's a really interesting educational video that teaches you this stuff through the lens of a popular show that I was quite fond of before the thing everyone knows happened and ruined it. And in choosing this topic, Matthew not only made it already interesting to watch just for what it was about, but was also able to convey his information very naturally, making for what I call a very entertaining and informative episode, and one of my favorites. Number 6, episode 308, The Final Broadcast. I'm not even going to pretend there's not like a huge Local 58 bias here, but hot damn, Matthew done did it. He made a genuinely very engaging theory for one of my favorite all-time analog horrors. He goes over the episodes, but also all of the ARG things really well. He brings up different lines of dialogue and extra hints throughout, and makes a very compelling argument for the message, themes, and furthermore, greater scope horror of the show. The puzzles aren't too crazy, but Matthew manages to keep it engaging because he actually seems excited. He constantly refers to the wider community for the show, which makes that love feel more palpable. He feels like he's part of things and interested, and I'm quite happy. Honestly, I also sit fairly within like a similar area as Matthew in terms of how I interpret the show too, which helps. God, I love Local 58. Number 5, episode 88, Death Note, How Deadly Was It? So on its own, the part about calculating the rough total number of kills via the Death Note and the anime adaptation would have been peak as hell. Like, it's already a very fun idea, done very well, very detailed analysis, great. A good question, perfect for film theory, that makes for a really good episode. But then there's 6 more minutes to make this one of my favorite episodes. Matthew then goes into stuff that flows well into a more thematic element, the amount of innocent people they likely killed, the sorry state of Japan's justice system and how unfair it is, and the conflict of whether indiscriminately killing thousands of innocent people was worth the benefits. It's a really interesting approach that I think fits the vibe that Death Note gives me. It really goes to show Matt's love for what he's talking about here, the amount of detail he goes into for no reason other than to spark discussion through Death Note, while also providing education on the justice system and the wrong convictions. I love this one. Number 4, episode 85, Scrooge McDuck's Net Worth Solved. Okay, so not only is this just a fun question that leads to the big numbers game, but it's also one where Matthew handles it really well. That being, he goes over a ton of evidence and fun little facts. He then talks about all the methods he could have used, and it's really fun to see all the possible methods and means, and the little details that Matthew finds. Then, to put his whole ass in, he goes and calculates 4 different possibilities for the final number based on multiple strong pieces of evidence, giving us multiple results in ascending size, and even finding a way to make cubic acres a thing that makes any sense whatsoever. The only thing I'd say is weird is, well, he seems to gloss over Scrooge's money being measured in the centillions despite playing the clip. That's a real number, Matthew, you should have addressed that properly. Still a lot of fun here, great time. Number 3, episode 371, the scariest movie you've never seen. Matthew has helped a lot by how open-ended Skinamarink is. There's really no way, short of saying the movie represents the feeling of pissing in snow, to fuck this up. And yet despite that, I think Matthew does a fantastic job in elaborating on what he thinks the movie is about. He does a fantastic job in connecting the dots in an engaging, educational way. You can see just in the comments how many people with personal experiences praised him for his accuracy. Yes, the people in the comments could be bullshitters, but I want to have a little more faith in that to say that all of them are bullshitters. This is a fantastic theory that actively engages with the story of the movie and gives a meaningful explanation which adds to the horror and the themes. One of the best coma theories because the surreal, trans-real nature of what goes on can really feel like a bad dream or nightmare. The story he tells is really solid too, how he explains the movie and sort of drip feeds the elements as they connect and builds a very solid case. He normally does this well, but it's much easier to tell in a theory like this that doesn't drop the bullshit repeatedly like crazy. One of the highlights of film theory. Number 2, episodes 42 and 44, the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared two-parter. DHMAS two-parter is just excellent. A great theory that has a lot of interesting ideas and a fantastic message at the end of it. I particularly enjoy Matthew's minimalization of the jokes. He's come to this middle ground between the old and new eras where he still has those jokes but he controls them better, managing to be funny and insightful. It's an incredible two-parter that I think shows Matthew at his best when it comes to analyzing content, putting his best foot forward to really look into something that warrants it. His engaging and respectable interpretation of a great show. He also is very respectful towards other theories and regularly brings up alternate interpretations, which I think is great. In particular, ending on the note of how all theories are correct and so should be respected regardless if they line up with his own. That's a great attitude to have and to share in a set of videos with like 40 million combined views. But there was one I liked more. Number 1, episode 422, My Dumbest Theory Ever. Spoiler alert, it was not his dumbest theory ever. But this is in my mind the ideal of what a film theory should be. A perfect film theory because it has everything I love about the work of the theorist channels. He says it's a dumb idea, but it's really not. What is the total pollution caused by all of the races in the Fast and the Furious? He starts with a very well done and engaging section full of numbers and examples, showing his work ethic without wasting our time showing every little detail and car involved. That's all great. He then moves on to give good examples, and eventually onto the villains. While not a surprise, it was super cool to see him go through all the details of how they blow the hero's number out of the water with their pollution. But the best part is the ending, where Matthew takes this already very educational concept about the carbon emissions of car usage, and the villains shockingly being the real villains even using this metric, and then goes into what a carbon footprint really is, a way for companies to push the problem of excess carbon emissions and the damage done to the world by humanity off of themselves and onto you, trying to make you feel responsible when your entire lifespan will be a blip in the radar relative to the damage caused by mass global corporations and such, who were the data and manipulative ways to attack you. The video is not just educational with a fantastic title of the franchise being talked about that engages with its core elements and faces it on its own terms, but a way for Matthew to push genuinely important messages to his millions of fans by letting them know that it's good to mind your carbon footprint, but to not allow themselves to fall prey to companies trying to shift the blame. To know that those who feel stressed and terrified about their carbon footprint and the harm they're doing have fallen for bullshit spewed out by billionaires and greedy companies who want you to feel that way so you stop blaming them. You combine this with some fun jokes, a genuine passion from Matthew, and a lot of looks into the process of how they came to their numbers, you have what I consider a perfect top 1 film theory. At the end of the day, film theory was not as fun a trip as game theory. I think for the most part, the best episodes of film theory are the ones that meld their science well into the source material, cover intentionally vague or non-linear stories that can be solved, or cover very specific questions with established guidelines to how they can be quantified. As time went on, film theory really devolved into something I didn't like. It was far more frequent here than in game theory to see Matthew actively misinterpret the thing he was talking about to fit the narrative of his theory. His output turned into a lot of prediction theories or attempts at subversive analysis of film. But why? Well, my personal theory, you could in fact call it my objectively not a theory because theories in science are tantamount to proven facts theory, is that it's all FNAF's fault. That is, FNAF proved to be a huge part of the theorist brand that brought in massive views. Matthew got really good for a time at analysing FNAF because it had basically no story, but rather a bunch of pieces that he could bring together to create his own coherent narrative. This clearly had an impact on game theory, but it wasn't as obtrusive because for the most part, he spent a lot of time on other mascot horrors or on Minecraft, where even if I didn't like the videos, I could understand the approach he was making. He found big names that he could use this approach on, and so he was able to feed himself there. Film, however, is a lot more dedicated to telling a coherent, solid story. A video game can have minimalist story and focus on the gameplay. Thus, in game theory, there were plenty of options to look at for, oh, there's a game with a minimalist story that I can talk about that people actually enjoy. Film analysis is less about figuring out what happened and more about dissecting the themes and messages of the work. That is something that Matthew occasionally did, but slowly over time that fell to the wayside, as that's really not a special thing to be doing. Many channels dissect movies and their themes. Matthew's brand needed to stand out, and so he began finding ideas and seeing what evidence could prove those ideas. I believe there's even an episode of Film Theory where he admits that's kind of his writing style. He will look at something, choose a theory, and then try to make the evidence fit that theory. And these theories often misrepresent or leave out important details for the sake of not supplying the contradictory information. Theories where if he told you all the proof for and against, you would see how much more is against. Matthew also placed a strong emphasis on the film or show should have been X, Y, or Z based on realism, in a way that really rubbed me the wrong way. Often he would talk about it as if going into the realism of things somehow ruined or destroyed the movie, as if he was fucking cinema sins. Compared to game theory, where he would just ask, what would X be like if it was realistic, explained it, and then said, well, that should happen instead. Isn't that silly? In film theory, it wasn't, isn't that silly, it's, isn't this movie bad? That never worked for me, and I do think that his FNAF-coded brain struggled later on with films and shows that didn't ask for it. Prediction theories became rampant because he could exercise those muscles better. Because a trailer is kind of like a mascot horror in the sense of there's no story really, but it's throwing you all these little pieces for you to put together yourself. But I never got into those prediction theories, and from what I have experienced, I can say his rate of success with them is hysterically low. That's not to say he didn't shine at points. His analog horror or otherwise internet spooky content was often really good, as those invited this mindset to the table. Those were things that didn't have a solid linear story, they just gave you pieces. But I think this overall is why film theory doesn't work for me. Theories where he lies or didn't notice important details, theories where he had to actively try to find some subversive take that nobody else had. A tone deafness to the deeper implications of what he has said. And like, I understand that perhaps some of these issues have even ended up in my video here, right? Perhaps there are times in this very ranking where I have not noticed an important detail in a film theory, or I've said something that was just untrue and I didn't even realize it, or stuff like that. Or even if I'd said something that is tone deaf that I just didn't notice. The difference is, I am one man spending months on making a single, really dumb big video to a very small audience. Matthew hasn't had that luxury in over a decade. He does not have a small audience, he is not one man, he is not just making one really big dumb video. My game theory ranking ended on a big impassioned speech about all the good Matthew did, and for the most part I stand by that. Matthew did a lot of good, and that should be congratulated and acknowledged. But film theory doesn't motivate me to do that. I don't end off thinking about how great Matthew's time was and how even with his lows he defined a part of the internet. Film theory makes me wonder where it all went wrong, and whether trying to be different, whether trying to play into an unfeeling algorithm, whether trying to make the most money was worth becoming this. Most of all, I think about what kind of person Matthew is. We believe in a lot of the same ideals as far as I currently know. Equality for everyone, owning up to mistakes and improving, always using your brain, thinking about things from multiple angles. But Matthew has this strict, the rules and laws are always just and fair and your relation to them determines your morality mindset in a lot of his videos. He believes that a hero who stands up for their ideals is a bad person if they do violence, but a villain who means well and commits crimes is better because they mean well, like at the same time. His videos often try to find the worst perspective to paint characters or films, and he gets praised for that. But why is it? Honestly, I think it might just be because of how Matthew is willing to stretch his own thoughts and opinions for content. And yeah, he did have to pay a lot of people, so I get it, and I understand I want to say I understand he didn't write all these, but Matthew talks in several videos about how he still had a heavy hand in writing every single film theory. So the consistency in his mindset and his morality it kind of implies that's his thoughts. That Matthew is just the kind of person who thinks if you commit a crime for good reasons and for the greater good, you are evil. But if you intend harm but don't technically commit a crime, you're not evil. Am I thinking too much about it? Honestly, no, because this is a topic that comes up a lot in film theory. This is a very consistent element. Matthew brought this conversation in. I am giving my 2 cents on the conversation. I don't think I'm looking too deep into it when Matthew's the one that puts it in front of me. In the end, film theory doesn't give me the same nostalgic, fuzzy feelings game theory does. That video, I was excited to finish and get out there because I do love game theory, even though it has plenty of stinkers and at its worst, it's really bad. Game theory is a show that I have so many good emotions and feelings towards. Film theory I'm eager to finish off so I don't have to think about it ever again. Film theory still had its peaks, and it definitely wasn't all bad. In fact, maybe I should just take comfort in that. In fact, I will. So, that's Film Theory Ranked, everyone. And cut. Film theory over, everyone. Did you like that? Did you like another 4-hour monolith of content as I talk about film theory? I'm so happy to be past this phase of my existence. Film theory was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah, that teaser is exactly what you think. I am doing food theory next. Of course, like, what, you think I'm gonna do game theory, film theory, no food theory? What, are you silly? And then, of course, I'll do style theory. I'm not gonna bother with GT Live, though. I feel like not only is no one gonna watch that, but it's gonna be a lot of watching to say, like, 2 paragraphs of, yeah, it was kind of fun seeing Matthew doing this and that. No, I just don't think there's enough content to really warrant it, but yeah, I hope you enjoyed this little film theory thing. There are definitely some that even now looking back, I think I should have ranked that a bit differently. Like, yeah, the Blair Witch one probably could have gone a little bit lower, I admit. Somebody even pointed that one out. And the fucking, like, the other Encanto ones probably also deserve to go a bit lower as well. But, you know, at this point, I don't give a shit. I'm done. Film theory's over. He's dead. Yeah. So, I hope you all enjoyed. Yeah. Thank everyone who supports me on Patreon, scrolling down the sides. You're all phenomenal and a big help, and you guys got to see this video quite a while early, and you are free, like, no, not free to, but anyone is welcome to check out my Patreon just to get videos early, and access my Patreon Discord where you can talk to moi, and you can make me say stupid stuff at the end of videos in this segment. So, let's just see what they had. But hey! Oh, okay, how about I watch The Lighthouse, and then I'll get back to you on this at a later date for a later one of these. Pop this in the back pocket for later. Hello there, I'm Nemesis Bloodreich, and I am not in agreement with a majority of opinions Matthew Patrick has ever offered on the Film Theory channel, and will not use his worldview as my guiding beacon to how to raise my future little Bloodreich Juniors. I love lore, but I hate the way he does it, and his concoction of headcanons are horrible, and they fail to take any understanding of the intended narrative or any kind of art well. Also, Bean can fuck off. Oh god, this one wants number 47 now. Okay, it is Big Longfella. What was this in reference to? Does he know what he... Now, okay, a few problems with this. First of all, Cannonball is not an Autobot. Secondly, that is not G1 Cannonball from the Wings universe. That is a representation of Cybertron Cannonball. But also, I know that Cannonball has a voice, and Skids has multiple voices that no one really, cared to make interesting. So the only interesting voice would be, "Hey, boss, wham, blam, what's the plan?" From Warpath. Yeah, funny joke, but it doesn't work. Idiots, come on, it's not Cannonball, it's not G1 Cannonball, you're doing it wrong. I wish I had that figure, because I kind of held off waiting. I was like, okay, Cannonball's cool, but I just want Red Alert. I still want Red Alert. Where is he? Film Theory? Did we ask him if we could? I just trusted Biff would ask for me.
Everyone call Olga stupid, and it's true. Olga barely even literate. Olga finally finished reading Ulysses, but Olga only can identify surface-level themes like religion and nationalism, and can't comprehend deeper ideas like the repulsive conscience that makes James Joyce's novel a modern classic. Olga is so dumb, it make Olga sad. And this...
No, didn't I already do that for Game Theory, that one? Nah, mate, that's slander. That ain't... Nah, mate, that's slander, mate. That's fucking slander. Yeah, so that was that. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that so worth me spending 4 additional days re-rendering this video just to have the end card for all you lot? Isn't that just what you wanted? Yeah, so that's that, everyone. Take care, have a good one. I have more videos to do, so I'm gonna go back to editing. That is my break. My break is just however long it takes to render videos. Goodbye.